While Navy recruit Yun Yi once questioned Admiral Zifa about the secrets of high-level armament hockey, his gaze now turned far beyond the Grand Line, toward the New World. Location: Moonlit Island, New World. Seated upon his throne in the heart of the Wang Su Palace, Yun Yi leafed through a thick stack of intelligence reports. These documents detailed recent movements across the seas, especially after the fall of Kaido. Following Kaido's capture and imprisonment in Impel Down, many had eyed his territory with greed. Yet, every attempt was violently thwarted by the remaining 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. The balance of power remained intact for now. In the New World, only the 4 emperors had the strength to rival one another. And now, people whispered of a 5th shadow, the Dark World Quincy. When Kaido fell, many expected Quincy to strike. But contrary to all predictions, he remained rooted within his domain, the secluded yet formidable Wang Su Palace. Some mocked him for lacking ambition. Others believed he simply wasn't ready. Despite his strength nearing emperor class, his subordinates were weak compared to the powerful crews of the Yonko. Aside from Yun Yi himself, the palace of Wang Su lacked depth. But Yun Yi was well aware of this flaw. He had already begun consolidating power behind the scenes. The Night Killer organization and the Vinsmoke family had pledged their allegiance. Chess pieces placed carefully on the board. His eyes caught a particular memo. Charlotte Lean's annual tea party is scheduled in a month. He paused, thoughtful. With Big Mom's unpredictable nature, she might use the event to stir trouble or extend an olive branch. If she invites me, do I go? Attending will be dangerous. Refusing could be seen as disrespectful. Yun Yi chuckled darkly. No matter, he muttered, setting the report aside. There's something else I must deal with first. He had a grander ambition, to unify the chaotic dark world under one banner, his own. But such a move would stir the hornet's nest. The underworld kings were entangled with pirate crews, warlords, and even the world government. Doflamingo's arms trade with Kaido. Stussy's Happy Street, secretly backed by CP0. If I unify the dark world, Yun Yi thought, I'll be stepping on too many toes. And he didn't care. He gave a sharp order to his attendant. Summon them all. Every king of the dark world. Have them gather here, on Moonlit Island. The first Dark World Council begins now. Yes, sir. The subordinate saluted and bolted out. And thus, the gears of change turned. The decree spread like wildfire. The seas stirred. Whispers turned into roars. Is the Quincy challenging Big Mom? Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Doflamingo twirled the invitation between his fingers. The card bore the sigil of the Wang Su Palace, a haunting black and white mask layered over a dark 6-pointed star. The Void. The Quincy. So, he's finally making his move, Doflamingo murmured, smirking. Everyone knew Big Mom's tea party was just a month away. Every influential figure in the underworld was expected to attend. But Quincy was holding his summit at the same time. This wasn't coincidence. It was a challenge. You're forcing us to pick sides, huh? Doflamingo chuckled. Dover, Diamante said with a grimace. What now? If we attend this council, we might miss Big Mom's party. Offending either of them is suicide. I'm going, Doflamingo said sharply, adjusting his sunglasses. Miss Quincy's council, and he'll raise Dressrosa to the ground. That lunatic's capable of anything. What about Big Mom? Treble added nervously. Doflamingo leaned back, contemplative. We'll prepare for both. With luck, we can attend both meetings, or at least not anger either side too much. Across the sea, the other underworld rulers faced the same dilemma. Time was tight. Traveling to both events within a month was logistically impossible for many. Lone Sharkfeld slammed his table, fuming. He's cornering us like rats. That bastard Quincy. What do we do? His aide asked nervously. Feld's glare darkened. Reach out to the others. I need to know where they stand. Everyone was thinking the same thing. We can't afford to offend either Big Mom or Quincy. In different corners of the underworld. Warehouse King Kabatson. Gravedigger Pierre Crowery. Broker Morgans, ever the opportunist, chuckled with manic delight. The sea's been quiet too long. Quincy's stirring the pot. Let's see who sinks. Happy Street. Stussy, in her elegant black dress, relayed the news through her transponder snail. "Let them clash," she said, her lips curling into a cold smile. "Quincy and Big Mom, a war between monsters." A pause. "Let chaos decide the future." She hung up, eyes glittering with intrigue. The new world held its breath. The tides of power had begun to shift, and a madman's ambition was at the center of it all. New world, Tato land, seas of all nations. Charlotte Linlin, the Empress of the Sea, had just received word about Quincy's upcoming summit. Her reaction was instant. A violent roar split the skies above Whole Cake Island. Her soul-infused scream echoed with pure fury, and her conqueror's haki exploded like a tidal wave, sending shock tremors through her territory. Even the homies froze in terror. "Well, that damned Quincy dares challenge me," she snarled, her voice booming with murderous intent. None of her children dared to speak, except for Perispero, her eldest son, who cautiously stepped forward. "Mom, that Quincy bastard clearly doesn't respect the Big Mom pirates. Shall we strike now? Send troops to raise his Wangshu palace?" Charlotte Linlin turned toward Perispero, her copper-like eyes glowing with wrath. "Are you trying to ruin my tea party?" she growled. "No matter what, the tea party will go on." The annual tea party was her sacred tradition, something she cherished more than anything. Interruption was not an option. "Have invitations gone out?" she demanded. "Send that bastard one too." "Oomph. If not for my tea party, I'd have killed them already." Her twisted smile returned, revealing fanged teeth. She hadn't forgotten how Quincy had insulted her, slaying her general, mocking her power, and surviving on the battlefield. She had wanted to dismember him then and there, but the battle with Whitebeard, Kaido's defeat, and mounting responsibilities delayed her vengeance. Now, he was crossing the line. Sending an invitation wasn't just a formality. It was a message: "I see you, and I will deal with you." "Yes, Mama." Perispero wiped his brow and hurried away. Around her, her children exchanged uneasy glances. Quincy invited? Would he dare show up? Katakuri, silent and calm, narrowed his eyes. His clenched fists trembled with anticipation. "Will you come, Quincy? I want that rematch." His training had intensified. His mastery of haki, especially Conqueror's haki, had grown under Big Mom's direct guidance. This time, he wouldn't be dominated again. Meanwhile, at Mary Geos, the Holy Land, in a room filled with silence and gravity, the five elders, the true power behind the world government, convened. The bald elder with a long scar slowly polished his blade, voice cold and measured. "Those two celestial dragon clans are growing restless. If we don't eliminate Quincy soon, they'll unleash CP0 themselves." The murder of the two celestial dragons by Quincy had sparked chaos among the noble clans. So far, the elders had managed to suppress the fallout, but now even their influence was slipping. Every celestial dragon clan had the right to mobilize CP0. The five elders could influence but not override those decisions. The elder with the scar across his face spoke next, expression hidden beneath the brim of his black hat. "Word is, Quincy's preparing some kind of dark council. A gathering. What's his endgame?" The intel came from Stussy, one of their eyes in the underworld. She had reported signs of a dark unification ritual. The long-haired elder replied, "He wants to consolidate the underworld. That black market empire is massive and dangerous. While not as stable as a Yonko crew, a unified dark world could rival them in resources and influence. And worse, it operated in the shadows." The blonde elder added grimly, "We've seen this before. Another fool once tried to unite the underworld. He was crushed by us. Quincy will fall the same way. Back then, they had used planted agents and information control to crush the Dark King before he could rise. Every move had been monitored, every alliance sabotaged. They wouldn't allow a second king to emerge." The final elder tapped his fingers against the armrest. "Prepare CP0. If Big Mom doesn't deal with Quincy, we will." Another continued, "A war between them benefits us. Quincy's summit is bound to provoke her. Let them clash. Any progress on verifying Patino Yuni's identity? One asked suddenly. Background is clean, the blade-wielding elder said. Nothing suspicious on file. But that devil fruit, it's completely undocumented. Human fruit, mythical Zoan, death aspect, muttered the one in black. It doesn't boost physicality, but grants mysterious powers. We've never seen it before. How long has it been since a truly new fruit appeared? Another asked quietly. Keep observing. If he shows disloyalty, erase him. The conversation moved quickly, topics flashing like lightning. Kaido's remnants, red-haired's movements, the abolition of the warlord system. Is the Navy ready? The five elders continued their silent orchestration, their words shaping the fate of the world. They were the unseen hand, and above even them, seated alone in shadows, was him.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
10 days later, Moonlit Island. After a period of operation, it has become very prosperous here, and it can even rival the Dressrosa of the Don Quixote family. At the huge port, ships of all sizes are moored. There are people coming and going in the streets and alleys, pirates, bounty hunters, and merchants. Black, gray, all kinds of occupations can be seen on this island. But no one dares to make trouble here, because this is the territory of the King Quincy of the Dark World. Before, there was a pirate who offered a reward of hundreds of millions because he ignored the majesty of Quincy and made trouble on Moon Knight Island, and was killed by Quincy with 2 moves. The atmosphere on the island today is a bit wrong. Everyone is in a hurry and dare not stay outside for a long time, because today is the time for the Quincy and all the kings of the Dark World to hold a council. In the distance, a ship flying the flag of the Usury King slowly approached, and the person on it was none other than Feld, the king of Usury. Behind Fold, his younger brothers were standing solemnly, looking ahead. Not far from Verde's ship, Kibsun's ship, the warehousing boss, also arrived and sailed in the direction of Feld's ship. When the two sides met, they just greeted each other slightly, and then drove towards the port together. On the other side, a pink ship came from another direction, looking at Moonlight Island in front. The beautiful woman standing at the bow had a chuckle on her mouth. Just like this chuckle, it gave people a kind of amazing feeling. Behind her, there is a group of glamorous women, who are fat, thin, and have their own characteristics, but they are a little more dusty. Big Hand Mortician Piercelo, president of the newspaper Morgans, and Amazon Doflamingo also arrived at this time. These kings seemed to have made an agreement, and they all arrived within about the same time. The ship carrying the Don Quixote family was the first to dock. Doflamingo disembarked from the ship with an unrecognizable pace, followed by several cotters, Diamante, Pica, and Tori Ball. At this time, Diamante whispered to Doflamingo, "Dover, look over there." Doflamingo looked in one direction and also saw the ship of him and the king of the Dark World. He stopped and waited for their arrival. Hey, I didn't expect that everyone was here." Doflamingo looked ahead, with the corners of his mouth twitching, revealing a characteristic evil smile. As the king of the Dark World, Doflamingo has dealt with them more than once. The rest of the kings also saw Doflamingo, and they all moved towards this side with a change of expression. Several kings looked left and right and found each other's figures, but their expressions were different. Verde was expressionless, Kibsun looked dignified, Piccolo grinned with a bloodthirsty smile, Stussy smiled lightly, and Morgan's eyes flickered, wondering what he was thinking. But the only thing that is the same is that from the several kings, there is a very terrifying aura, and ordinary people will be easily scared to the ground. Morgans flapped his wings, looked at everyone, grinned and said, "Quack, it's the first time there are so many people here except at the tea party. I thought there would be one of you who wouldn't come, especially you, Brother Doflaming. I heard that you have dealt with the Quincy in paradise. Why, you dare to come here today? Is it because you are not afraid of the Quincy's revenge?" Doflamingo looked at Morgans, grinned and said, Hey, you know a lot about this bastard." Doflamingo was not surprised. The grievances between himself and the Quincy could be traced back to Bahai, and many people knew about it through the newspapers, and it was sent through this Birdman's newsbird. Morgans has the largest intelligence organization in the world, and he knows a lot of news clearly. Basically, the major events in the sea are spread by his newspaper. Ferd also glanced at the others, and finally fixed his eyes on Piccolo, and said in a deep voice, "Piccolo, haven't you recently accepted the hire and went to wash the ground? Why did you come back? The hired task, if you don't finish it, you will have to pay for it." Piccolo smiled evilly, "Yai-he, this is the order of Master Quincy. How dare I disobey it? Isn't it the same for you people? Just say it if you are afraid of offending Quincy. Why not?" Nice. After listening to Piccolo's words, Fold and Kibsun's expressions darkened. Talking nonsense? This guy is getting more and more annoying. Kibsun snorted coldly and said nothing, while Ferd also had a gloomy face. It is not without friction between the several kings, and it is not without those who dislike each other. However, the faces of the rest of the people were as usual, and some even showed inexplicable smiles. At this time, Stusa came out to smooth things over, and she showed a beautiful smile and said, "It's been a long time, everyone, why bother to make trouble as soon as we meet? Hurry up, don't make the master wait too long. Let's go, we haven't met each other since Quincy became the new king." Ferd stepped forward. Kibsun walked forward without saying a word. Morgans patted his wings and said, "Quack, I've seen it once, but it scared me at the time. To discuss the development of the Dark World together, as if he is the person in charge of the Dark World, I want to see if he is as powerful as the rumors." Pycro smiled evilly and walked forward. Doflamingo looked at Ekro with a weird look, and grinned, "Hey, don't make people wait too long, that guy has a very bad temper." A few people exchanged simple greetings, and then walked towards the center of Moon Knight Island, the headquarters of Wangsu Hall. When someone on the island saw the group of people who were traveling together, they all exclaimed again and again, "That guy is a Mayasha of Shishibukai, Doflamingo. Big-handed undertaker, Piccolo, that murderous fellow. Kibsun with the most illegal substances. Lone Shark Mafia, Feld. It's so beautiful. Is that the queen of the festival, Stusa? It's really beautiful, but I heard that the pirate queen is even better. The other one is Morgans, who is in charge of the largest news agency, right? Hiss, these people are so powerful. Is this the king of the Dark World? But it's much weaker than Master Quincy. Because they are from Moon Knight Island and they are also the kings of the Dark World, they are naturally no strangers to the kings of the Dark World, and many people can recognize these big men." At this time, Aileen, whose mental appearance had changed a little, came out. He was entrusted with a heavy responsibility by Yunya, and his status in Moon Knight Island was not low. At this time, he saw several kings coming, stepped forward a few steps, bowed to the people in front, and said in a neither humble nor overbearing way, "Please come here, my lord is waiting for you in the hall." Several people glanced at him, and then turned their eyes away. They were just ordinary people. Doflamingo grinned and said, "Lead the way. This way please." Alien led the way. Several people followed and soon arrived in front of a palace. Yunya was the only one in the hall. Yunya was wearing the black and white mask of the Quincier, leaning on a chair, sitting in a very casual posture. At this time, Yunya was sitting on a round wooden table, and there were 7 chairs occupying different positions. Yunya sat on one of the positions, and the other 6 corresponded to a Dark World king. "Oh, are you here?" Yunya raised his head slightly and looked towards the door. At the door, 6 figures walked over. Except for Doflamingo, Yunya saw everyone else for the first time. On the battlefield before, Yunya didn't pay much attention to the Birdman. "We are meeting for the first time, all kings." Yunya didn't get up, but still sat in his seat. Then, Yunya's eyes were fixed, and a domineering arrogance soaring towards the sky covered the few people in front of him. "Haha, you are still so domineering, Quincy." Doflamingo laughed loudly, and his domineering look was also released. Boom, click. The overlord looks of the two collided together, and thousands of thunders were stirred up in the air. The rest of the kings frowned at this moment. Is this giving them a blow? 2 people snorted coldly, bursting out with domineering aura, charging towards Yunya. "It's Piercelo and Feld." Boom boom boom. The domineering colors of the 4 of them clashed against each other, and the clouds in the sky were stirred at this moment. Fortunately, Yunya had already evacuated the surrounding people, and no ordinary people were affected. The other ones who haven't burst into overlord look don't know if they can't, or they haven't displayed it. Yunya sat up straight, and the even more terrifying domineering arrogance swept through like a gust of wind, suppressing the domineering looks of the 3 of them. The violent overlord's color confrontation seems to be able to cause substantial damage to things. At the center of the conflict between the overlord colors of the 2 sides, tiny cracks began to appear on the ground. Cracks appeared from under the feet, spreading towards Doflamingo and the others. Seeing this, the pupils of the other kings constricted violently. The domineering looks of the 3 of them were superimposed together, and they were suppressed by the overlord look of the Quincy master. Boom! Finally, there was another roar, and their overlord color completely collapsed before Yunya's more powerful overlord color. Yunya's domineering look completely overwhelmed them, not harmful, but extremely insulting. Let all of them face sink. So strong. At this moment, a thought appeared in their hearts. They have only seen such an overbearing look on those few emperors before. "You kings, sit down." Seeing that he had pushed them down, Yunya laughed loudly and asked them to sit down. "Ha, ha, this majesty is really impressive." Doflamingo's eyes flickered behind his sunglasses, and the Quincy seemed to have become stronger again, so he randomly found a seat and sat down. Quack, what a domineering look. Morgans clicked his beak and sat down. Kibsun couldn't see the slightest change on his face. He laughed and found a place to sit down. Stussy glanced at Yunya with beautiful eyes, and sat down. Pycro and Feld had sullen faces, and did not make another attack, but also sat down. So far, all the kings of the Dark World have gathered together. Doflamingo leaned back on the chair, as if what happened just now hadn't happened, and grinned at Yunya. Then, "Quincy, what is the purpose of summoning us this time?" Hearing Doflamingo's words, the expressions of several people present became solemn, and they looked at Yunya. Yunya was wearing a mask, no one could see his expression, and the voice came out, of course there are important things to deal with, don't you think the whole dark world is too messy? Not wanting to waste time with them, Yunya got straight to the point. Originally, this time the council was to prepare for the unification of the entire dark world. Another reason is that he wants to see how these people should stand. Standing in front of me, there is only one result in the future? The meaning of Yunya's words was already obvious, and several people had strange expressions on their expressions, but they didn't open their mouths. Stusa was sitting gracefully, her full red lips pursed slightly, and she said in a pleasant voice, "Oh, what do you want to do?" At the same time, Stusa was also thinking in his heart, did he really want to unify the entire dark world? What a big ambition. Yunya glanced at everyone, and said lightly, let's form an alliance? Now the 100 Beasts pirates have become chaotic because of Kaido's defeat. In the future, as long as the 100 Beasts pirates collapse, then the new world will undoubtedly be chaotic again. Do you think you can still do your business well in such a world? In fact, these words are just talking. Before the establishment of the 4 emperors, these kings were already living a very nourishing life. Some people even make money from wars. The more chaotic the new world is, the better their business will be. Is it because Yunya doesn't understand this? No, Yunya just wanted to find an excuse to see how they reacted. Also used to determine who to eradicate and who to stay. Alliance? What kind of alliance? Don't we have business cooperation with each other? Isn't this an alliance? Feld was feeling a little upset because of Yunya's disarming, and asked with squinted eyes. However, he was a bit shrewd and didn't directly bring up the topic. Pycro, who was sitting next to him, licked his lips and sneered, alliance, to put it nicely, I think you want to unify this dark world? Save yourself some trouble, this kind of thing is impossible? Before that, Pycro had lost a large sum of money because of Yunya's sudden call, and he was angry in his heart. He came here just because he was afraid of Yunya's reputation, so he didn't dare not come. Now all the kings of the dark world are present, and Yunya also showed his fangs, so he naturally pointed out the words directly, and it was also to let others know the purpose of Yunya's move. In fact, none of the people present are stupid people, and even stupid people cannot sit in high positions. The reason why they didn't make it clear was because it would definitely offend Yunya. They are all as smart as ghosts, depending on the situation. Don't forget, this is the headquarters of the Quincy division. Who knows what the Quincy master has left here? Stussy, Kibson, Feld, Morgans, and others thought it would be Doflamingo who had conflicts with the Quincy and who was also the most powerful person who spoke, but they didn't expect it to be Paik Luosien made it clear that it was beyond their expectations. Idiot. Doflamingo kept his expression on the surface, but secretly cursed an idiot. Others don't know Quincy's character, but he knows it very clearly. This guy is a lunatic? Sure enough, Yunya sat up straight. Although no one could see his expression through the mask, they could feel the momentum emanating from Yunya at this moment. This guy is going to make a move? Several people all stared intently. Yunya grinned and said, why, do you have a different view on my objection? Yes, so what? Pycro looked directly at Yunya, without retreating at all, and even showed a sharp edge in his eyes. Yunya's meaning is already obvious. Although he hasn't made it clear yet, he is already telling them that the current dark world respects him. The matter of summoning them is to tell them this signal? Tell me? Yunya's voice was still calm. Aren't you summoning us just to show us off? Your purpose is nothing more than to integrate the power of the entire dark world and respect you. Do you think we might agree? Pycro said with a sneer, and then he looked at the other kings. Want to see what you want to see from them, and stand up together to refute Quincy. However, the rest of the kings just kept silent. Haha. Doflamingo leaned against the chair and laughed, but didn't speak. Morgans had seen Yunya's attack and knew Yunya's horror. Under such circumstances, he would naturally not get involved. Kibson has a relatively calm personality and is also shrewd. When he saw Doflamingo, who was at odds with the Quincy, he didn't open his mouth, and suppressed his desire to speak out. Stussy knew that the world government would target Yunya later, so she couldn't completely break up with the Quincy at this time. She was going to be an undercover agent, so she didn't open her mouth with an attitude of talking too much and making mistakes. On the contrary, Feld's eyes flashed. He seemed to want to speak, but seeing that the rest of the people did not speak, he still held back. Everyone is human. Since you don't have the ability to make the dark world a monolith, then why not let me take the lead in forming an alliance? That way, you don't have to bow your knees when facing other emperors. Yunya said lightly, looking towards Pycro's calm eyes and tone brought great pressure to Pycro. You are dreaming, how could this kind of thing come true? Alliance? It's just ridiculous. Also, who do you think you are? Want to unify the entire dark world, have you asked us? Pycro sneered, but swept towards when it came to other kings, they didn't open their mouths. This made Pycro's heart sink. Why didn't they refute the Quincy? In fact, it's not that they don't want to refute the Quincy, but they all have their own ghosts. Needless to say, Doflamingo himself was threatened by Yunya to the alliance. Even if the dark world was unified, it would still seem incongruous, and Quincy would not be able to control him. The dark world is not monolithic, each has its own ideas. Combine? Simply put, as long as they don't cooperate, unless the Quincy destroys them directly. In particular, there are a few of them who don't want to break up with me Yunyi directly, and one of them has a better ability to judge the situation, and he doesn't stand out. The only one standing out was Piccolo. Shoot the bird? Yunya got up, looked at Pycro, sneered, and walked over step by step. Who am I? I'm the Quincy Master. They're all cowards. Piccolo looked at the kings who hadn't moved at all, snorted coldly, and then looked at Yunya. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. As kings, how can you be strong? Where to go? As he said that, he picked up the scythe next to him, took the lead, and slashed at Yunya. His strength is not weak, otherwise it is impossible to become the king of one side. When fighting, the murderous aura boils, and the two-color domineering is also cultivated to an extremely strong level. However, facing Yunya, it can only be said that he is still too weak. I admire your courage, but if it's just like this, you're not worthy to compete with me. Yunya's voice sounded. Then, with a flash of his figure, while avoiding Pycro's attack, two colors of light danced behind him, bursting out with a terrifying force. When he came to the top of Pycro's head, his expression was extremely indifferent, and all kinds of abilities were concentrated. Plasma pulling, overlord colored winding, armed colored arrogance, power ripples, and a punch that condenses all the power to smash down fiercely. This blow, Pycro didn't have time to dodge at all, and was directly hit by Yunya's attack from the air. The domineering entanglement shocked Pycro's mind, and with the blessing of various powers, Yunya didn't hold back this blow. Boom! This blow hit Pycro's back directly. With a sound of, Pycro felt an extremely terrifying force coming towards him, causing him to spit out a big mouthful of blood, and was smashed into the ground by this punch, creating a huge hole. And Pycro collapsed in the pothole at this time, rolled his eyes and fell into a coma. One blow, Pycro, defeated. When the smoke cleared, Yunya restrained her momentum, came to her seat and sat down, looked at the others, and said in a calm tone, "Then, do you have any objections to forming an alliance?" At this time, the faces of the several kings present all sank, and they all knew that this was the real power of the Quincy Master. Silence. The venue was silent for a moment, and no one spoke. The strength of the Quincy is beyond their imagination. With just one blow, Piccolo, who was also the king, was severely injured and defeated, and he was no longer on the same level as them. Perhaps those who can fight him, in this sea, only those 4 emperors, or the deputy on the 4 emperors ship, are qualified to fight him. After Yunya finished that sentence, he didn't speak again, but just sat quietly in his seat and looked at the other kings. I just want to force you to take a stand. If you don't take a stand, the end will be there. This guy is much stronger than before, and, is that the Overlord's color entanglement? Doflamingo gritted his teeth secretly, his face was cloudy, the strength of Quincy grew too fast. How long has it been? He already couldn't understand the strength of the Quincy Master? After a long time, he broke the silence. Hey, alliance? It's not impossible, but what do we need to pay? Brother Doflaming still has a little understanding of Yunya's character, although his acting style is a bit domineering, but as long as you don't confront him, he won't bother to be as knowledgeable as you. Several kings looked at Yunya, wanting to see what conditions he would propose. The alliance naturally brings benefits to everyone. My original intention of proposing the alliance is to better negotiate with those emperors and to have the confidence to negotiate terms with them. It's not like those domineering lords of the 4 emperors have seen it before. The reason why I am hostile to Ant is because of this. Yunya started to paint cakes, telling the benefits, and when talking about being hostile to the Ant, he looked at Doflamingo intentionally or unintentionally, but he didn't see anything from Doflamingo's face. Yunya shifted his gaze, and continued, "Since I am like this, you who are also the kings of the Dark World should have similar experiences, right? The reason why they are not afraid of us is because our Dark World is independent and cannot be twisted together. If our Dark World becomes a monolith, would they still dare to treat us with such an attitude?" At this stage, Yunyi does not intend to take the entire Dark World into his hands. The CP0 of Stuttgart, the world government, is still there. If this hidden danger is not resolved, integrating the entire Dark World is a joke. Still need to take it slow. Therefore, Yunya planned to use the alliance as an excuse to pull everyone together to prepare for the future. As for why not kill Stussy now, Yunyi naturally has his calculations in mind. Secretly, there must be people from the world government watching his actions, and Stussy is their eyes. The matter of killing Tianlonggren has not yet turned the chapter, and the people of the world government will not let him go. Not doing anything now is also because he is concerned about his strength and those big pirates in the New World. In the New World, their tentacles can't reach in so easily. Stussy thought she hadn't exposed, so Yunya cooperated with her and pretended not to know. Since people from the world government dare to target him, he will naturally not just sit idly by and see who is more powerful at the moment. If that's the case, I have no objection. Stussy glanced at everyone and showed a nice smile. This is exactly what she wants. If there is an alliance, there will naturally be more connections between each other, and it will be more convenient for her to know the next move of the Quincy. The order given to her from above was to know all the movements of Quincy. The Quincy is their sure target. Feld pondered for a moment, then nodded. In that case, I agree. Feld was born in a mafia family, and after many years of underworld influence, although he is equally domineering, there are subtleties in the rough, otherwise he would not have resisted the urge to speak out before. It also saved his life. Don't look at Pycro, who is just unconscious in the pothole now, but everyone already knows his fate. Only death, no other consequences. The Quincy will not let him go. Therefore, Feld also squeezed a cold sweat in his heart for himself just now. Quack, I also agree to join this alliance. Morgans was so excited that he laughed loudly. In fact, he doesn't care about his status as the king, but wants to participate in big events. Now that he has formed a Dark World alliance with Quincy, he will definitely have more opportunities to see big news. The rest also expressed their opinions one after another. At this time, they can only express their views. Although I know that Quincy's has abolished such a great effort, it is impossible to just think about them, and there will definitely be some big moves in the future, even to erode their power a little bit. But now, people have to bow their heads under the roof, and they can only compromise briefly. The Quincy is too strong, and he will strike at the slightest disagreement. This kind of domineering style makes them feel uneasy. When facing the Quincy Master, there is a kind of restraint when facing those emperors. Quincy Master already has the strength of an emperor? Everyone agreed with Yunya's proposal, so naturally there was nothing to say later. Finalize the distribution of benefits. Several people discussed this matter for a long time later, and the meeting ended after half a day. After the ceremony, several people also bid farewell. They are still under a lot of pressure here. The other kings are gone, only Doflamingo remains. Oh, by the way, there is also Pycro. At this time no one dares to take care of him, and he can only let him fend for himself. Dare to stand out, this is the price. Hey, you really mean what you say? Doflamingo was still sitting in his seat, looking at Yunya with a grin. Back in Bihai before, when Yunya invited him to become an ally, he negotiated terms with him on the grounds that the entire Dark World would be turned upside down. Looking at it this way, it is true, the kings of the entire Dark World dare not disobey the Quincy's conditions. When I want to take the Dark World into my hands, this matter will only succeed, not fail. Yunya also sat on his seat and said lightly. Yunya wanted to create a force from the time he went to sea, and at the beginning he also wanted to form a pirate group, but then Doflamingo and Umit came into his vision. It reminded him that there is another force in the world of pirates, that is the Dark World. By coincidence, Yunya set his goal on the Dark World. Without the slightest surprise, Yunya did it, and now the entire Dark World is vaguely headed by him. No king would dare not come for his invitation. Now, his status in the Dark World is just like those emperors on the sea, no one can shake him. Haha, it's really scary. Quincy. Doflamingo's eyes flashed, and he chuckled. Yunya gave Doflamingo a sideways look. He knew that this guy would not be honest. Even when he became hostile to Charlotte Lingling, it was possible that this guy was obstructing it. No, it shouldn't be said to be a hindrance, but this guy deliberately didn't explain the matter clearly in order to let himself bump into it. Yunya still remembered this matter in his heart. It's just that I didn't see any clues from his face just now. Then, do you still have something to do here? Don't expect me to entertain you. Yunya looked at Doflamingo, and issued an order to evict the guest without politeness. Although it is an alliance, Yunya's attitude towards Doflamingo has never been very good. Doflamingo is also used to it, and just chuckled lightly. Hey, you are so heartless. When you were in Dressrosa, I treated you very well. Many of the supplies I have here are delivered from your Dressrosa. Yunya said. Doflamingo said, I don't have the specialty from Fishman Island, but it's a famous specialty in the New World. You want? Yunya looked at him. After Yunya established the Wongshu Palace, he also had business contacts with Fishman Island. Many special products of Fishman Island can be bought in Moon Knight Island. This was specially sent by Princess Yuji to thank Yunya for saving his life. Of course, Yunya didn't take it for nothing. He opened up the trade with Murloc Island. I'd like a big batch if I can. Okay, I will let the people below talk to you. After a laugh, Doflamingo changed the subject. Your Moon Knight Island has developed quite well recently, but I haven't found any auctions along the way. Do you mind if I open one here? If you want to engage in those slave auctions, you'd better get out of here. I don't like this here. Yunya glanced at Doflamingo. Doflamingo didn't care, and said slowly, it's just an auction of items, and I won't be here for nothing. I will pay for it. That's fine, but you'd better not play tricks on me. Yunya said something, paused, and then said, by the way, there seems to be items that eat devil fruits in the sea. You can get them here. Peace. Yunya is still very interested in the items that ate devil fruits, and if possible, he would like to take them over and study them. In the future, the Vinsmoke family will definitely come to the New World, and maybe Gage can be given an experiment at that time. If this thing is successful, it may become a new type of weapon in Yunya's hands in the future. Doflamingo shook his head slightly. You guys are quite well informed about the news, but apart from the ones that escaped from that island, only the world government has this thing. It's not that no one is interested in this kind of technology, but many people can't find the reason at all. It is a coincidence that it succeeds, but very few. Even the people under him are trying to experiment? Is it the island where Vegapunk used to live? Yunya thought for a while, and guessed where the island Doflamingo was talking about was. If I remember correctly, this kind of technology should only be possible with the blood factor of Vegapunk? Doflamingo was surprised by Yunya's intelligence network, nodded and said, I didn't expect you to know even Vegapunk. Yunya said slowly, help me try to find it. If I find it, I will pay you accordingly. Doflamingo smiled. Since it is your request, I will naturally not refuse it, and I will let my subordinates pay attention to this information. The two chatted briefly again, and Doflamingo left. He still has to go to the Sea of Nations, and the time is still very tight. And the day after Doflamingo and the others left, an invitation also came into Yunya's hands. Tisk, that old lady Charlotte Lingling, is she planning to have a grand banquet for herself? Yunya looked at the tea party invitation in his hand, his eyes flashed. To go, or not to? Before this, Yunya had thought about this question, but in the end there was only one answer, go. Since you have invited me so grandly, how can I be absent? Yunyi twirled the invitation card flexibly with her fingertips, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Yunya put away the invitation and asked Yechi to come over. Yechi was wearing a black dress, outlining her exquisite figure to the fullest, and her long pink hair was simply tied up, looking very glamorous and capable. My lord, are you looking for me? Yechi respectfully said to Yunya who was on the throne. Yechi has completely regarded himself as a force under Yunya from his reluctance at the beginning to his sincerity now. After Yunyi's careful teaching, the strength of the people in their Night Killer organization has grown rapidly, and some people have already mastered the two-color domineering. After entering the new world, her strength has grown terrifyingly, and she has learned how to use two-color domineering at this time. Yunya is not a person who can drag things around, and said directly, I give you a task, go and incorporate all of Pyakro's forces. Pyakalo, a big-handed undertaker who is also one of the kings of the Dark World with you. Yechi was surprised, she naturally knew what the name Pyakro represented. Yunya nodded and said, that guy is dead. By the way, let's take a look at the results of your cultivation during this period. Afterwards, Yunyi naturally wouldn't let Pyakalo go. At this time, he had already gone to hell, but he only got some worthless achievement points. After Pyakro's death, Yunya naturally wouldn't let his influence go. The training of the Night Killer organization has also come to an end. It is time for them to go out to perform tasks and to test the results of their training during this period. Okay sir, I will complete the task. Yechi nodded and went down without asking too much. Looking at the back of Yechi going down, Yunya nodded. During this period of time, Yechi's strength has grown rapidly, and it shouldn't be a problem to incorporate Pyakro's forces. If you want to become stronger, it is not enough to just exercise, you have to go through life and death honing. However, the members of the Night Killer organization were well-trained killers before, so they shouldn't disappoint Yunya. Without thinking too much about this matter, Yunya called Aileen again, and said to him, Master, during this time, people from the Don Quixote family should come to Moon Knight Island to hold an auction, and there is still a business to do with him. They talk, you find someone to talk to them, I may have to go out. Alien's ability is worthy of recognition, and he can be regarded as one of the high level in Wangsu Palace. Yunyi valued his ability, and he was the one who took care of many things. Alien nodded and said, don't worry, the old man can still do this. After Yunya helped restore their country, they were already under Yunya's power, and Aileen also devoted himself to his duties, doing many things by himself. Then leave it to the old man. Yunya smiled lightly. Aileen gave Yunya a squinting look, you guys are really familiar with being a hands-off shopkeeper. Aileen is not as cautious about Yunya as others, but has a feeling of forgetfulness. Haha, isn't there you here? I'll leave it to you, I'm at ease. Yunya laughed and flattered the old man. Okay, I'll take care of everything. Aileen also said, because of Yunya, their country was restored, and he was still very grateful to Yunya. Yunya nodded, and then left in a flash. 10 days later, on a merchant ship in the Sea of 10,000 Nations, Yunya, who was not wearing a mask, was sitting on a chair, eating snacks leisurely. This merchant ship was one of the ships that transported snacks for Charlotte Lingling. Because the tea party was about to start, Charlotte Lingling also ordered her staff to collect dim sum from all over the sea in order to eat it. Some also sent precious snacks as gifts in order to please Charlotte Lingling. This one is one of them, delivering refreshments to Cake Island. Yunya, who was not wearing the iconic mask, was not recognized, and with his age, many people would not regard him as a big shot. Since it is a merchant ship, it is natural to spend money to board the ship. Brother, I want to remind you that after arriving at Cake Island, you have to be careful not to offend people who shouldn't be offended. A well-dressed man with gold ornaments on his hands and neck and a pot-bellied person sat on the left side of Yunya. He reminded Yunya. He is the captain of the ship called Felix, also named Felix. He is an aristocrat from a certain kingdom on the sea, and he came to the Sea of 10,000 Kingdoms to deliver snacks. Yunya pretended to be a young man who wanted to go to sea to see the world. He happened to meet this merchant ship. After paying the reward, he boarded the ship smoothly and came to the Sea of 10,000 Nations. Yunya took a sip of tea and said, don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. I just want to see what the power of the 4 emperors is like, and whether it is really as powerful as the rumors. Felix spread his hands and smiled, and said with emotion, their strength is beyond your imagination. Have you ever seen a person easily lay down a kingdom's army? The weapon hit them, but it didn't even leave a mark, it's too scary. This old man has a story at first glance. Although he has a big belly, his face is full of vicissitudes, as if he has experienced some big storms. I've seen it, it's okay, isn't there a power like domineering in the sea? As long as you know a little bit, bullets and the like shouldn't be able to break through defenses, right? Yunya took a bite of his snack and nodded. The dim sum on Fishman Island is a bit lackluster, but overall the taste is not bad. No wonder it was given to Charlotte Lingling. If you have a chance, you can ask your hands to buy some. Moonlight Island is mainly a gourmet island, with famous specialties from all over the sea. Many specialties like those on Fishman Island can only be found on Moonlight Island. Therefore, the development of Moonlight Island is so fast. Felix shook his head. You know a lot, kid, and domineering, but you are wrong. Even if you know how to use domineering, you may not be able to stop it. You need a strong person to do it. To tell you the truth, the king of my country is a strong man who can smash mountains with one punch. I heard that even the 4 emperors dare not take his punch with power. In fact, Felix himself only knows a little bit about it, and he doesn't know that domineering has become a rotten street in the new world. He also heard about those deeds from his family members. But one thing is right, if you want to block those powerful weapons, you really need to cultivate the armed domineering to a certain level, otherwise you will not be able to resist. Oh, there is such a strong man? It's just that I don't know enough. Yunya listened, a punch that would make the 4 emperors dare not take it, and felt a little familiar, but couldn't remember it. Could it be that a certain bald head passed through? Should not. I simply didn't think about it, and ate a snack again. At this time, a younger brother came from the deck, and Felix whispered beside him, My lord, we have arrived at Cake Island. Are you here? Felix nodded, indicating that he knew, and then said to Yunya, Brother, do you want to go down together? Don't you want to see the power of the 4 emperors? I will take you there to see. Yunya finished the last snack and said, Then let's go together. It seems that this is my first time in the territory of the 4 emperors, and I don't know if they welcome me or not. Felix laughed when he heard the words, and patted Yunya on the shoulder. Do you think you are a big shot? Do you want them to welcome you? Don't worry, as long as you don't offend the Charlotte family, they won't treat you right. How are you? I hope so. Yunya laughed. This time when we come to Cake Island, there will definitely be a battle between the 2 sides. Yunyi and Charlotte Lingling had an enmity to begin with, and after Yunyi killed Seeing Snug, the relationship between the 2 parties could no longer be reconciled. In addition, Charlotte Lingling also bluntly said that he would extract his soul, and even the invitation for the tea party was personally delivered to Yunya. Everyone in the sea knows about this matter. Many people want to know, will the Quincy go to Cake Island? If Yunya didn't go, it would naturally make countless people in the sea laugh at him, but if Yunya went, it would undoubtedly be very dangerous. This is a dilemma. This is Charlotte Lingling forcing Yunya, just as Yunya opened the Dark Parliament and forced those kings of the Dark World to go to Moon Knight Island. It was Charlotte Lingling who was giving Yunya a bad blow. Seeing that Yunyi didn't care at all, Felix said solemnly, Don't be sloppy, let me tell you, don't offend the Charlotte family, or the consequences will be very serious. Felix is still very good. Although they are nobles, they don't have the fucking character of other nobles, and they don't treat civilians as human beings. So he reminded Yunya. Yunya spread his hands and said, Don't worry, if they don't attack me, I'm still easy to get along with. It's just that if Doflamingo heard these words, he would definitely spit out a big mouthful of blood. Are you easy to get along with, Quincy? Hehe. Do you think the titles of lunatic and murderer circulating in the sea are just jokes? But Felix didn't know, just nodded. Don't worry, as long as you don't cause trouble, others won't come to provoke you. Let's go. I heard that there will be a lot of important people coming this time. I don't know if I can see you to those top powerhouses. The ships ahead are already moored at the port. Felix got off the boat with a group of guards, and Yunya followed closely behind, keeping a low profile. Then, all kinds of weird things that were endowed with souls by Charlotte Lingling came to welcome them and walked to the palace ahead. Along the way, Yunya looked around and felt that everything was miraculous. Just like when he went to Fishman Island, he was still very curious about the strange landscape of this world. Cake Island is famous across the sea, and not just because it's home to Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. At the same time, the shape of the island is also very recognizable, like a huge cake. There is also the sweet smell of desserts in the air. Along the way, those houses are also made of desserts and chocolates, and the fountains seem to be filled with chocolate liquid. Everything looks like something out of a fairy tale. The residents inside are also strange, at least Yunyi thinks it is strange. Soon, they arrived at the center of the island. This is a square, a huge square, where the tea party is held. At this time, the place is full of people, and everyone is laughing and laughing, enjoying themselves. They didn't dare to be unhappy, and they had to pretend, or they would be seen by the Charlotte family and they would think they were unwilling. Although they are really not very happy to come here. An invitation is required for admission, and those who do not have an invitation are not allowed to enter. The servants and guards brought by those big figures can only be on the periphery and cannot enter. Felix, as the person whose family went to Cake Island this time, naturally has an invitation in his hand. The style of the invitation is fixed, with the banner of the Big Mom Pirates. He looked back at Yunya and said embarrassedly, Brother, you need an invitation card to enter the venue. I forgot to tell you just now. It seems that you can only stay outside. He actually wanted to bring this little brother in to see the world, but this was a rule of the Charlotte family, and he couldn't break it. However, when Felix looked over, he saw that Yunyi had already handed over his invitation to Homais, a toy animal. Yunya looked back at Felix. Huh? Bro, won't you come in? Felix groaned, and handed the invitation in his hand to another homies, before he asked, "Brother, do you have an invitation too?" "Well, sort of," Yunya said indifferently. "Is it?" Felix blinked, then looked left and right, and moved closer. "Brother, you shouldn't be lying. If this is the case, I advise you to run before you are discovered, otherwise, after being found out, they will not let you go." Felix suspects that the invitation in Yunya's hand is a fake. After all, Charlotte Lingling's annual invitations are in a fixed style, the same every time, and there is no difference. So, there is still the possibility of fraud? Yunya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old man was really warm-hearted. "Don't worry, it's true." Hearing this, Felix breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good if it's true, but if it's false, it's bad." Yunya shrugged and didn't speak anymore. Yunya didn't let go of his knowledge, but he also saw a few familiar people here, the kings of the dark world whom he had only seen before. Doflamingo didn't know if he hadn't arrived yet, or was in another place, but he wasn't there. But Yunya didn't intend to go there, and turned around and said, "Brother, let's just leave it alone. By the way, you must not tell others that you came with me, or you will be in trouble." "Trouble? What trouble?" Felix was a little confused, but at this moment, Yunya had already left, and he wanted to catch up, but someone called him from the side. He saw that it was a nobleman who had business dealings with his family, and he just turned his eyes away from Yunya to greet that nobleman. After a few simple greetings, he remembered one thing. "By the way, I forgot to tell that little brother that you can't go to the central place, that's where big people can go." Forget it. That little brother looks he is also very shrewd. If you have an invitation card in your hand, you should know the rules. He didn't think about it anymore, and started chatting with the others. Yunya stopped and walked, and occasionally stopped in front of a dim sum, and ate it with gusto, commenting from time to time, "Well, this is not bad, but I can introduce it." For food, Yunya still likes it very much, otherwise, he would not have turned Moon Knight Island into a food island. Now that he has eaten a good one, he wants to introduce it to his own forces. Yunya's behavior was inconspicuous, many people behaved similarly, and not many people paid attention to it. After eating too much and feeling a little thirsty, Yunya looked around and showed an inexplicable smile. Because he saw Smoothie, one of the stars, using her ability to squeeze juice. Moreover, the materials used are some strange things. Items like sea kings, animals, and a super large flower are all turned into juice under her ability. Just don't know how it tastes. Anyway, Yunya didn't plan to drink these things. Yunya walked over, looked up at Smoothie slightly, and said with a smile, "This beauty, can you give me ordinary fruit juice?" Smoothie didn't recognize Yunya's identity, but just smiled and said, "Of course, but I recommend you to drink the juice squeezed from this bawang flower. It tastes sweet and delicious." Knowing the face behind the mask of Yunyi Quincy, not many people in the sea know. Only some people in the palace of Wangsu and Doflamingo's cotters have seen it, and the rest have not seen it. Yunya still smiled and said, "No, please give me ordinary juice, thank you." Smoothie frowned slightly. Few people would dare to talk to her like that. Although there was nothing wrong with Yunya's tone and expression. However, even some important people, after hearing what she said, would not refute her face, and would try to order one. That's why she was a little surprised. But she is not a stingy person. She just looked Yunya up and down and said, "Of course, please wait a moment." Smoothie took a watermelon from another place, and she twisted it with both hands. The watermelon was like a sponge, and the bright red juice was squeezed out and fell into a cup. Smoothie put the cup full of bright red juice past it to Yunya. Yunya took it, thanked him, turned around and left. Smoothie looked at Yunya's back and fell into deep thought. This guy seems a bit complicated. But she quickly shook her head and put this idea aside. This is the base camp of their Big Mom pirates? No matter how difficult it is, it can't pose any threat to them? Some people have also seen the episode here, and they were also surprised by Yunya's courage. Someone even whispered, "Who is this guy? So brave." Looking at his age, it's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. If you offend the Charlotte family here, it will be enough for him. It's a good thing Mr. Smoothie isn't angry. Those who can get here are some big names in the New World, or nobles who have business dealings with the Big Mom pirates. However, like Smoothie, they did not recognize Yunya's identity. I just feel that he is too courageous to talk to Smoothie like this, as if treating Smoothie as a maid. Naturally, Yunya didn't think too much about these things, and started eating and drinking everywhere, and finally sat down at a table not far from the kings. Oh, are Stussy and Doflamingo here yet? While eating snacks, Yunya looked in that direction and thought to himself. Far away, a beautiful figure with a beautiful figure walked over. It was Stussy. "I'm late." Stussy covered her mouth and smiled softly, charmingly. The kings of the dark world gather together. Unlike other people's laughter, the atmosphere here is obviously a little more serious. Quack, it's not too late, the protagonist hasn't come out yet. Morgans opened his beak and said. The protagonist is naturally talking about Charlotte Lingling. Stussy sat down and was present, except for Doflamingo and Quincy. Everyone else had arrived. There were more and more people around, and some people recognized their identities. Hiss, are they the kings of the dark world? Queen of Joy Street Stussy. God of Fortune Feld. Big News Morgans. The Hidden Master Kibson. No, why are they the only ones arriving? Where are Piccolo and the Quincy? Doflamingo didn't come either. Idiot, how could Quincy come here? Isn't he an enemy of Big Mom pirates? I heard that Pycro was killed by Quincy when he was on Moonlight Island. I don't know if it's true. They all exclaimed when they saw these big figures in the dark world. But many people knew that Charlotte Lingling had sent the invitation to the Quincy. Many people also want to know if the Quincy will come, and if they dare to come. The other side. The kings of the dark world are here. Feld said with a sullen face, you should all know the news, right? Someone is attacking Piccolo's forces. A few days after they left Moonlight Island, their intelligence network knew that someone was attacking Pycro's forces. You don't need to guess about this matter, it must be someone from Quincy who did it. It can be said that Quincy's actions were not hidden from them. Others don't know, but those who have experienced it clearly know it. G. Bosun glanced at the rest of the people, and his face was extremely gloomy. What do you think? Do you really want to wait for the Quincy to nibble away our power little by little? The Quincy is so powerful that even Doflamingo, the strongest in the dark world, was once defeated by him, and he is even a strong man who can contend against the 4 Emperor Charlotte Lingling? Unless they join forces to fight against the Quincy, otherwise, there is no chance of winning. Stussie's slender legs were crossed together, his red lips took a sip of the juice, and he said, don't you guys see the determination of the Quincy? Didn't one of the people who fought against him die already? Morgans didn't care about these things, but he just chuckled. The Quincy is indeed overbearing, but he has the qualifications to be overbearing. From his strength that can compete with the 4 emperors, do you dare to fight against him? Of all the kings, only Morgans cared the least about this matter. After all, his business is different from others, and even the world government has cooperated with him. Only he can completely control those newsbirds, others don't have his ability. If the Quincy pushes him too hard, he'll just leave the dark world and find an empty island to avoid the limelight. However, others are not as free and easy as he is. Hearing the words of Stussie and Morgans who seemed to bow their heads, Feld narrowed his eyes and said coldly, could it be that you have already begun to bow your heads? Do you want the Quincy to rule the entire dark world? Quack, Feld, you don't need to provoke us, if you really have the ability, try to fight against the Quincy. Morgas said indifferently after taking a bite. Stussie's eyes flashed, and he smiled slightly, just like what Quincy said, the whole dark world unites, maybe even the 4 emperors don't dare to go too far against us, isn't it good for us? Stussie came to the dark world with a mission, and everything he did was ordered by the world government. Now the task she received was to detect all the next actions of the Quincy master. Morgans added, and, why are you in a hurry? It's not like you don't know the news circulating in the sea. It's only a matter of time before Charlotte Lingling and the Quincy completely fight. Maybe after a while, what you're worried about the problem is no longer a problem. After hearing this, G. Bosun's expression softened a little. He said, I don't know if the Quincy will come this time. If it does, it will be a good show. Quack, isn't that right? I've been looking forward to it too. Morgans danced and danced with excitement. Haha, you guys came really fast, I thought you couldn't make it to the tea party this time. Suddenly, while several people were talking, someone's voice came over, and the iconic laughter made them know who was coming without turning their heads. Doflamingo came at the pace of disbelief. Morgans looked over, you are late, Doflamingo. It's not too late, it's just right. Doflamingo sat down at their table, looked at them, and grinned, what are you talking about? Feld snorted coldly, what are we talking about? Of course it's about the Quincy. Oh, do you want to resist him? Tell me to. Doflamingo grinned evilly, but at a sudden moment, when he saw a familiar figure, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Up. Me. Quincy Master, has this guy actually arrived? Still so blatant. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth twitched. If he didn't trust his eyes very much, he would have wondered if he was wrong. And Yunyi also noticed it, but just glanced at Doflamingo and ignored him, just eating on his own. Haha. Doflamingo laughed dryly. Doflamingo's strange expression naturally did not escape the eyes of the others. After all, they are all in the dark world. If they don't have this observation, they can die and become kings. Stussie turned his head and looked over, only to see Yunya who was sitting quietly eating snacks. His eyes were wide open. He was a little curious. I don't know why Doflamingo suddenly showed such an expression. Others do similar actions. However, they have never seen Yunya's appearance, so they don't know each other. Huh? Do you know that person? Is he a big shot? Morgans also saw Yunya and squinted his bird eyes. He could recognize most of the big shots on the sea, but he didn't remember this person in front of him. Data of. Several people turned their heads to look at Doflamingo, wanting to hear what he had to say. Charlotte Lingling is out. Doflamingo just raised his head slightly, signaling them to look over. The position where Yunya was sitting happened to be directly in front of the gate of Cake Island Castle. If you look over from them, you can see the gate just beyond Yunya. At this time, Charlotte Lingling just walked out of the gate, and beside her were Generals Katakuri, Cracker, Ministers Perospero, Compote. Almost all members of the Charlotte family are here. The surrounding guests couldn't help swallowing when they saw this scene. The generals and ministers of the Big Mom Pirates have appeared. What a terrifying aura. Is this one of the 4 emperors, the strongest of the Big Mom Pirates? It's really reassuring to be here. Even the Navy can't attack here. Haha, the territory of the 4 emperors is the safest. The Navy doesn't have the guts yet. People around are talking about it. Their expressions are extremely excited. They are all proud of being here. Being invited is a symbol of status. Did Lingling appear? I thought you were looking at something. Seeing the Charlotte family appear, Stussy covered his mouth and chuckled, thinking that Doflamingo had seen them. It was only when he arrived that his expression changed slightly. Few people didn't think much about it. Since Lingling has already appeared, let's go there too. You should have prepared all your gifts. If you don't have them, it will be terrible. Hehe, it must be ready. Hey, this is really interesting. Several kings walked forward while speaking. When passing by Yunya, Doflamingo turned his head to look at Yunya, but he didn't say anything, just chuckled and continued walking. And Yunya still savored the delicious food in his own way, just cast a glance at him, leaned on the soft cotton chair, and looked towards that direction with Erlang's legs crossed, with a very relaxed expression. It's as if the purpose of coming here is to eat and drink, and there is no tension at all. Everyone else got up, and he was the only one who was still sitting there. Many people around him also saw it, and they all showed surprised expressions. Isn't this guy afraid of death? But they quickly shook their heads, ignored Yunya, and walked forward. Over there, Charlotte Lingling opened her arms and laughed loudly. Well, welcome to my tea party. For this tea party, I sent someone to deliver all the famous dim sum from New World. Everything here is my favorite dim sum. Eat and drink. Please enjoy. Enjoy everything here today. Charlotte Lingling smiled, and her tone was as cheerful as a child's. Today is her favorite day, the tea party. It's her happiest day of the year. Suddenly, the scene fell silent, and light footsteps came. A waiter came from a distance with a photo frame in his hand. After he came to a table and put the photo frame away, he said to Charlotte Lingling, "Mom, this is the Carmelite nun." After seeing the photo in the photo frame, Charlotte Lingling's expression suddenly became smiling. "Sister, she is my most beloved Carmelite nun. Nuns are the nicest people in the world. It is the light of the world." Suddenly there were flattering voices from all around. They all knew how important the photo frame in front of them was to Charlotte Lingling. During the last tea party, someone just asked who the person in the photo was, so his soul was ruthlessly extracted by Charlotte Lingling, and Yunyi looked at the photo quietly, his eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, it seems that breaking this photo will make Charlotte Lingling completely crazy. Tisk. On the other side, everyone began to send gifts. Feld handed a treasure box to Charlotte Lingling, and said, "This is a gift from me, Charlotte." Stussy also gave the gift with a smile. "Lingling, I also brought a gift." Several Dark World kings sent gifts one after another. Others also gave gifts, including Doflamingo who gave a treasure chest. This made Charlotte Lingling even more happy. "Oh, isn't this my favorite treasure chest? It's so thoughtful. I'm so happy." Then, since everyone is so happy, let's start today's biggest feast. Roll out the big cake to commemorate that I got another powerful homais. Soldier of War, Ares. A pair of gloves with golden metallic texture appeared in the hands of Charlotte Lingling. These gloves seem to have life. Two hideous and terrifying eyes are exposed on the back of the gloves, and 2 rows of hideous teeth are exposed on the palm. When the mouth is opened, it seems that there is a terrifying power of thunder and fire inside. GGG, hello everyone, I am the Soldier of War, Ares. The pair of gloves suddenly joined together with a snap, and the shape seemed to become a shield, with 2 eyes and 1 mouth showing a ferocious look with an expression on his face. He greeted everyone present, spitting out the power of thunder flames from his mouth. Yunya suddenly frowned. What's going on? The new homais? Moreover, what spewed out was the combined power of lightning flames. It doesn't seem to appear in the original book. Yunya's eyes flashed. Well, since everyone is very happy, then. Charlotte Lingling turned Ares into a bracelet and put it on her right arm. An evil god, who else hasn't sent a gift? Well, you can't eat and drink for nothing with me. Charlotte Lingling glanced over, and everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Well, it seems that no one has the guts to come here to eat and drink, so let's start cutting the cake. I've been waiting for a long time. Charlotte Lingling's expression suddenly changed to he smiled, as if the person before him was not her. Wow, cut the cake. People around cheered. But at this moment, a voice did come from one direction. You guy, it seems that you have been sitting here all this time, and you didn't give the treasure box to Lingling, did you? The voice was very loud and immediately attracted everyone's attention. There are still people who have the courage to come here without preparing gifts? Hearing this voice, everyone present had a thought in their hearts, and looked over with curious eyes. Over there, a member of the Charlotte family was pointing at a young man who was sitting leisurely, with a very ugly expression on his face. Obviously, it was what this person said just now. I've been staring at you, you guy, are you trying to get away with it? He is Smoothie's subordinate, and since Yunya's attitude towards Smoothie before, he has been very upset and has been staring at Yunya's movements. Seeing that Yunya didn't take out the gift and still looked at ease now, he became even more angry, so he pointed at Yunya and said the above words. Ha ha ha, it's a good show now. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo's eyes flickered behind the sunglasses, and the corners of his mouth grinned, showing an expression of interest. Quincy, how do you solve it? Oh, is that guy? Stussy looked in the direction of Yunyi with beautiful eyes, covered her mouth and was surprised. Didn't you bring a gift? Doesn't he know that Lingling will be angry if she doesn't have a gift? Quack, you're so courageous, don't you know the rules? Morgans also smiled with a teasing tone. Kibsun and Feld also have different complexions. There are such idiots in the new world? Why can such a fool come in here? The people around were all looking in Yunya's direction at this moment. Some looked joking, and some looked like they were watching the show. In short, everyone didn't think that Uni could end well. On the other side, Charlotte Lingling and the members of the Charlotte family all looked in the direction of Yunya. Several ministers stared at Yunya with unfriendly expressions. Well, I didn't prepare a gift for me. Is there really such a bold person? Charlotte Lingling looked at Yunyi with a cold face and fierce eyes. Only when Katakuri looked at Yunya, his brows could not help but frown. How could this kind of temperament feel a little familiar? And Felix, who saw this scene in the distance, was almost scared to pee. What's the matter with this little brother? Come to the tea party without a gift, this is too bad. You should have made it clear to him. But he didn't dare to jump out, he could only shake his head secretly. A young life is about to be confessed here. Being watched by everyone, Yunya didn't panic in the slightest, but looked at Charlotte Lingling, and said with a faint smile, when I came, no one informed me that I needed to bring gifts? What do you think, Xiaoladi Lingling? Well, the tone is not small. Since you didn't bring a gift, let's take your soul as a gift. Charlotte Lingling looked at Yunya and grinned. She wanted to scare Yunya, and then completely extract his soul. There is also a requirement to activate the soul fruit to extract the soul, that is, the owner of the soul fruit is afraid. This is not the first time you have said this, but, do you have the ability? Yunya stood up, looked directly at Charlotte Lingling, with a crazy smile on the corner of his mouth. Because Yunyi didn't have a restrained aura, nor did he have a domineering look, so Charlotte Lingling didn't see through Yunyi's soul at this time. He also didn't see the strangeness of Yunya's soul like before. Huh? Not afraid. Charlotte Lingling frowned, and what does this brat mean? Many people around were startled. Could it be that this person is some kind of big shot, not even afraid of Charlotte Lingling? Also, do you want my gift? Then I'll give it to you. Yunya laughed loudly, suddenly bursting out with terrifying domineering aura. With a sound of buzz, a domineering aura like abyss and prison suddenly overwhelmed the audience. This domineering arrogance swept towards the surroundings like a wave, and countless weak people and homais all passed out with white eyes at this time. B.A. Overlord, look. Who the hell is this guy? It turned out to be domineering. Does he still dare to do something here? Many people who have not passed out are shocked in their hearts. They are well informed and they naturally know what kind of power this is. This brat in front of me is actually the owner of Overlord Color? What are you panicking about? This is the headquarters of the Big Mom Pirates. Even if you have a domineering look, it won't make any waves. That's right, if you dare to be so arrogant here, you'll see him later. But soon, someone realized that this is the territory of the 4 emperors. It is really life or death to dare to explode the domineering arrogance here. Haha, sure enough. When Doflamingo saw this scene, he was not surprised at all. But the rest of the kings were shocked. How dare this guy provoke Charlotte Lingling here? Who the hell is this guy? Many people have this thought in their hearts at this time. At this moment, the faces of all the members of the Charlotte family changed drastically. How dare anyone dare to fight them at this moment? On the side, Katakuri, the leader of the General Star, seemed to think of something, his heart shook, and the same domineering arrogance rushed over, and a trident appeared in his hand. He yelled, everyone be alert. Boom! The 2 domineering colors crashed into each other, and the sky was suddenly overcast with clouds, rolling continuously, and tens of thousands of purple-black lightning bolts shot out. Katakuri's appearance as if he was facing a big enemy surprised everyone present. Who is that person? To make Katakuri, the leader of the generals, show such an appearance? Yunya looked at Katakuri, and said slowly, Overlord Color has improved a bit, General Star Katakuri. However, Yunyi's domineering arrogance once again overwhelmed Katakuri's domineering look. After hearing this, and feeling the collision of the 2 Overlord Colors, everyone was surprised again. Dare to speak to Katakuri like this? Who is this person? And, this domineering look? Feeling his domineering demeanor being suppressed, Katakuri didn't have the slightest surprise. His face was still solemn. Quincy, you bastard, you really dare to come here alone? Boom! Katakuri's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's heart. There was silence in the field. Then the next moment everyone's face changed drastically. What? Quincy? That person is actually a Quincy master. Are you fucking kidding me? Run. Run. War is about to break out. Many people came to their senses, and after learning that the person in front of them was the Quincy master, they immediately had a premonition that things were going to get worse. With the lunatic character of Quincy, if he appears here, a big battle will definitely break out. If you continue to stay here, it will definitely be very dangerous. Ever since, the field was completely chaotic. Almost all the guests were rushing to the distance at this time, wanting to leave this place of right and wrong. The expressions of the kings of the dark world also changed drastically at this time. This person is actually a Quincy master? Then they looked at Doflamingo, thinking of his behavior just now. This guy must know Yunya's identity? The Quincy will come here. In fact, many people have this premonition that he will come. But no one expected that the Quincy came here with his true colors. Only now was it discovered? Charlotte Lingling seemed to have just come back to her senses, staring at Yunyi closely, and suddenly burst out laughing, with a ferocious expression on her face. It's you, masked brat? I thought you didn't dare to come, yes. But since you are here, let's stay here for good. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and made a move, and Zeus, who was at the side, suddenly turned black, and a terrifying force of thunder and lightning was brewing inside, and then, a terrifying thunderbolt rushed towards Yunya. Yunya dodged in a flash, and then rushed towards the sky with his whole body. After reaching a certain height, he stopped. He stood on top of everyone like a god, looked down, and grinned. Want a gift? Charlotte Lingling, then I'll give it to you? Besides, do you want to extract my soul? Then, come and try. Then, a terrifying aura surged from Yunyi's body. Bless it with the domineering aura. Boom! It seemed that the whole cake shop was shaking, and it also made the hearts of countless people tremble. Together with those important figures, their hearts were trembling at this time. Yunya looked down, looked at Katakuri, and grinned wildly. I heard that your knowledge and color can meet the future, so, can you stop it? The 99 of the broken way. The 5 dragons are turned away. After hearing Yunya's words, Katakuri seemed to have seen some horrible picture, and sweat began to ooze from his forehead. He shouted loudly, no, all the weak back away, don't stay here. After hearing this, many guests and members of the Charlotte family hurriedly retreated. Those who are still staying in place are all generals who are confident in their own strength. The kings of the Dark World didn't stop either. This was a matter between the Quincy Master and the Big Mom pirates, and they had no plans to make a move. Above the sky, Yunyi looked down coldly, a smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and his aura climbed to the extreme. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 white thunder dragons emerged from behind Yunyi, and they increased dozens of times in an instant. Thunder Dragon roared up to the sky, soaring into the sky, breaking through the size of 100 meters in a short time, and still growing, sweeping at will, set off a terrifying hurricane. The power and influence are extremely terrifying, overwhelming the entire 4 Emperor Pirates. This is the highest broken way in the world of the God of Death. It is also one of Yunya's most powerful attacks at this stage. Thunder Dragon leaned over and lowered his head, as if he had spirituality. His 10 eyes stared at the cake island below. His aura was oppressive, and everyone's livers were torn apart. What is this? Dragon. Is this kind of terrifying attack really something that humans can unleash? The countless people who retreated to the back stared blankly at the Thunder Dragon raging in the sky, their eyes full of horror. Together with the 2 generals Smoothie and Cracker, their complexions changed drastically at this time, let alone the others. Seeing this scene, the eyeballs of many guests were about to pop out. Haha. Doflamingo looked up at this scene and took a deep breath. This kind of attack. The faces of the other kings were extremely pale at this time. How have they ever seen such a scene? Stussie's face was also very ugly at this time. It was the first time she saw Yunya go all out, and she felt that it was outrageous to defeat Pyacro before, and now it is even more terrifying. This frightening scene? Is this the true strength of the Quincy Master? So scary? Go. Yunya has no intention of waiting for them to evacuate, and regardless of whether it will hurt the innocent, the people who can be invited by Charlotte Lingling are those who have some business contacts with her. If you die, you will die. His eyes were extremely cold. Yunyi pointed a finger, and the Thunder Dragon roared behind him, swooped down from the sky, and killed him downwards. Masked brat, do you think I don't exist? Charlotte Lingling's hair danced wildly behind her back, and her whole person's momentum also skyrocketed. Her body was like a demon god, and Napoleon in her hand instantly changed into a big knife. Well, if you want to destroy my tea party, you are still far away. Charlotte Lingling roared loudly, and Napoleon swung a terrifying blow in her hand, the spear of Elbaf, Waeguo. The terrifying shockwave of sword energy rushed upwards, colliding with one of Yunya's thunder dragons. Boom! The center of the collision of the 2 terrorist attacks lit up with a scorching light like the sun. Then, a terrible sound came out, turning into a shockwave and sweeping towards the surroundings. The cloudy sky was instantly blown away by this shockwave, revealing the clear sky. However, this sword just directly destroyed one of Yunya's thunder dragons, but Yunyi has the other 4. What? Charlotte Lingling was also surprised this time. She didn't expect that the sword she swung just defeated a thunder dragon. To her surprise, this masked brat seemed to be stronger again. But she quickly came to her senses and laughed again. In this case, let you come and experience the ability of my new home eyes, Aries. Here comes Mom. The golden bracelet turned into a metal glove and was put on Charlotte Lingling's hand, and a chain was extended to wrap around Napoleon's sword hilt. The next moment, the surging power of thunder flames gushed out from the glove and surrounded Napoleon. Thunder and flames are her forte. When fighting Yunya before, she also noticed the terrifying power of the combination of the 2 abilities. After returning to Cake Island, a new home eyes was also produced, combining several of her abilities. I learned this trick from you, masked brat? Overlord, Thunder Flame Spear. Charlotte Lingling laughed ferociously and waved Napoleon. This time, she rushed out with her sword in hand. She slashed twice, and 2 terrifying Thunderflame sword energy shock waves rushed out, colliding with Yunya's Thunder Dragon. The power is much stronger than the previous Waeguo. Terrible fluctuations broke out again. Swept by this wave, the Cake Island below trembled rumbling, causing countless people to stand unsteadily. The power of thunder and flame interlacing? This guy. Yunyi frowned, but he was not afraid at all, commanding a Thunder Dragon, biting Charlotte Lingling in one bite, and there was a crack sound of metal strikes. Blocked. The armed defense and her own inhuman physique resisted the bite of the Thunder Dragon. Useless brat, it's not that easy to break my armor. Charlotte Lingling clenched her fist with her left hand, and the power of thunder flames erupted from the glove, and then she punched the thunder that was biting her. Dragon? With a bang sound, the Thunder Dragon faintly shattered. However, Yunyi snorted coldly, stretched out his 5 fingers, and grasped the void, making Thunder Dragon completely stable. It's pretty hard, so what about this move? With a wave of Yunyi's finger, Thunder Dragon bit Charlotte Lingling's body and swooped down from the sky, hitting the ground. No matter how Charlotte Lingling struggled, she couldn't break free. On the other side, another Thunder Dragon was not blocked by Charlotte Lingling, and rushed towards the bottom. Katakuri shouted loudly, "Everyone block that Brontosaurus, don't let it fall." As he said that, he rushed out first, awakening the fruit ability. The ground turned into flowing glutinous rice, and then, a huge black fist hit towards the sky. At the same time, Zhongxing Simoji also turned into a giant, with a terrifying sword aura from the giant's sword in his hand. Cracker directed the biscuit soldiers to rush out too. At this moment, all the well-known members of the Charlotte family present attacked the other Thunder Dragon that had come down. Boom! Thunder Dragon bit Charlotte Lingling and fell to the ground from a high altitude. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying impact shattered the entire ground, and the entire cake castle was shattered at this moment. Cracks appeared in the body of the Thunder Dragon biting Charlotte Lingling. In the cracks, there was light dancing, and a terrifying wave of energy swept around. Then, there was a deafening explosion. Brontosaurus, exploded like an atomic bomb. It was as if a sun was rising in the field, and the light covered everything. After that, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, reaching hundreds of meters in an instant. The temperature at the central point is so high that it melts the rocks into magma. However, in the magma, a terrifying figure crawled out covered in armed domineering aura, and the magma flowed on her body, but it couldn't do much harm to her. Yunyi's eyelids twitched when he saw this terrifying defense. "You've completely pissed me off, masked brat." The terrifying scream of the soul swept towards the surroundings with the terrifying domineering look and domineering madness. Charlotte Lingling's eyes were red and bloodshot. Under her feet, the magma seemed to be affected. She didn't dare to stop the Queen of Soul's progress, and they all retreated towards the surroundings. The momentum was so strong that the magma was blown away by a strong wind. On the other side, the attack of the Charlotte family also collided with another Brontosaurus. An explosion not inferior to this side also sounded. Boom! A series of terrorist explosions broke out in Cake Island, and the whole Cake Island became fragmented. All the members of the Charlotte family who collided head-on with it were shocked by the explosion shock wave that was close at hand, and all of them spit out blood from their mouths and flew backwards, crashing into the ground. Katakuri smashed directly into the ground like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing a huge hole in the ground. The rest of the generals and ministers were also seriously injured. Yunyi's one blow, the 5 dragons turned and extinguished, overwhelmed the entire Big Mom pirates, which shocked countless people. With blood flowing from the corner of Katakuri's mouth, he crawled out of the hole, staring at Gao Kong Yunyi with cold eyes, the Quincy master. "How dare you?" Smoothie walked over sullenly, although he was injured, but not very serious. Cracker took a step forward with a gloomy expression on his face. "It hurts so much." There are also some ministers with slightly stronger strength who are only injured and can continue to fight. At this time, they are also standing together, looking at the Quincy master coldly. "Well, masked brat, if you dare to ruin my tea party, you will die." Charlotte Lingling's eyes were red, and her body like a devil stepped on the thundercloud. The other side. Yunya fell from the sky. Watching the movement caused by his blow, he didn't show any surprise. After the chanting, the highest position breaking Deo, if there is no such a big scene, Yunya would be embarrassed to use it. At this time, he stood alone in front of all the Charlotte family members, as if he was fighting against the entire Big Mom pirates alone. It surprised everyone. "Quincy, is this going to fight the entire Big Mom pirates alone? What a horror." Everyone stared blankly at Quincy and the exaggerated movement he made after his attack, and couldn't help swallowing at this moment. "Didn't you ask me to come here? Charlotte Lingling, what do you think of this gift?" Yunya grinned wildly and said unscrupulous words. Of course, Yunya was not stupid enough to fight against the entire 4 Emperor pirates by himself. Even Whitebeard didn't dare to say he could win. Yunya had already figured out how to get out later. "I'll let you die without a whole body, masked brat." Charlotte Lingling had a ferocious face, and the power of lightning flames gushed out in the glove in her hand. With one finger, the power of thunder flames erupted, and a terrifying shockwave of thunder flames headed towards Yunya. "Bombarded the past? Learn from me." Yunya grinned and opened his fingers likewise. Lei Yanbo. Boom! 2 similar shock waves slammed into each other violently. The center point lit up with hot white light, and then exploded loudly, setting off a layer of terrifying air waves. 2 colors of light emerged from behind Yunya, and the coaxing was activated instantly, rushing out of the air wave generated by the explosion, coming to Charlotte Lingling, and punching fiercely. "Well, do you think I didn't perceive it?" Charlotte Lingling laughed ferociously, and also punched out. The blow of the 2 of them was entwined with domineering aura, and the 2 collided, with the 2 as the center. A terrifying force erupted. In the arena, there seemed to be a strong wind of magnitude 12, and the ground was shaken to pieces. Yunya was repelled by a blow, and his legs plowed a long mark on the ground. However, Yunya planned it beforehand, and his back position happened to be near a cotter of the Charlotte family. This cotter left the field the moment the battle broke out, and when he left, he also took away the picture of Carmelite. He naturally knew how important this thing was to his mother, so he stayed away immediately. But Yunyi has been staring at him, how could he let him leave the range of his perception? Come here. Yunyi rushed towards the cotter in a flash. The cotter was shocked, he didn't expect that the Quincy would target him, he was a little puzzled. What was the reason? He also won't just sit and wait for death, with a flash of his body, wanting to escape. But how could Yunya's speed be comparable to him? Yunya caught up with him in less than a second. Yunya was merciless and ended the cotter's life with one punch, snatching Carmelite's photo from his arms. The picture of the Carmelite nuns is arguably one of Charlotte Lingling's few weaknesses. As long as the photo is smashed, Charlotte Lingling will be affected because of her mind, and even the defense of that terrifying body will be lost. This is also Yunyi's only chance to try to kill Charlotte Lingling. Yunyi's eyes were cold, and he knew that there would not be too many opportunities. You damn guy, return the photo of the nun to me. Charlotte Lingling was furious when she saw Yunya's actions, her eyes were completely bloodshot. At this moment, she really looked like an evil god. Even Yunya felt the pressure from that terrifying aura. The expressions of all the people in the Charlotte family around them changed drastically. As the children of Charlotte Lingling, they naturally knew the significance of the Carmelite nun to their mother. Their mother would be completely insane if the picture of the Carmelite nuns were corrupted. Stop him. Katakuri broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of the consequences. He also rushed out. Charlotte Lingling rushed out, her domineering color rolled the sky to form a dark cloud, her left glove danced with lightning, pulling the high-altitude thunder towards the cloudy night. Yunya captured the knowledge, and raised her head a little, Duan Kong. The thunder seemed to hit the wall of air, and immediately scattered lasing, and exploded after landing. Over there, Charlotte Lingling had already killed her, with a hideous expression on her face, give it back to me. Aside, Katakuri and several ministers also attacked. Yunya sensed that when Charlotte came within 10 meters of him, he grinned sneer and threw the photo over. Want it? Then give it to you. When Charlotte Lingling saw the photo frame flying towards her, she immediately paused. With joy on her face, she reached out to catch it. But at this time, Yunya had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and pointed his finger. Baile. Baile is Yunya's fastest skill, and it doesn't give anyone a chance to react. With a crack, the white thunder was right in front of Charlotte Lingling, completely shattering the photo frame of the Carmelite nun. Seeing the fragments of the photo frame floating around, Charlotte Lingling was stunned, completely stunned. Nun, the picture of the nun. She seemed to have lost her soul, and stood there in a daze. Mom. The complexions of several powerful homais changed drastically. As those closest to Charlotte Lingling, they sensed something was wrong at this moment. It's like disconnecting from them? Is it really useful? Yunya's eyes flashed, and the thunder and flames behind him exploded. His speed suddenly increased, and he killed Charlotte Lingling. Yunyi planned it out, so naturally he didn't hesitate at all. But at this time, the General Singh and the Minister of the Charlotte family came to attack and kill. Yunya ignored all the attacks and relied on his own extreme speed to avoid all the attacks. Arriving in front of Charlotte Lingling, Yunya had a sneer on the corner of his mouth, his fists wrapped around his domineering aura, and then, all kinds of abilities converged on Yunya's fists, and they exploded with all their strength. Thunderbolt double bones. Yunya yelled, and punched out with both fists. Not good. Katakuri's eyes flashed red, and his knowledge predicted the next few seconds, and he moved ahead of time. Pressing both hands on the ground, a strange force erupted, and the ground began to squirm. Fruit awakening? Just when Yunya's fist was about to hit Charlotte Lingling, who was stunned in place, the ground suddenly wavered, and then, a mass of sticky balls covered with thick armed colors blocked Yunya's attack. Cut. Do you predict the future? Yunyi made a sharp cut, but it was too late to shift the attack at this time. This blow could only be hit no matter what. Can you stop me? Yunya shouted. Without hesitation, he punched out. Boom! Yunyi's punch hit the glutinous ball, various abilities erupted, power ripples were transmitted, Lei Yan exploded, completely smashing the glutinous ball, and then hit Charlotte Lingling's unprotected chest. However, after being blocked by Nyotuan, Yunya's attack had already lost most of its power. However, its power cannot be underestimated. Just hearing a bang, Charlotte Lingling's body was bombarded and flew upside down by Yunyi's blow. During the upside-down flight, a large mouthful of blood spit out from her mouth, and then slamming into the already messy cake castle, smashing the field over there to pieces. Break the defense. Yunyi's attack this time directly injured Charlotte Lingling. This also proved that Yunya's guess was correct. With her mind lost, Charlotte Lingling's monster-like physique also lost its effect. Mom, mom, mom. All the members of the Charlotte family who saw this scene all changed their faces drastically. Their mother actually vomited blood. Even in the face of that white beard, their mother was just repelled, and apart from yelling in pain, the man of steel didn't suffer much damage at all. But at this moment, their mother was actually injured. Damn it. Katakuri's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect Quincy to use the photos of the nuns. Go and see what's going on with Mom, I'll block him. The man said behind him, and rushed out again. A spinning donut appeared behind him, and then, a thick fist of glutinous rice stretched out like a storm bombarded the cloud night. Yunyi turned his head, red lights also flashed in his eyes, and he dodged one after another, avoiding Katakuri's attacks one after another. However, after all, Katakuri has reached the extreme of knowledge, so he predicted Yunya's landing point in advance, and punched again. This blow made Yunya unavoidable. Katakuri, let me see your progress during this time. Yunya sneered, rushed out, grabbed the thunder spear in his hand and threw it, colliding with a fist that was bombarding. Yunya made a quick step and rushed towards Katakuri. No matter what, you won't be able to get out of the Sea of Nations today. Katakuri was extremely cold, and he would make them pay the price for those who dared to trample on the dignity of their ant pirates. Don't talk nonsense, watch the trick. Yunya sneered, his fists contained the power of thunder and flames, bursting out with terrifying power. Katakuri didn't show any weakness, and his fists pulled the purple-black thunder and lightning, which is a sign of the Overlord's entanglement. Boom! The fists of the two collided in the air, like sparks hitting the earth, and unparalleled and terrifying fluctuations erupted. The dark clouds in the sky broke at this moment and kept rolling. Oh, Overlord color winding. Yunya was a little surprised. He didn't expect Katakuri to learn the Overlord color winding, which was beyond Yunyi's expectation. Is it because I was suppressed by myself before, and I made up for this skill later? The two stalemate for a short time, but there is no winner. In order to be able to defeat you, I have put in a lot of effort. Katakuri said in a cold voice, with a little foot. The ground waved again, and a big bag bulged under Yunyi's feet. Machi volcano. Feeling the scorching heat coming under his feet, Yunya's face changed slightly, and the moment the power was about to explode, he let go of his hands, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Boom! The moment Yunyi evacuated the original place, the bulging place suddenly exploded. Yunya landed on the ground, opened his right hand, and the lightning beam rushed out. Katakuri predicted ahead of time and rushed out again while dodging. Weird rice cake. Katakuri punched in the void. Behind him, the ground squirmed, and a huge fist rushed towards Yunyi. Yunya didn't dodge or dodge, and punched out. One bone. Boom boom boom. The two broke out into a big battle, and every time they collided, the whole cake island was shaken. You have indeed become much stronger, but I am stronger. Yunya's fist wind lingered in the light of Lei Yan, and he punched away the attacking rice cake fist, and then came to Katakuri's body a little bit, and looked up slightly. The tall man sneered, "Fly out for me? Thunderbolt double bones." Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Yunyi's body, and then, Yunyi's fists were printed on Katakuri's chest, and all kinds of abilities condensed at one point and exploded. At this moment, Katakuri felt the danger. Although he had been vigilant against Yunya, and his knowledge could catch Yunya's movements, his body speed could not be reversed. However, he snorted coldly, and a trident appeared in his hand at some point, and it began to spin non-stop. Nyochuan thrust. Katakuri did not dodge or dodge, and wanted to exchange injuries with Yunya once. This is their base camp. As long as Yunya shows a little bit of slump, then he won't be able to leave today. So decisive. As expected of you, Katakuri. Yunya's eyes flashed, and what Katakuri could think of, he could naturally think of. It is not advisable for Yunya to exchange injuries for injuries. Therefore, at the last moment, Yunyi narrowed his eyes, abruptly shifted the angle of the attack, and collided with Katakuri's attack. Boom! There was a roar of Jinji clashing, followed by the sound of chi-chi caused by high-speed rotation. It's not over yet, burning rice cakes. Katakuri gritted his teeth, a gust of heat spread to the trident in his hand, and the flames rose and rolled, blessing his attack. Is it true that anyone can use fire? Feeling the heat that swept over, Yunya couldn't help grinning, and turned to the left side to avoid Katakuri's thorn. The flame was burning beside him, but he resisted it with his armed force. Yunya pulled back, and then broke out again at a very high speed, and slammed him with a whip leg. However, this lightning-fast attack was still captured by Katakuri, and his body turned into a soft-flowing glutinous rice, trying to avoid it. You can't dodge this blow. Yunya sneered, waved his left hand in the air, and 3 beams of light bit Katakuri's body, freezing him in the air. What is this? Katakuri was shocked. He didn't expect Yunya to have such a move. Light element? Yunya would not show mercy. The whip leg entangled in the power of Lei Yan hit Katakuri's waist hard, and kicked him directly out. Boom boom boom. Katakuri's figure was thrown out like noodles, spit out a big mouthful of blood in midair, smashed all the building rocks behind him to pieces, and finally slammed into the rock formation. Ahem. Katakuri coughed up blood and stood up from the pile of rubble. Yunya's blow just now caused him to be injured again. The surrounding guests have already retreated to the outskirts of the island, boarded their respective ships, and watched the situation here. When I saw that Quincy was in the upper hand in successive shots, I also had an incredible thought in my heart. Could it be that Quincy alone could win against the entire Big Mom pirates? On the other side, retreat to the guests at the edge of the island. Several Dark World kings were present impressively. Haha, Quincy is really surprising. Doflamingo stood on the bow of his boat and looked in that direction. Although his smile was still there, his eyes showed a serious look. The scene changed so fast that even he felt a little unbelievable. Quincy is getting stronger and stronger, even Katakuri is no match for him. Thinking about it before, Quincy felt a little difficult to deal with him, but it has only been a while, and Quincy's strength has already left him far away. Doflamingo, you guy, did you recognize the identity of the Quincy before? On the other side of the ship, Feld asked Doflamingo with a cold face. Doflamingo was non-committal, spread his hands and said, "Hey, who knows? You." Feld's face became even more gloomy. From Doflamingo's expression before and the current situation, everyone can see that Doflamingo has definitely seen the true face of Quincy. He even suspected that there was some ulterior deal between Doflamingo and the Quincy. Okay, Feld, don't get entangled in this kind of thing. Kibsun also said with a cold face, now let's think about how to solve the matter in front of us. The things in front of me are even more terrible. Among other things, they have a nominal alliance with the Quincy. Right now, Quincy is fighting against the Big Mom pirates. If they don't make a move, if Quincy pursues them later, no one will be able to escape. This may be another excuse for the Quincy master to take them out. Originally, they were at an absolute disadvantage in the alliance. Even if several kings add up, they may not be enough to defeat the Quincy division. Now there is another reason. Do you still need to discuss it? That's why Kibsun will consider this issue? Quack, this is a bit difficult. I don't want to offend the 4 emperors, and I don't want to offend that lunatic Quincy. Morgas flapped his wings and said so, but at this time he was crazy with a camera patting. The face is extremely excited. Several kings could think of this result, and their faces became gloomy. Among the few people, Stusa was not here, but on the other side. At this time, who is reporting information to? Field. Don't think that you have won. This time, I will make you pay the price. Katakuri rushed out again with an extremely cold face. Good time. Yunya rushed forward with high fighting spirit. Boom boom boom. The two collided again in an instant, and the violent air wave swept all directions, and the weak couldn't even get close. Just when the two were fighting fiercely, something happened on the other side, and the sound of rumbling came to the ears of the two of them. Mom, she's crazy? Run. No, Mom, I'm your son, don't extract my soul. Ah. Katakuri heard the movement from there, and while avoiding Yunya's attack, he took the time to look over there. Seeing this, his expression completely changed. Yunya also looked over, and couldn't help grinning. Over there, Charlotte Lingling went completely berserk, bathed in flames, and her hair fluttered. At this moment, she completely turned into a demon god. Nun, my nun. Ah. The soaring scream pierced people's eardrums, accompanied by a frightening domineering arrogance sweeping towards the surroundings. Many people foamed at the mouth and fell into a coma at this moment. Charlotte Lingling's eyes were red and bloodshot, and she fell into a state of madness, completely losing her mind. At this time, many members of the Charlotte family had their souls extracted by her out of fear, turning from young boys into old men and old ladies. Some were even directly killed by her. Thunder and lightning raged, and flames soared into the sky. I saw Napoleon in Charlotte Lingling swinging a terrifying shockwave of sword energy towards Smoothie. Damn it, is it because the nun's photo was destroyed, and the situation of extreme sadness caused cravings? Looking at such a mother, Smoothie knew that Charlotte Lingling's cravings had started again. Damn it, but don't let her think too much. Charlotte Lingling's attack has already struck. Her face has changed drastically, and she hastily raised the blade in her hand to block in front of her. With a sound of boom, she was sent flying directly by this blow, vomited blood in midair, and there were many hideous cuts on her body, and the blood flowed down. But after all, she is a general second only to Katakuri. Although she was injured, she could still resist. Seeing her mother attacking her again, she hurriedly yelled, "Cracker, why are you still standing there? Mom's cravings attack, come and help me. Hurry up, stop Mom, don't let her destroy it any longer. Otherwise, the whole cake island will be destroyed. Let's all fight together." Cracker jumped out of the cookie soldiers at some point, commanding everyone, also rushed out to stop Charlotte Lingling. Boom boom boom. The field suddenly set off a violent wave of fighting. But even if all the people were added together, they still couldn't shake Charlotte Lingling, and she was beaten back and forth. Because, at this time, Charlotte Lingling was completely insane, and her 6 relatives did not recognize her. All kinds of scary moves hit the head. With a sound of puff, Smoothie took Charlotte Lingling's attack hard again, and was blasted hundreds of meters away, with blood spitting out of his mouth, but he still withstood her blow. "Smoogie, are you alright?" Cracker's face changed, and at this moment, he rushed from the side, and biscuit soldiers appeared in all directions, attacking his mother. "Nun, my nun, give me back my nun." Charlotte Lingling didn't defend at all, allowing the Cracker's biscuit soldiers to attack and hit her. There was a sound of metal colliding, and then she punched all the biscuit soldiers to pieces, and then she looked at Cracker fiercely. "It's you, did the nun take it away?" "Mom, it's me, I'm Cracker." Seeing this, Cracker's expression changed, and he spoke loudly while stepping back. But how could Charlotte Lingling listen to it at this time? Napoleon blessed the power of thunder flame in his hand, and waved a terrifying blow. Biscuit shield. Cracker summoned hundreds of shields to block the front. However, just listening to the intensive sound of boom boom boom, his armed biscuit shield was shattered to pieces one after another under Charlotte Lingling's attack. At this time, Charlotte Lingling jumped out of the biscuit shards, her eyes were fierce, and she grabbed the void with her left hand, trying to pull out the soul of Cracker. Cracker's face changed drastically again. If he was caught, then he would be finished. He wanted to run but was indeed intimidated by Charlotte Lingling's domineering look, so he stopped for a while. Damn it, Mom, it's me, I'm Cracker." Cracker's face was completely terrified, and he would die if caught. However, at this time, Charlotte Lingling only had madness and fighting skills carved into her bones, and she couldn't listen to it at all. "Where are you taking my nun? Over there, Smoothie's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he swung the blade of the sword in a terrifying slash, trying to rescue Cracker. But it's too late. At the moment of crisis, another short figure rushed forward at an incredible speed, kicking Charlotte Lingling's big hand away. Lingling, wake up! Wait a little longer, and the cake will be ready. The person who came was none other than the head chef of the Big Mom Pirates, Longbread. However, how could Charlotte Lingling hear other people's words at this time, and now she only has nuns and snacks in her mind? Cake, give me cake. Charlotte Lingling looked ferocious. Napoleon got up, the power of thunder flames spread up, and he slashed at the baguette and Cracker with one knife. Cracker came back to his senses at this moment, and the two of them blocked the blow with Longbread. Boom! The feet they were standing on suddenly collapsed inch by inch, and then both of them were sent flying by the terrifying force erupting from Charlotte Lingling Knife Mountain. Stop Lingling, I've already sent people to bring cakes from other islands. Longbread's old face flashed a dignified look. When Charlotte Lingling's body knocked down the entire cake castle, the cake he prepared was also broken. However, he has already sent another cake from another island, and he has already prepared it. Good. Cracker, Smoothie, and several other ministers were all beaming. Now the first task is to wake up my mother from cravings, otherwise, the loss will only increase. Cracker, let's fight together. Smoothie turned into a giant by using the fruit ability, wielding a terrifying sword aura. Using the fruit ability, she also slashed with a sword comparable to that of a great swordsman. I'll help you. Cracker clapped his hands, and countless biscuit soldiers appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Charlotte Lingling. The rest of the ministers also shot at the same time at this moment, briefly resisting Charlotte Lingling's offensive. The other side. After seeing that the situation was stabilized, Katakuri was also slightly relieved, and concentrated on dealing with Yunya. Because of the distraction just now, he was also hit by Yunyi's attack several times. He is not a monster like Charlotte Lingling, who has already suffered serious injuries at this time. Boom! The two attacked each other, and both exerted their respective abilities to the extreme. However, judging from the scene, Yunyi still had the upper hand. If Katakuri hadn't been able to meet the short future, Katakuri might have lost at this time. Wrestling Machi. Katakuri punched forward, and the donut twirled behind his back with a huge fist, hitting Yunya. Thunder and lightning flashed in Yunyi's hand, and a spear appeared, and he threw it out. Boom! In the air, the two attacks collided and shattered at the same time. Yunya stepped forward and came to Katakuri's body in an instant, slamming fierce attacks one after another. Katakuri also swung his fist to block. Boom boom boom. The two collided with dozens of moves one after another, and the air exploded densely, like firecrackers. Yunya took a step forward, and the thunder on his body was like a blooming flower, chirping spreading towards Katakuri. The Katakuri fruit awakened, countless glutinous rice on the ground waved their hands, and every time they accurately blocked a thunderbolt. Boom 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 kept exploding. It seems that you are not only entangled with the Overlord color, but your knowledge color has also improved. Yunyi found that Katakuri's knowledge color perception has become stronger compared to the last time they fought. When Katakuri burst out with extreme speed before, sometimes his body couldn't react, but now, even Yunya had a hard time hitting Katakuri. This man is indeed strong. However, he is stronger. I will only become stronger and stronger until I surpass you. Katakuri's trident stabbed towards Yunyi. Mouth flashes 3 times. Yunyi's eyes flashed red, and while avoiding it, he seized the opportunity to cast the Deo again, and the 3 rays of light bit at Katakuri. However, he was caught and avoided by Katakuri's knowledgeable color. However, Yunyi's stormy attack launched again. With a single finger, the white thunder shot towards Katakuri. Baile is Yunyi's fastest attack. It doesn't need to be brewed, it is almost instantaneous. Even Katakuri was surprised, but he reacted faster. His body turned into a glutinous rice fluid, Baile pierced through it, and it was not at all just miss him, and he can find time to fight back. At Yunya's feet, the glutinous rice protruded like bamboo shoots, the tip was extremely sharp, and covered with thick armor, stabbing towards Yunya, trying to stab Yunya into a hedgehog. Yunyi dodged his figure, spread his 5 fingers, and flames erupted from his palm in an instant, scorching the sharp spikes that were chasing him. At the same time, the white thunder in Yunyi's hand was wrapped around his palm, and the frequency changed, and the electromagnetic field did not separate. Yunyi used electromagnetic force to pull the iron sand on the ground out, covering Katakuri like a sea wave. This is also an attack developed by Yunyi Thunder's ability, which uses electromagnetic force to pull the iron sand in the rock formation, bound the coffin with iron sand. Yunya manipulated the iron sand to devour Katakuri, trying to catch him. Huh? What kind of ability is this? Katakuri looked at the iron sand entangled towards him, and was startled, but his reaction was not slow, and he turned back to avoid the iron sand entanglement again and again. Catch him. But how could Yunyi let him run away? The electromagnetic force in his hand soared, and the speed of the iron sand suddenly accelerated, grabbing Katakuri's foot, and discharge. Chirping resounded like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Immediately, 2 colors of light erupted behind Yunya, and the speed increased to a terrifying level in an instant. There was a sonic boom in the air. Not good. Katakuri seemed to see something, and his face changed drastically. Wanting to assimilate the iron sand on his feet, a terrifying current spread along the iron sand to his body, making him freeze. But it was just a short moment of delay, and Yunya had already killed him. Step up to the highest place, Katakuri, a guy like you shouldn't be subordinated to others. This will only limit your strength. Yunya sneered, stepping on the ground with terrifying force, cracking the ground, all power gathered on this punch. Break out, break out. Yunya showed no mercy in this punch. Katakuri couldn't dodge this punch at all, he could only resist it, and he could only resist it with his armed force. However, in the face of Yunyi's full-strength punch, Katakuri is not a physical monster like Charlotte Lingling and Kaido. No matter how strong the armed color is, it is impossible to completely resist it. Katakuri only felt a terrifying force erupt from Yunya's fist, disintegrating his armed force, and the force penetrated into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This is not the role of high-level armed color, but the skill of fighting for nothing. It is a penetrating force. Boom. Then, like the sound of morning bells and evening drums, Katakuri's whole body arched like a prawn, and then his whole body was blown away by Yunya's blow. Boom boom boom. Katakuri flew upside down, collapsing everything along the way, sliding his entire body on the ground for several hundred meters before barely stopping. The man struggled to get up from the pothole, but because of the injuries on his body, he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his body couldn't support it anymore, and with a bang, his back was facing down. The whole person lay down on the ground. Katakuri, defeated. This man who has never touched the ground on his back and has never tasted defeat, finally lost at this moment. Katakuri fell to the ground, he stared at the sky in a daze, he was defeated by the hands of Quincy. Now he has lost the ability to fight. The explosion of the thunder flame power, coupled with the penetrating force, caused his body to be injured, and he can no longer move. On the edge of the island, all the guests were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that the deputy of the Big Mom pirates actually lost in the frontal battle. Countless people were in an uproar. At this moment, they intuitively felt the strength of the Quincy. Before him, many of them were just hearsay, and did not see Quincy's move with their own eyes. Now they see it. Powerful, fear, there are such adjectives to describe Quincy. As for Katakuri's defeat, all the members of the Charlotte family just knew about it. They are even more incredible than others. After all, they clearly knew how powerful Katakuri was, but they didn't expect to lose. Some of Katakuri's fans opened their mouths wide open at this time. They couldn't believe that the brother they admired was defeated. Brother Katakuri actually. Smoothie, who was fighting Charlotte Lingling, looked in this direction, and his face became extremely ugly. Now things are difficult. Mom fell into cravings, but Katakuri was defeated at this time. Their Big Mom pirates ushered in an unprecedented crisis at this moment. And the cause of this crisis is just a king of the dark world that they looked down upon in the past. The Cracker, one of the stars on the other side, was also a little anxious. He yelled at the Long Bread, "Master Chef, hasn't your cake been delivered yet?" Longbread didn't expect the situation to turn into this situation, and he was also anxious. "I've already sent someone over, so hold on for a while." He had already sent someone over before, and this meeting should be soon. He is also anxious. The current situation is very critical. When did their Big Mom pirates get forced to this level? After hearing this, Cracker cursed secretly, and finally made a decision, rushing towards Yunya. There must be someone on the side of the Quincy to hold him back, or if he frees his hand, he will oops. Brother Smoothie and Pero, I'll leave it to you from Mommy's side. He rushed out, and the main body came to Katakuri's side, looking warily at Yunya who was approaching step by step. Although Yunyi had exhausted a lot of energy, he still had some strength left. He walked over with strides, back seeing Kelly, "Do you think you can stop me?" The power of thunder flames erupted from behind, and Yunya's aura was like a rainbow at this time. Stepping forward step by step, the terrifying pressure pressed on Cracker's body, making his forehead sweat, but he still stood up firmly. "Quincy, you bastard, I won't let you take another step forward." Yunya said coldly, "This is beyond your control." Saying that, Yunya didn't talk nonsense. He had no plans to let the enemy go. Even if he appreciates Katakuri very much, he is an enemy, so he must kill him. Yunya rushed out, forming a thunder spear in his hand, and he threw it out. Before, Yunya threw that punch with the determination to kill Charlotte Lingling. As for whether he could kill Charlotte Lingling, Yunya didn't know, but he had to try. It's just that most of the power was blocked by Katakuri, and it seemed that it only severely injured Charlotte Lingling. What Yunyi didn't expect was that Charlotte Lingling actually fell into cravings after being knocked into the air by him, which was a little surprising to Yunyi. Not a bad thing. Yunya knew very well that with his current strength, he still had more than enough energy to fight against the entire 4 Emperor pirates. Among other things, against Charlotte Lingling, Yunya felt that she lost more than she won, and her winning percentage was less than 30%. Yunyi's plan from the beginning was to let the 5 dragons die and then leave. Only after seeing the picture of Carmelite, Yunya had a new idea. He wanted to try to kill Charlotte Lingling. Artists are bold, and the reason why Yunya has such a crazy idea is because he has great confidence in his own strength. Even if he can't beat him, he wants to run. At present, no one can catch up with him except Huang Yuan. Crackers clapped their hands, and pieces of biscuit shields suddenly appeared, and the jet-black armed colors spread upwards, but they still couldn't stop Yunye's thunder spear, and they were pierced by a single blow, and there was a puff-puff sound, and the castration unabated. He stabbed towards the cracker. Cracker's heart sank. He didn't expect Yunye's attack to be so terrifying that it could easily penetrate his biscuit shield. You know, he is full of armed domineering awe. However, it was still penetrated like tofu, which shows how terrifying Yunye's attack is. However, he is also one of the generals at any rate, and he will not admit defeat so easily. Don't be complacent. I saw that the pretzel in his hand was covered with thick armor-colored domineering, and he took a step forward and slashed forward. Boom! The sword blade collided with the thunder gun. This sword broke Yunye's attack, but he himself was forced back a few steps by the force contained in it. Cracker's face darkened immediately. He didn't expect Yunye's attack to be so sharp, and a blow that blocked most of its power could push him back. At this moment, Yunye had charged again, and various attacks greeted him. In just a few fights, the Cracker fell into an absolute disadvantage. Damn it, it's so strong. Cracker was extremely shocked. He was one of the generals after all. He didn't expect to be suppressed so soon. Yunye slammed the Cracker away with a punch, and his knowledge spread and he wanted to go to another place. I saw that Charlotte Lingling was still in a state of madness over there, and every shot was merciless, repelling Smoothie and other cotters. But what Yunye noticed was not this, but a person over there, carrying a big cake and rushing towards Charlotte Lingling. Yunye's eyes flashed, and he naturally knew what they wanted to do. Want to bring Charlotte Lingling back to her senses? Asked me no? Yunye snorted coldly in his heart, and after knocking the Cracker back with one blow, he didn't bother with him, but with a flash of figure, he rushed over there. Not good. Cracker stabilized his figure, and when he saw the situation, he secretly yelled that something was wrong. Regardless of his injuries, he chased Yunye with his whole body. He knew that his speed was no match for Yunye, but he was also a swordsman. I won't let you pass, pepper and salt shockwave. Cracker gritted his teeth and shouted, swinging his spiral sword energy to attack Yunye's back. Feeling the strong wind coming down from behind, Yunye snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, overestimating one's abilities. Yunye turned around abruptly, opened her 5 fingers, and poured the power of Lei Yan into her palm, and the extremely powerful Lei Yan exploded in the past. Boom! Cracker's sword energy was directly broken, and the thunder flame shock wave was as powerful as a rainbow, and it still hit the past. Facing this terrifying attack, Cracker knew that if he avoided it, he would be unable to stop Yunye's actions. He didn't know what the situation would be like by then. Therefore, even if you die, you must block the Quincy and not let him pass. I won't let you pass. Quincy. Cracker was furious, and his whole body was covered with armor made of biscuits, and covered with a thick armor-colored arrogance. He didn't dodge or evade. Just like this, he slammed into Yunye's attack. In the next moment, Cracker felt a terrible shock, which made him spit out a big mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth, resisted desperately, and, using his last strength, waved an even more terrifying sword energy. Cracker had no choice but to do this. If he used an attack to resist Quincy's blow, he wouldn't be able to attack again, and could only watch Quincy go that way. However, if he resisted with his body, he would have a chance to make a move. That cake is the last hope to restore Mother's sanity, and it cannot be destroyed by the Quincy in the past. The terrifying sword energy swept across, cut along the ground, and slashed towards Yunye again. Annoying. Yunye let out a sigh of relief. He never thought that Cracker would be so decisive that he would stop himself even though he was seriously injured. As long as he turned around and used his ability to block this attack, his footsteps would definitely be blocked, and it was impossible to destroy the cake. If she doesn't look back, although it is possible to destroy the cake and make Charlotte Lingling continue to suffer from cravings, she will undoubtedly be hurt. Yunye would not underestimate anyone, let alone someone of the general level. I am not a strong man like Big Mom Kaido. I will definitely get hurt after resisting. Moreover, there are Smoothie and other ministers watching his actions over there. They will not just watch him destroy the cake. After weighing the pros and cons, Yunye turned around abruptly, waved his left hand, and a wall of air appeared, blocking the attack. Another reason is that the results of my actions this time have greatly exceeded my expectations. Not only ruined the tea party, hurt Sherlock Lingling, but also defeated 2 generals. Such a result already made Yunye very satisfied. As for killing Sherlock Lingling completely, after losing that excellent opportunity, Yunye had already given up. Now, you can consider how to get out calmly. Over there, seeing Yunye turning back, Smoothie also heaved a sigh of relief, coped with Charlotte Lingling's attack, and led her to the direction of the cake. Mom, your favorite cake is here. Smoothie took Charlotte Lingling's attack hard again, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he also successfully brought Charlotte Lingling here. It smells delicious. It's a cake. It's a big cake. I want to eat it. Give me the cake. The sweet smell poured into Charlotte Lingling's nose, causing her saliva to flow down. With a tiger pounce, she bumped into the cake that was about the same size as her. Then she opened her mouth wide, bit off a large piece, and chewed frantically, with a happy look on her face. Like a child who has eaten candy, his eyes are narrowed, and his face is full of happiness. She ate up the cake in 2 or 3 bites, and her sanity gradually recovered. Well, it's really delicious. Charlotte Lingling laughed a few times, then she looked around as if she had noticed something. Immediately, her memory climbed to the high ground of IQ, and she remembered everything. Immediately, her ferocious eyes looked at Yunya again, and her momentum was rising steadily. She stared at Yunya firmly. Mask brat, let's see what you have done? You actually ruined my carefully prepared tea party. Looking at everything around her, Charlotte Lingling suddenly became furious. Mom is finally awake, we are saved. It's so dangerous, it almost made the Quincy's plot succeed. To think of using Mom, this guy is really scheming? No wonder he is a bug in the dark world. The members of the Charlotte family all around were relieved to see this scene. Mom finally came to her senses and they don't have to worry anymore. On the other hand, Yunya was still indifferent. He looked at Charlotte Lingling and sneered, I only put in half the effort, and the other half was done by you yourself. Charlotte Lingling. The ferocity on Charlotte Lingling's face became stronger. I will let you die without a place to bury you, masked brat. Saying that, Charlotte Lingling looked at Katakuri and Cracker who fell to the ground over there, and snorted coldly, Katakuri, Cracker, you two really let me down. Forget about Cracker. Katakuri, as his most valued son, was defeated by Yunyi at this time. This annoyed her a little. On the other side, when Cracker swung his sword desperately for the last time, he had already fallen into a coma completely due to his injuries. But Katakuri struggled to get up, gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry Mom, I lost because of my lack of strength. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yunya suddenly laughed, Katakuri, those who have the look of a king, can only become stronger if they work hard to climb to the highest position. How can you surpass others with your courage? And me? Although Katakuri has the domineering look of a king, his strength is not strong, and he will not even be able to suppress the rubber sun god in the future? Is he not talented enough? No, it's because he doesn't have the heart to completely fight for hegemony. Everything he does is for the Big Mom pirates, for his brothers and sisters. As Yunyi said, if it wasn't for being pressed on top of his head by Charlotte Lingling, Katakuri's strength would definitely become stronger. Even emperor-level strength. Katakuri looked directly at Yunya, his eyes still cold. The strong have their own goals in their hearts, and they will not be easily shaken. They have their own judgment? Charlotte Lingling looked ferociously at Yunya. Mask brat, are you teaching my people how to do things? My people, it's not your turn to teach me. Don't get too complacent. Charlotte Lingling made a direct move. Zhen Yulei. The thick thunder column blasted towards Yunya with a thunderous momentum. Now that you've hit this point, it's all nonsense to say one more word. War, 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 thunder flame explosion. Yunya yelled coldly, stretched out his 5 fingers, and the shockwave of thunder flame also erupted. Boom! In the arena, make waves again. See this move, this is a new attack I developed. Lightning cannon. Ares burst out with the terrifying power of thunder flames in his hand, and the thunder flames formed an energy ring to dance, and then, a beam of laser light like the ability of a yellow ape shot from her. The palm of his hand shot out, wanting to penetrate Yunya. The power of thunder flame compressed to the extreme has a very strong penetrating power. Feeling the horror of this blow, Yunya's heart sank and he dared not be careless. Duan Kong. Yunya waved his finger, and the wall of air that appeared out of thin air blocked Yunya's body. However, Yunyi still underestimated the horror of this blow, and his all-time invincible Duan Kong just blocked Charlotte Lingling's attack and was broken in an instant. Cut. The proficiency is still too low. Yunya let out a sigh. Duan Kong's proficiency is only 52. Without chanting, he can't block such a powerful attack. Yunya dodged it in a blink of an eye, and at the same time, he opened his 5 fingers and exploded with thunder flames. I'm tired of seeing your tricks. Don't you have any other moves? Then, go to hell. Charlotte Lingling spread her 5 fingers and crushed Yunyi's thunder flame burst directly. She didn't even use the armed color domineering. The next moment, Charlotte Lingling rushed forward with a sword in hand, and the power of thunder flames enveloped Napoleon. Don't be ashamed, then, let me show you a new move. This is something I just learned not long ago. Yunya laughed wildly, and stretched out his index finger to Charlotte Lingling, and the indifferent voice resounded throughout the audience. False flash. False flash. It was when Yunya defeated Katakuri and Cracker just now. The system reminded him to unlock a title of General Starbuster. False flash was issued in this title reward. Black and red rays of light burst out from Yunya's fingers, and accompanied by it, a terrifying overlord color enveloped the world. It can also be said to be a spiritual pressure explosion. Yunya's aura is rising steadily, and the light between his fingers is also getting more and more blazing. When the aura reached its apex, Yunya pointed out that the terrifying energy was compressed at one point, turning into an energy ray that pierced through the air, piercing through in an instant. Wherever it passes, everything is melted by the high-strength energy. Although it doesn't look as big as the 5 dragons turning and extinguishing, but the power compressed to the extreme is even stronger. At this moment, everyone, whether in the arena or outside the island, all looked at Yunyi's position. Even if they are very far away, they can still feel the horror of this blow. This is. Even Charlotte Lingling felt the threat from Yunyi's move, and her complexion became a little dignified. She felt a strong threat. But who is she? 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling, the master of Big Mom pirates? Even in the face of Whitebeard's attack, she might not necessarily avoid it. This brat in front of her wants to hide from her? Impossible? Well, you little brat, you really have so many tricks. Charlotte Lingling was not afraid at all. The power of Napoleon's thunder flame erupted in her hand, and then a fierce sword slashed towards the piercing void flash. Boom! There was another loud noise in the field, and then, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the center of the collision between the two. The black-red energy field covered Charlotte Lingling like a giant bull, and shrank a little bit. At last, there was a bang, black and red light flashed, and an explosion followed. Terrifying energy radiates all around, black and red rays of light run through the sky and earth, everything is shrouded in black and red, illuminating half of the sky. And Charlotte Lingling, who was fighting against the Cloud and Knight's virtual flash, was also sent flying backwards by this terrifying shock wave, like a cannonball hitting everything behind her to pieces. During the inverted flight, she spit out a mouthful of blood again, and Napoleon was almost unsteady in her hand. Well, if you want to defeat me, you are still 10,000 years too early. Charlotte Lingling roared, her legs plunged into the ground, and Napoleon pierced into the ground. Life and death down. However, under this blow, she was injured again. The blood flowing from the corner of her mouth made her look even more ferocious. Eris? Explosive thunder flame. The gauntlet in his hand burst out with terrifying thunder flame power again. Staggered bursts, a fierce sword was swung out, and the shockwave of terrifying sword energy swept forward, hitting Yunya. After Yunya performed the false flash, he also gasped for breath, facing the incoming attack. He also rushed out without dodging or evading. Then have a good fight. Yunya laughed loudly, a thunder spear appeared in his hand, and the tip of the spear stabbed towards the attacking sword energy. The boom field once again exploded with energy, sweeping all around. For a strong man like them, a random move is enough to cause a big commotion. Yunya rushed out of the messy scene, like a bolt of lightning piercing through the aftermath. His fists pulled various abilities, and blasted out with one punch, thunder and lightning one bone. Well, good time. Charlotte Lingling jumped forward, and the ground behind her couldn't bear the impact, and collapsed inch by inch. The two collided again, fists and blades bombarded together in the air. Boom boom boom, the skies divided again. The two clashed again, and a dense roar sounded. Yunya uses electromagnetic force to move the iron sand on the ground, and the high heat of lightning melts and solidifies it into an iron ball the size of a basketball. The electromagnetic force drives it, giving this iron ball an unparalleled momentum. Electromagnetic gun. On the other side, Charlotte Lingling pulled a flame in her hand, and covered it towards the cloudy night. Fire from the sky. Both of them blasted terrorist attacks towards each other. Boom boom boom, two terrifying explosions sounded, and then, both of them flew out because of each other's attacks. Charlotte Lingling has a relatively strong ability to resist blows. She squatted down with her legs, and at the same time as she lost her strength, the ground behind her collapsed again. Stopping her figure, Charlotte Lingling laughed wildly. Well, boy, you are really getting stronger and stronger. Hegemony Thunder Flame Spear. Napoleon entangled the power of Thunder Flame again in his hand, waving a terrifying attack. There was no way for Yunya to avoid it while flying backwards, he could only resist it. Duan Kong. He used two bursts of Duan Kong in succession, but was still torn apart by Charlotte Lingling's attack, and the terrifying sword energy hit Yunya, make him fly upside down again, and spit out a big mouthful of blood. A glistening white light appeared on the surface of the body, and Yunya returned to cast it, suppressing the injury. Yunya's expression was extremely cold. This woman is really hard to deal with. Over there, Charlotte Lingling came again, and Yunya used Shunpo to stop the flying backwards and rushed out. The two looked at each other, their fighting spirit was rising, and their domineering colors collided again. Boom boom boom. The purple-black thunder broke out and swept again. Boom boom boom. How fierce the battle is. The entire island began to be torn apart because of the battle between the two. Countless people around looked at this scene, all of them were shocked. These two people are monsters. They have never seen this kind of battle scene before. Especially Morgans, screaming with excitement at this time, holding the camera and shooting continuously. The rest of the people looked shocked and stared blankly. Yunya was hit by Charlotte Lingling again, and flew high into the sky. There was a click sound. His arm was hit by a collision, and his bone was broken. The severe pain made Yunya groan. Charlotte Lingling, you are really difficult. Yunya hung in the sky with an extremely gloomy expression. He also didn't expect Charlotte Lingling to be hit hard by him without any defense before. Although Katakuri blocked part of her power, but at this time she was able to explode with such terrifying power, which made Yunya didn't think of it. It's time to go. If you don't go, I guess you have to explain it here. Yunya looked cold and stern. If he continued to fight, he would be in danger. Lose more and win less. Yunya felt that he only had a 30% chance of winning. I probably have to explain here. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was covered with overcast clouds. In the clouds, there were muffled thunder billowing, and occasionally thunder and lightning struck down. In the field, a doomsday scene. Yunya looked up at the clouds, and a thought came to his mind. Is it thunder in nature? I don't know if it can be used for me. Well, you're not bad. Let me say one more thing. Join me. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape today. Charlotte Lingling stood in place, looking up at the cloudy night in the sky. Her tone was cold like a knife. Now that things are going on, do you still say such things? Yunya disdainfully stretched out his hand to shoot endless thunder into the sky, making the muffled thunder in the clouds more dense. Then, the white thunder on his hand jumped, as if it had stirred the terrifying thunder in the clouds. Scourge? Terrible thunder disaster? In the cloud layer, it seemed that something was conceived inside, attracted by the thunder in Yunya's hand. At the same time, behind Yunyi, the dancing flames went out, replaced by plasma condensed to the extreme, and 5 Brontosaurus appeared again. Yunyi, going crazy? Huh. Charlotte Lingling looked at Yunya above, her brows frowned. This guy, is he going to use that trick again? Do you think I will watch you condense your attack? Well, get off me. Charlotte Lingling was furious, and the Napoleon in her hand became bigger again. Bigger than her? Ate my strongest overlord thunder flame spear. Charlotte Lingling laughed ferociously, and swung a terrifying sword towards Yunya. Kuka. The clouds and lightning became denser, and they kept chopping down everywhere. Let you also take my last blow. Yunya's indifferent voice sounded, controlling the thunder of the world like a god of thunder, and he waved down with the arm of Lei Dian, thunder and lightning Kylin. Boom boom boom. In the clouds, there seemed to be a monster roaring, and then, a ferocious lightning monster poked its head out of the clouds, staring at Charlotte Lingling below. The sky seemed to be falling down. White light? The scorching white light ran through the audience, illuminating the entire battlefield. Then, boom! The monster formed by endless thunder and lightning crashed down from the sky, and collided with Charlotte Lingling's thunder flame spear. A huge roar sounded, and the violent shock wave spread to the surroundings with the 2 terrifying forces as points. End it? The 5 dragons will be extinct. Yunya was completely ruthless, and the 5 giant dragons behind him had already condensed into a fierce force, and rushed straight down from the sky, and charged towards Charlotte Lingling. The giant dragon swept across, and all the shock waves were defeated by a more terrifying force. The 5 thunder dragons opened their teeth and claws, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Mask brat. Charlotte Lingling gritted her teeth, feeling the terrifying oppression from above. She had seen the horror of Yunyi's attack before. At this moment, she didn't dare to be careless, and directly consumed her 1 year of life, causing raging flames to rise from her body, and even her hair completely turned into flames at this moment. Power, at this moment, skyrocketed again. This is the real killing move of the 4 emperors? You actually forced me to this level, you bastard, dammit. Ming Lightsaber Overlord. The consumption of lifespan has given Charlotte Lingling endless strength, allowing her to face Yunya's ultimate move without flinching. The power of infinite thunder flames exploded and entangled, and with a single swing of the sword, the energy visible to the naked eye spiraled into the sky, and the sword energy roared, as if it wanted to penetrate the sky, welcoming Xiang Yunyi's ferocious thunder dragon. Faced with the sudden eruption of Charlotte Lingling and this terrifying sword energy, Yunya's expression also changed wildly. Damn, isn't this old woman too strong? But who is afraid of whom? 2 strong men who were ruthless at the same time, 2 equally terrifying killing moves? In this way, under the gaze of everyone, they collided together. Boom. In the field, a small sun lights up, the terrifying energy collides, and the impact is scattered. The entire island is directly shattered at this moment, the sea roars, a terrifying tsunami is set off, countless ships collide with each other, and countless people fall into the bottom of the sea. The cloudy sky completely dissipated this time, and the sky was clear. Even the sunlight in the sky can't suppress the bright light in the field. Crack. The energy collided, and countless thunder roared. At this moment, the 2 powerhouses were at the very center, and they were both swept and hit by the terrifying shock wave. Yunya suddenly spat out a big mouthful of blood, and his whole body was carried up to the sky by this terrifying impact, and he felt severe pain all over his body, as if his whole body was falling apart. On the other side, Charlotte Lingling was not feeling well either. She was also hit by the impact. She also spat out a big mouthful of blood. The impact was so strong that her body of steel could not bear it, and she fell into the abyss. Under the abyss, a hideous and terrifying voice came out, Mask brat. Then Charlotte Lingling, who was covered in blood, rushed out from the abyss stepping on the thundercloud. She was in a panic at this time, with scars all over her body. She will never let this damned guy go. How dare she suffer such serious injuries? Charlotte Lingling, let's fight again next time. Ha ha ha. In the sky, Yunya roared, overshadowing the terrifying roar. However, at this moment, how could he still see Yunya's figure? I won't let you go, just wait for me. I will definitely make you pay the price. Charlotte Lingling lost Yunya's aura, and couldn't help being furious. She wanted to chase after her in the past. He spit out a big mouthful of blood again and knelt on one knee above the thundercloud. Obviously, at this moment, she was also seriously injured. Both lose. All around, everyone was shocked at this moment, and the Aunt Charlotte Lingling was injured. Then, almost everyone made the same decision at this moment, that is, get out of here. They don't dare to stay here anymore. Facing the furious Charlotte Lingling, they were a little worried that they might be targeted by Charlotte Lingling. Run, leave here, get out of this place of right and wrong. At the same time, everyone was shocked by the battle between these 2 powerhouses, a battle of 2 imperial ranks. That's right, at this moment, they all agreed that the strength of Quincy is the emperor level. The battle came to an end, and the 2 sides did not completely decide the outcome. However, on the bright side, the Quincy has the upper hand. Because, in the base camp of the 4 emperors, he destroyed the entire Cake Island, defeated 2 generals, and finally broke out a big battle with Charlotte Lingling, and finally left calmly. This kind of record has left countless people dumbfounded and unimaginable. And with everyone's departure, the news was completely passed on, shaking the whole world. Countless people were shocked by it. Hey. The battle came to an end completely, and finally ended with the calm departure of the Quincy division. Morgans hurriedly rushed to the draft, and through remote control of his subordinates, spread this matter to the sea with the newsbird in a very short period of time. Here's what it says on the news. At the tea party, the Quincy suddenly appeared, and he used powerful moves if he disagreed with each other. In the sky, 5 thunder dragons roared ragingly, overwhelming the entire 4 Emperor pirates. Later on, they used tricks to drive the 4th Emperor Charlotte Lingling into madness. During this period, he first defeated Katakuri, the leader of the generals, and then defeated the general's cracker, show off his invincible strength. Later, Charlotte Lingling regained her senses, and the most terrifying battle broke out between the two sides. In this battle, the entire Cake Island was torn apart. In the end, the 4th Emperor Charlotte Lingling was severely injured, and although the Quincy was also injured, there is no doubt about it. This time the battle was won by the Quincy division. He overwhelmed the entire 4 Emperor pirates by himself, and retreated calmly. The sea is in chaos, and 2 of the 4 emperors have failed successively. Is it a sign? The arrival of a new era? Finally, there is the reward order from the Quincy division, which reads impressively. The Quincy, whose name is unknown, is extremely dangerous, and offers a bounty 2,333,333,000 Baileys. All those who saw the news were dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. Some were frightened by the deeds above, and some were frightened by the bounty offered by the Quincy master. If I had known earlier, the bounty offered for one of the 4 emperors' red hair is only a little over 2.6 billion. And now, the reward offered by the Quincy master is almost close to that of red hair. 4 Emperors Whitebeard Sea Area. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard held a newspaper in his hand, with a strange expression on his face, and finally he laughed. Gulala, what a restless guy. He ran to Charlotte Lingling's territory by himself, and something so big happened. This Quincy, really? Marco on the side looked extremely shocked. He didn't expect that old woman to be beaten at home. It's really enough to make people laugh at her for 3 days and 3 nights. But all smiles, they were still very shocked. They are still very clear about the strength of that old woman. They didn't expect that the rookie Quincy possessed such terrifying power. Hiding in a corner, smiling powerfully. Although a certain old coin with a mouthful of missing teeth is smiling, his heart is equally astonished. Didn't expect Quincy to climb so fast, and his strength can actually fight against the 4 emperors. What a shock. At the same time, he was a little curious about the elemental fruit eaten by the destroyer. Now he is even more sure that the elemental fruit seems to be very difficult. If there is a chance, I can ask my father to test it. He smiled honestly, but his heart was extremely dark. But at this moment, the captain of a fan team walked up to Whitebeard and reported in a low voice, "Father, that guy seems to have gone to paradise." Hearing the captain's report, Whitebeard's face did not change at all, but Marco's face became gloomy. What? That guy Carmenio with the ulterior motive actually went to the paradise? Is he worried about our revenge? If he hadn't discovered it early, he might have even copied Dad's fruit ability. That guy's ability is too tricky. Carmenio was originally an ordinary member of the Whitebeard Pirates. At the beginning, he didn't reveal his ambition, but one time in the middle of the night, this guy with great ambition actually wanted to sneak into Whitebeard's room to copy Whitebeard's fruit ability. But it was discovered by Marco. Carmenio, who was a little guilty, didn't dare to face Marco's questioning, but didn't even let go of his words, turned around and fled directly from Whitebeard's boat. After investigation, the Whitebeard pirates were surprised to find that Carmenio ate such a terrible fruit. Copy fruit, rumored to be able to copy other people's fruit ability, and a terrifying devil fruit. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, otherwise, Whitebeard's Zhen fruit might have been copied. This is the shocking fruit known as the strongest Superman. If this is the case, then, the matter is serious. But Whitebeard didn't care and said, "Gulala, don't worry about that guy, he's just a guy with ambition, he didn't cause any loss to us, so don't worry about it." Whitebeard doesn't care. Copying fruit can at most copy someone else's ability, but it can't be used to the extreme. Moreover, his ambition was not realized and was stopped by Marco. For Whitebeard, this was just a small episode. On the other side, Wano country. The 3 top cotters of the 100 Beasts pirates were looking at the newspapers in their hands with serious expressions. They were also shocked by the news above. After the defeat of their boss Kaido, another 4 emperors lost such a big face, and were attacked in their own base camp. This is really... Since the establishment of the 4 emperors, 2 of the 4 emperors have encountered Waterloo successively, making many people feel that the name of the 4 emperors is not worthy of the name. Plague Quinn was smoking a cigar, his face still full of shock. He said, "Has even that terrible old woman been beaten up? The new world is really scary now. Boss Kaido doesn't know when he will be able to come out. If the Quincy comes, we won't be able to resist it." Now many people in the sea are eyeing the location of their 100 Beasts pirates, and some people have even called to the door. However, they were all ambitious but lacking strength, and they were easily settled by the 3 disasters. The other 3 emperors had no intention of attacking them. It also made them breathe a sigh of relief. But at this time, the matter of Quincy appeared again. If Quincy wanted to expand his territory at this time, their 100 Beasts pirates would undoubtedly be the best target. Who told their boss to be imprisoned in Advance City at this time? Drought Jack had a sullen face, but after experiencing a fiasco, he was more calm than before, and he spoke without rushing. Another reason is that now that the situation of their 100 Beasts pirates is unstable, he will become calm. Without the backing, it is natural to keep a low profile. Yen Calamity also glanced at the newspaper, and said calmly, "Don't worry, that old woman is injured. I don't believe that Quincy is not injured. It is impossible to act again in a short time. His target may not be on us, he has a fierce fight with Big Mom. Moreover, in the face of such a defeat, Big Mom won't swallow this breath easily. There will definitely be a big fight in the future. Let's just let it go. I believe it won't be long, that man will make a comeback." Although Yin was equally surprised, he wasn't worried. It was rumored that monsters with a physique like Big Mom were injured, but he didn't believe that the Quincy was not injured. In a short time, it is impossible for the Quincy master to do anything again? I hope so. If Boss Kaido doesn't come back, we won't be able to hold on anymore, Quinn said, taking a sip of his cigar. Kaido has been imprisoned for a while, and their Beasts pirates have lost their backbone. If it weren't for the disaster of the three of them to suppress the civil strife in the pirates, it is estimated that their Beasts pirates will start to fall apart. Such a big event happened, so the redhead naturally paid attention. No, it should be said that the whole world is paying attention. Shishibukai, Navy, Revolutionary Army, these people are holding this newspaper in their hands at this time, judging the next situation in the New World. Not long after the establishment of the 4 emperors, 2 emperors were tragically killed in Waterloo. This is really, I feel like this title is a bit misnomer. That's right, in the New World, many people think this way. There are many ambitious people among them, who want to start a war again, and want to reshuffle the New World. They want to ascend to the throne. Those who dare to provoke the 100 Beasts pirates are also like this. The news over there has spread all over the world. And what about Yunya at this time? On the sea, on a merchant ship. Today is sunny and cloudless, which is a good day. Yunya was lying comfortably on his back on a sofa, basking in the sun comfortably. It was already a few days after the incident. After Yunya left the Sea of 10,000 Kingdoms, he randomly found a merchant ship for a short rest. And it was a coincidence that the merchant ship that Yunya encountered was not someone else's merchant ship, it was Felix's merchant ship that sent him here before. It's just a coincidence. Next to him, Felix wiped off his cold sweat, and said tremblingly, "My lord, I was blind to Mount Tai before, please forgive me." After knowing Yunya's identity, he was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the little brother who had a good impression before was actually such a big shot. It just dropped his jaw. He originally thought that there would be no more intersections between the two, but he didn't expect that today. The Quincy fell from the sky and landed on his merchant ship. Almost didn't scare him into a coma. Seeing Felix's respectful attitude, Yunya just glanced at him and said calmly, "It's fine, but I'm asking you to take me back to Moon Knight Island." Felix's respectful attitude was normal, and it was impossible to bring him back to his previous unrestrained attitude. After all, he is not a brainless person like Luffy. It is normal to be a little restrained in the face of such a big man. "Yes, my lord." Felix was also relieved to see that Yunya's request was only such a small one. Yunya yawned, and continued, "By the way, Felix, is your family running the dim sum business?" Felix was taken aback. He didn't know why Yunya asked this question, but he still respectfully said, "Yes, my lord, our Nyoer family has always been in this business." Yunya said, "Since she can be liked by that lady Charlotte Lingling, the taste should be okay, right?" Felix is still very confident about his own business. He patted his chest and said, "For this, I can still proudly assure you, my lord, that the taste is absolutely top-notch." He clapped his hands and asked 2 guards to bring up a snack. "Master, you can have a taste." Yunya sat up, tasted one, and nodded slightly, "It's really good." Felix said enthusiastically, "If your lord likes it, I can ask the family members to send some to you." Yunya waved his hand and said, "No, follow the normal transaction. When I return to Moon Knight Island, I will have someone trade with your family." "Good sir, tell my father about this after I go back." Felix's face was full of smiles. If he could connect with Quincy through this matter, their Noel family would develop even better. Moreover, if they let the family know that he caught up with the Quincy after a trip to the sea, the people in their family will definitely be surprised. In the family, he is not very popular. He can be regarded as a soy sauce character. This time he went to Cake Island because his father overcame all difficulties and wanted him to see the world. For their small families, it is a great honor to be able to go to the tea party. Although it is said that it is dangerous, but danger is accompanied by opportunity. If possible, it is best to meet other guests at the tea party. If you can make friends with other guests, their family's business will develop faster. Therefore, this beautiful job fell on him. It was a task arranged for him by his father through the back door. It's just that he didn't expect that this time when he went to sea, he would hug the thick leg of Quincy Master. Yunya nodded, and didn't speak any more. Instead, he immersed himself in it and looked at his system panel. At this time of cloudy night. Host, Yunya. Achievement points, 2420. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 90. Zanpakuto, Zanyu, proficiency 68. Ice wheel pill, proficiency 80. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 88. UN School of Fighting, proficiency 72. Walk, Shunpo, proficiency 94. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100, the 33 of the Broken Way Kangwo Pendant, proficiency 100, the 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100, Binding the 30 Way of the Way, 3 Flashes of the Mouth, proficiency 80, the 81 of the Binding Way, Breaking the Space, proficiency 60, the 99 of the Breaking Way, 5 Dragons Turning, proficiency 52, Returning to the Way Deadwood Rejuvenation, proficiency 65. Special Category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 89, Skeletal Clone, 0/1, Virtual Flash, proficiency 52. Achievement points are still not mentioned, which is boring. It's worth mentioning that the power of Void Flash and Wolong's Turning Annihilation is indeed powerful, even surpassing Yunyi's imagination. This is only because the proficiency level has not reached 80, and the qualitative change is already so strong. So, what about after the proficiency is full in the future? Will it be too strong? But Yunyi also knows that these skills are so powerful only under the blessing of instant coax. When there is no instant coaxing, the power may be a little weaker. After all, the strength of skills is linked to proficiency and Yunyi's physique, and instant coaxing can enhance Yunyi's physical strength. In a sense, instant coaxing is the explosive ability. Speaking of which, Yunyi's 2 identities both have the ability to explode. One is instant coaxing, and the other is the liberation of Zanpakuto. Both of them have the ability to explode, and both can enhance Yunyi's strength. According to the pirates, his ability has awakened. If it is said that Yunyi's physique is instantly enhanced, then the swastika is to enhance Yunyi's ability. Zanyo can greatly improve Yunyi's slash, allowing him to swing a slash close to that of a great swordsman at the level of a swordsman, and Hiran Mera has more ice-type abilities. After the swastika is released, it can directly compare with Aokiji's freezing. If the 2 identities were to fight each other, then Yunya still felt that the current Quincy was stronger, of course, only a little bit. Because Quincy has more methods, all kinds of big moves are also emerging and endlessly. After instant coaxing strengthens his body, he uses the ghost way, and that power can hurt the 4 emperors. When the Quincy exploded with all his strength regardless of the consequences, he was able to fight against the 4 emperors in a short period of time without losing the wind. After Yunya's swastika was solved, although the ice ability has been greatly improved, it can cause damage to Kaido, but it can't hit Kaido as hard as Quincy hit Charlotte Lingling. Relatively speaking, Haijun Yunyi's attack method is still too simple. Currently the strongest Frozen Sky and 100 Flowers Burial is no match for the big move of 5 Dragons Turning and Extinguishing in terms of expressive power, but this comparison is unnecessary. After all, both of them are Yunya himself. The abilities were not separated either, but a distinction was made in order not to expose the 2 identities. At the same time, Yunyi also understands that even if he explodes with all his strength and uses 2 abilities at the same time, he may not be able to crush the 4 emperors. At most, it can occupy the absolute upper hand. I still have room for improvement, and this space is much larger than everyone else in this world. When the proficiency of his powerful skills reaches 100 and his physique reaches the peak, then he should be able to stand on top of the world. Then I guess by that time, it will be sprinkled with water. Therefore, Yunyi didn't have any lofty ideas, so let's settle down at this stage. After my epiphany, I don't know if it is an illusion, but the improvement of proficiency seems to have become faster. Of course, it may also be due to the blessing of 2 bodies at the same time, but what is certain is that the progress of proficiency has indeed been faster recently. After a few days, Yunya returned to Moon Knight Island. He didn't go out for a while later, trying to exercise his domineering. During the period, Yachi and the others also successfully completed Yunya's mission and incorporated all of Pyokro's forces. But Yunya heard that Yachi seemed to have experienced a life-and-death fight, and almost died in the hands of an enemy who offered a reward of nearly 200 million. Fortunately, she managed to kill the enemy in the end, and did not disappoint Yunya. Also because of this battle, Yachi's name appeared in the New World for the first time, and the amount of the reward also jumped directly from 60 million Baileys to 200 million Baileys. Moreover, in the New World, people also knew that Yachi was a member of the Quincy, and they were all in an uproar for a while. After all, Quincy Ooze is not much less popular than the 4 emperors these days. Navy headquarters. A warship landed at the port early in the morning. However, this warship seemed to have experienced a shipwreck, very messy. A section of the mast was broken, the sail was severely damaged, and even the hull seemed to have been baptized by gunfire, with potholes everywhere. Then, a group of people rushed, carrying a seriously injured person behind them. Someone took a closer look, short purple hair, and a burly figure, and found that this was actually a former general, Zifa with black arms. He is also the instructor of the training camp now. What's going on? Why did Mr. Zifa become like this? Who moved the hand? Stop talking nonsense, send it to the medical department. At this time, the Navy at the port asked with an extremely gloomy expression. For Zifa, many people in the Navy regard him as a respected teacher, but seeing this scene now, their pupils constricted violently. What happened? However, some people realized that it couldn't be delayed, so they hurriedly sent Zifa to treatment. A Navy who came down from the warship had tears in his eyes and choked up. It's all because of us that Mr. Zifa. The man told the whole story. It's very simple. Zifa routinely took the recruits out to perform missions, but on the way, they encountered a group of pirates. A big battle broke out between the 2 sides. As a result, the strength of this group of pirates exceeded their expectations, especially one of the pirates possessed terrifying strength. The abilities displayed are also diverse. However, facing the former General Zifa, he was still at a disadvantage and was beaten by Zifa. It's just that this man is so despicable that he uses the Navy recruits to threaten Zifa. In order to protect the students, Zifa was successfully attacked by the man and injured his lungs. Finally, he fought back all the pirates with his seriously injured body and asked the students to evacuate quickly. Fortunately, the sailing speed of the warship is much faster than other ships, otherwise they might have been wiped out by now. Later, it took them a few days to rush back to the Navy headquarters, but because of the battle, the medical soldiers on the previous warship were brutally murdered, and they could only stabilize Zifa's injury. Zifa's injury was too serious, and it hurt his lungs, which made it difficult for him to breathe. The ventilator on the warship was also destroyed by the artillery fire. As a result, Zifa's injury did not improve in the next few days, but became more serious. It is already very dangerous now, and Zifa has completely lost consciousness. However, because he did not receive timely treatment, he also left him with incurable sequelae. We can only see if the Navy's medical team can cure Zifa. The accident happened in Zifa here, and it quickly spread throughout the entire Navy headquarters. No, not only the headquarters of the Navy, but also people in other parts of the world are spreading the news. It seems that someone deliberately spread it. The news goes like this. The man who defeated the former general, Black Arm Zifa, Carmenio, he is undoubtedly a rookie who has only recently gained fame, and being able to defeat the Black Wrist Zifa is enough to prove his strength. I heard that his goal is to become Chiwohei, and he wanted to let the world government know his strength, so he set his goal on the former general. With such a powerful man, will the world government consider him to join Kibai? An island in the first half of the Great Voyage. A man dressed in green, with a green mask on his head, and a long tongue sticking out looked at the newspaper in his hand, and couldn't help showing an evil smile. Tisk tisk tisk, if you do this, I don't know if it will make the world government people who have noticed my existence. Shishibukai, it's a very good identity. You can't go back to the new world for a short time, but now that you have come to the paradise, you must have a decent identity. Chiwohei feels pretty good. However, the retired general was so strong that he almost overturned his car. Fortunately, that old guy has a very obvious weakness, so everything went smoothly. But it's a pity, that old guy is not an ability user, otherwise, he would have gained a very good ability. The man licked his lower lip with his long tongue, grinned evilly and said, forget it, I heard that the current 3 admirals of the Navy are all natural type abilities. Point. San Marie Joya. Wu Laoxing's office. At this time, 5 people were either sitting or standing. Wu Laoxing wiped his blade with a knife, and said, now there is one piece of puzzle missing in Kaiwohei. Do you think the guy who suddenly appeared is suitable? This matter can't be dragged on any longer. Wu Laoxing, who had a scar on his left cheek, said, the Navy has not had a target for a long time. It seems that they should have resistance. Another Wu Laoxing snorted coldly, let's go straight. Although Zifa has retreated, he must still be stronger than the lieutenant general. Since that person can defeat Zifa, there is no doubt about his strength. Anyway, as long as it can form a confrontation with the new world, what do you expect those common bugs to do? In that case, then, so be it. Notify the Navy, let them contact that guy, and send out the invitation. However, the Navy may have an opinion. Opinion? Who dares to have an opinion? Hehe. One more thing. Those 2 families seem to have started to take action. People who already have CPS have gone to the new world. It seems that they are still unwilling to give up. What an idiot. Now that Quincy is in the limelight, do you see an opportunity? That's right, even Big Mom was injured, and Quincy must have been seriously injured. It's inevitable that they have ideas. Do you want to stop it? This is too messy. The captains of CP0 have been dispatched. It can be seen that their determination cannot be stopped. Let's Stussy investigate carefully. After all, only the Quincy is a threat to Wangsu Palace. If you operate it carefully, there is no chance. The Quincy is ambitious and wants to unify the entire dark world. This conflicts with our interests, so it's better to resolve it as soon as possible. Let the Navy prepare for action too. It would be a good thing if it can be wiped out in one fell swoop. A medical room in the Navy headquarters. Yunyi looked at Zifa lying on the bed. A cold look flashed across his face. When no one was around, he used the return method to heal Zifa. Yunyi couldn't guarantee whether he could be cured, because Zifa's injury had dragged on for too long this time, and it might be the root of the injury. As for Zifa being attacked, he naturally knew the first time. Fortunately, after rescue, although Zifa recovered, but because the time dragged on for too long, he had extremely serious sequelae. In addition, he is already old, and his strength has once again regressed. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Carmenio? A cold light flashed in Yunye's eyes. He was not very familiar with this name. It seemed that this character did not appear in the original pirate novels in his previous life. However, he remembered the name. If you want it to end like this, there is no way. However, the development in the next few days made Yunyi very angry. Naval Headquarters meeting room. This time, all the higher UPS were present. Because Yunya has already been promoted to Lieutenant General, and he is not a weak Lieutenant General, he is already qualified to sit on the court. In the arena, Marshal Warring States also had a cold face. He slapped a copy on the table, designated by the world government. The last member of the Kabai is. Warring States paused for a moment, looked around everyone, and then lowered his face. It's Carmenio. Of course he knew about Carmenio. This incident of Zifa caused a lot of uproar in the first half of the Great Route. As the marshal, he naturally knew about it immediately. He is also very unhappy with what the world government has done. But it's okay to be unhappy, he has no choice but to carry out the orders from his immediate superiors. This time the meeting is not about this one, but another one. Hearing this news, the faces of all the navy present changed. The flying squirrel stood up abruptly. What? Marshal of the Warring States period, aren't you joking? At this moment, the rest of the people also looked at the Warring States period. Even Garp, who had always been indifferent, looked up in astonishment. Such a thing has happened, and the world government is still doing this. This is slapping their navy in the face. This is not taking into account the face of the navy at all. Jean Guo also knew the consequences of this matter. He nodded coldly. The 5 old stars have sent people to contact Carmenio, and they are determined to let Carmenio take over? They just notified me. I said that the first Shishibukai all-hands meeting will be held at the Navy headquarters in a few days. When all Kabai members are established, the world government is also preparing to gather all Kaiwahei. Whether it's talking about conditions or business affairs, you still need to sit down and have a good talk. Hearing that it was appointed by the 5 elder stars, everyone's expressions darkened. Yunya's face also became gloomy. Marshal of the Warring States period, don't you know that doing this will make the navy lose face? Jean Qiudao, Lieutenant General Yaren, I know what you think, and I am also very annoyed, but this is the decision made by Wu Laoxing himself, and I cannot change it. Of course Warring States knew, but due to the order of the world government, he could only admit it. Yaren is Yunya's title in the navy, based on the last word of Yunya's name and his attack method. Lieutenant General Yunyi is a swordsman, and his ability is also linked to swordsmanship. Some people even called it Yeshen at the beginning, because Yunya's fruit ability is in the form of a god of death, but because the word god is a bit taboo, it later evolved into Yaren. Yunya himself didn't think it was wrong. Anyway, it's not an ugly title. After hearing what Zhangguo said, Yunya's face turned cold. When the navy present heard the news, their faces were extremely gloomy. In particular, the hawks who were not used to Kaiwahei's policy before expressed their displeasure on their faces. Akainu snorted coldly. What shit Shishibukai? The world government deliberately chose the location in the navy headquarters. Is it to give us eye drops? It has been a while since the Kabai policy was established, but their navy has not elected all members for a long time, and the world government has become a little impatient. The direct appointment of Carmenio was because they didn't want to wait any longer. Seeing that Carmenio offered to become Shishibukai, they didn't care whether the navy would lose face because of this, and made a decision directly, and set the meeting at their navy headquarters, and another purpose is to beat their navy. The navy is a bit perfunctory in handling the Kaiwahei matter. It's useless. Wu Laoxing has already made up his mind. We can't change it. Warring States shook his head, took a deep breath. This time the meeting is not about this. Instead, pass this news to those Chiwahei, tell them to come and gather here at Navy headquarters. Yunya kept a cold face and did not speak again. This time, he also saw clearly the inaction of the Navy. Warring States is no longer the general who only wanted to fight pirates. It's an admiral who needs to worry about the overall situation and take care of everything. Yunya couldn't understand what was good and what was bad. Just like the Navy and the pirates were born opposites, different positions, would have different views on things. But Yunyi won't let it go, since others can't solve it. Then, just act according to your own style. Yunya's eyes were cold, and he thought to himself, is the naval headquarters held here? That being the case, then. Yunya snorted coldly in his heart. In the following meeting, Yunya didn't speak again. Even when Warring States suggested that he contact and inform one of Kaiwahei, Yunya refused directly. Yunya just closed his eyes and listened quietly. After the meeting ended, Yunya greeted and got up to leave. On the way, he heard that Zifa was awake, so he also rushed directly to the place where Zifa was recuperating. In a room at this time, Zifa lay on the bed, surrounded by students who came to visit him. Among them, Tina who returned from the mission, and from the training camp and others were all there. The room was full of people. Did the world government actually do such a thing? Zifa sighed lightly, clenched his hands tightly, showing the unrest in his heart at the moment. He also did not expect that the world government would make such a decision. At this time, he was undoubtedly very disappointed in his heart, disappointed with the world government, and disappointed with the Navy. Teacher, are you alright? At this moment, Yunya walked in from the outside and looked at Zifa on the bed. Seeing Yunya's arrival, many people in the room greeted him. Many of them have trained with him in the training camp. Yunya also nodded one by one. Seeing Yunya's arrival, Zifa couldn't help showing a smile. Your boy is here too, what do you say in the conference room? Yunya said simply. The wry smile on Zifa's face became more and more obvious. Oh, don't blame Zhangguo, that guy can't help himself either. I know. Yunya nodded, he didn't have anything to comment on Warring States. Put yourself in the shoes of others, many people will make the same choice as the Warring States period. This is not something the Warring States can decide. Even if there are objections, the world government will not listen. No one can change the decision made by their 5 old stars except I'm. But Yunya was not reconciled. How could a pirate who had injured Zifa show off his might under their noses? Yunye's gaze became a little cold. Seeing Yunye's expression, Zifa guessed something in his heart, and after sending the others away, he said solemnly to Yunye, I'm already a dispensable old man, don't do stupid things for me, your talent is very strong, you are the most talented person I have ever seen, you still have a lot to improve in the future space. Zifa looked at Yunye. Zifa knew a little about this proud disciple. Although he was usually gentle with others, he was very rebellious in his bones. He was worried that Yunye would do something stupid. If the world government was offended, even if Yunye was the new star of the navy who defeated Kaido and one of the current high-level navy, he would not be able to afford it. Yunye showed a reassuring smile and said, don't worry, Teacher Zifa, I'm not stupid enough to fight against the world government. It's just that there is another sentence behind Yunye, that is, unless they don't mess with me. Hearing Yunye's assurance, Zifa laughed and said, that's good. I don't care about anything now. Fame is bullshit. What I care about now is the next generation of the navy and you disciples. I am already very happy to see you grow up step by step. Especially for cultivating a monster like you. Haha, old guy, I'm still a bit capable. Although his tone expressed disappointment with the world government, he was also open-minded, and didn't feel that his reputation would be affected after being damaged. He was already a retired veteran. He even laughed out loud at the end. Yunye is too upbeat. Possessing such strength at such a young age, in time, he may be able to step up to the position of the highest combat power in the navy? Admiral? That is the dream of every navy? Haha, teacher, it's good that you can take it easy. Then, I won't bother you to rest. After you recover, I will ask you about the cultivation of domineering. Without your guidance, I haven't made any progress recently, Yunye also said with a smile. Zifa couldn't help shaking his head and laughing when he heard Yunye's words. You boy, it's okay, you go out and have a good gathering with your friends. After leaving the training camp, you probably haven't seen each other again. Alright. Yunye smiled and said, good teacher, you should have a good rest. After speaking, Yunye turned and left. After Yunye left, Zifa restrained his expression and whispered, boy Yunye, don't make too much noise, otherwise, I won't be able to save face. Zifa knew Yunye's character, and knew that he would definitely not let it go. What should be persuaded has already been persuaded, I just hope that kid will not make too much trouble, otherwise, he, an old guy, won't be able to save face. Outside, dozens of people did not leave. Tina looked at Yunye and whispered, what's the situation now? Is the world government really going to let the guy who injured Zifa teacher become Kaiwohei? Yunye nodded faintly, well, it's an order from the 5 old stars, and the warring states marshal can't do anything about it. Hearing Yunye's affirmative answer, everyone's expressions darkened. Ai pursed his lips, a little angry, can we just watch that damn guy get away with it? Why would people from the world government agree to let such a person join the Kaiwohei? Damn it. It's all our fault. If we weren't too weak, Teacher Zifa wouldn't protect us. Among them were the students who followed Zifa to carry out the mission at that time. At this time, their faces were very unwilling to be unwilling to their own strength. If it weren't for protecting them, Zifa wouldn't have fallen to the current situation, and they felt very guilty at this time. Yunye looked at everyone and said, okay, don't surround yourself here, it's not good to disturb Teacher Zifa's rest. Later, people who were more familiar with Yunye also got together and chatted for a while, but because of the Zifa incident, they were not very interested, and after a few simple chats, they separated. Here, the Navy moves into action. Kaiwohei is located in different locations, and some are even in the New World. The task of contacting them fell on the Navy. Those who can be contacted by phone bugs will be notified directly, and those who cannot be contacted will be sent to the army to notify. Among them, various elite lieutenant generals also took action, and warships set off one after another, heading towards different positions. And this news will inevitably be spread by interested people. All members of the 7 Marshalsea gathered at the Navy headquarters. This incident was not a trivial matter. Almost the entire sea was discussing it, whether it was ordinary people or dignitaries, or other forces at sea. Even the 4 emperors are paying attention. Morgans laughed heartily again. The recent big news on the sea really emerges one after another. The next 10 days were also spent peacefully. Until this day. The time has come for the opening of the first meeting of Kibai. Moreover, it is a mandatory transfer order from the world government. But because Kaiwohei are all rebellious people, I don't know how many people will arrive. But what is certain is that even those proud pirates are a little interested in the first meeting. At least come and see what kind of magnanimity the people who were conscripted into Kaiwohei like them have. It's not something, they can be at the same level as them. If it is a piece of garbage, they will even feel that the world government is insulting them. Therefore, there is a high probability that all members will arrive at the Kaiwohei meeting this time. At the port. At this time, there are a large number of navies guarding the port, welcoming the arrival of those Kaiwohei. A warship arrived and docked, and behind him, a ship flying the pirate flag arrived at the same time. Walking down from the ship was a tall man who was unrecognizable to his relatives. Wearing a pink feather coat and wearing sunglasses on his face, he scanned the surroundings after he got down. Hey, am I the first to arrive? This is one of the Shishibukai, a Mayasha, da Flamingo. It is not surprising that the Navy has many contact methods for Flamingo. After all, his identity is quite special, and it is relatively easy to contact him. Not even a warship passed by, but Doflamingo also came here in time. On the other side, a warship also docked, and a tall figure stepped down. This person is tall and has a round belly, like a fat man who hasn't exercised for a long time, but his appearance is very hideous and terrifying, like a demon, and the aura he brings to people is also very terrifying. This person is none other than Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 martial seas. All the marines looked solemn when they saw Moria. This is a big man who once fought against Kaido of Beasts. They dare not be careless. After Moria got off the boat, he shot around, and finally set his eyes on Doflamingo, and smiled evilly. He, it seems that I am not the latest to arrive. Hey, you're here too, Moonlight Moria. Doflamingo laughed when he saw Moria. They have all been in the New World, so they naturally know each other. The two looked at each other and smiled wildly at the same time. Moria laughed evilly. Of course, I still like the title of Chiwahei very much. If you don't come, you may be disqualified. This time, the Navy gave an ultimatum to the Kaiwahei meeting. If they don't come, they will probably be disqualified. It's probably a good use of the word. Really, it seems that I'm not the only one with the same mentality. Doflamingo also grinned and said, I don't know if other people will come, but it's really exciting. While the two were talking, another ship arrived. Wearing a black windbreaker, a man with sharp eyes and a crossed black knife on his back got off his boat, looked around, and said coldly, Is this the Navy headquarters? I seem to be here for the first time. Come on, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Joracle my hawk? Hawkeye immediately looked at Doflamingo and Moria, and said calmly, It seems that I'm not too late. When the two of them saw me Yinjian, they both looked more cautiously. The world's #1 swordsman, to be crowned #1, this guy is definitely a powerful figure. Doflamingo looked at Hawkeye, It's really a big shot, Hawkeye Joracle my hawk, it's really strange that a big shot like you will come here. Hawkeye said indifferently, At least let's see who is the person who can be at the same level as me. The purpose of Hawkeye's coming here this time is indeed the same, he wants to see who the other Chiwahei are. He had heard of many names among them, but he didn't know much about them. Since there is this opportunity, and he has nothing to do recently, why not come and have fun? Over there, the Navy came to meet them and walked them to the huge square in front of the Navy headquarters. In the venue there, a huge conference room was temporarily built. The layout of the conference room was very simple, that is, a huge round table was simply placed. There, it is time to open the meeting this time. On the other side, a ship pulled by 2 snake-shaped sea beasts also arrived. The most beautiful woman in the world, Empress Boyahan Cook, stepped down from the boat, graceful, exuding infinite charm all over her body, making countless people bow down under her pomegranate skirt. Her beautiful eyes shot at everyone present, no matter men or women. At this moment, everyone was impressed by Boya Hancock's beauty, and there was a heart in their eyes. Humph. She snorted coldly and frowned slightly, but even so, she was still extremely beautiful. Entering the meeting room, she also saw several other Shishibukai present, but she didn't care. Whoever was opposite had nothing to do with her. She just wanted to finish quickly and go back quickly. If it wasn't for an old guy who insisted on letting her come here, and the location was at the Navy headquarters instead of the Holy Land, she wouldn't want to come here at all. Behind, Sand Crocodile and Kaiksia Jinbi followed closely behind. Tisk, they are all familiar faces. Crocodile looked at everyone present and smiled coldly as soon as he entered. Then, he found a seat and sat down. So it's you, the Sand Crocodile. The last time we met was in the New World, right? Moria looked at Crocodile and grinned. The rest of the people just glanced at him and didn't speak. Tisk, Mariah, the way you are now is not the same as when you challenged Kaido. Did you get discouraged? Crocodile leaned on the table with a cigar in his mouth. After exhaling a puff of white smoke, he said without haste. However, these words are suspected of being provocative. Hearing this, Mariah's face instantly turned cold. He didn't want to mention that battle, and now he was scarred by Crocodile, which made him very angry. Sand Crocodile, you want to play a game with me here? That's fine, I'm a little bored now, and I want to find someone to vent my anger on. Crocodile was also rebellious, and laughed, looking coldly at Mariah. The two looked at each other, swords drawn. The Navy watching all this from the outside wiped off a cold sweat. They will suffer, if there is a fight, they will suffer. The others in the field just watched with cold eyes and did not intend to stop it. They have been waiting for a while, and they are also bored. If they fight, there will be a good show to watch. But at this moment, another footstep came in. Everyone looked at it, only to see a burly Murloc walking in. As soon as Jinping walked in, he noticed something was wrong in the field. He looked at everyone. Is this old man disturbing you? I'm really sorry, you continue. As he said that, he glanced at Moria and Crocodile, ignored them, and found a seat to sit down. The two people who were interrupted had no intention of making another move. Seeing the expressions of the rest of them, they all snorted coldly. They don't want to be played by other people to pass the time. In the field, there was an instant silence. 6 people were sitting on the table in the conference room at the same time, and none of them spoke. Some were leaning on the back of the chair with their legs crossed, some were sitting gracefully, some were wiping the injured golden hook, and some were sitting upright. In short, the atmosphere in the field was so heavy. Like a mountain pressing down on everyone, the nearby Navy was a little out of breath. These people are all rebellious guys, and they don't know each other very well, so it's already pretty good if they don't fight. Oh, 2 people almost got into a fight. Last to arrive is the newest member of the Shishibukai, Carmenio the Fraud. Tisk, is this the Navy headquarters? It's really impressive. He looked around as soon as he got down, and smiled wickedly. Because of Zifa's incident, the people in the Navy didn't have a good look at him, but they just took him to the conference room with a cold face. Tisk 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 tisk, am I the last one to arrive? Seniors of Shishibukai. Carmenio stepped into the conference room and looked at everyone present. The other 6 Shishibukai in the field all looked at Carmenho at this moment. This guy, the recent disturbances are not small. The eyes of the strong are full of oppression, but Carmenio is not a weak person. He looks calm, and he licked his lips with his long tongue, looking extremely evil. Hey, it looks like everyone is here. Doflamingo just glanced at him, then looked away, and said calmly, is it the turn of the Navy to appear next? I don't know what will come, monster. He. I really want to see, is the Navy Nova who defeated Kaido really as powerful as the rumors? Moria's eyes flashed an inexplicable look. Yeah, Blade? I heard he's a great guy. I'm also very interested. Crocodile took a sip of his cigar and said calmly. Hearing the title of Urin, many people present showed interest. After all, if they can join forces to defeat Kaido, they must have stepped into the ranks of the strongest? Yeah, Blade. Even Hawkeye showed an inexplicable look, which was a look of interest. This Lieutenant General Nightblade, according to the rumors, seems to be a swordsman, but he doesn't know what level of swordsmanship he has reached. Thank you for the reward from dancing with the maple. Here, Doflamingo suddenly laughed and looked at Carmenio. Hey, you have to be careful. Trickster, I heard that guy is Zifa's disciple. Lieutenant General Yeblade is Zifa's disciple. Not many people in the sea know about it. After all, it is one of the main forces to defeat Kaido, and many people will go to investigate. The results of the investigation surprised them very much. They did not expect that the legendary Admiral Nightblade, the new star of the Navy, was just a young man in his early 20s. Moreover, he is also a disciple of the former General Black Arm Zifa. They can only sigh with emotion that the Navy is really full of talents. Tisk, I'm Shishibukai. Do you think that Navy dares to attack me, Shishibukai? Even if I have defeated their former general? Carmenio gave an evil laugh and didn't care at all. In a sense, Kaiwohei and the Navy are at the same level, and they are legal pirates appointed by the world government. As long as their Kaiwohei names are not dropped, then they are allied with the Navy. The Navy dare not attack them. Based on this, Carmenio didn't care. Without letting these Chiwohei wait for too long, someone walked in at the door. Oh, has the Lord come? Doflamingo looked at the door and smiled. The rest of Kaiwohei all looked over. But when they looked over, they were taken aback. There was only one person from the Navy. Just then, at the door, a slender figure wearing a Navy cloak and shoulder straps with the rank of Lieutenant General walked in. This person is none other than Yunya. Oh, hello, I didn't expect everyone to be here. Yunya stepped forward, his eyes flicked among the few people present one by one, and finally stopped on a person covered in green, with the corner of his mouth grinning. He already recognized the others by their features, except one whom he didn't. Among the 7 Marshal-Seas, the only person who doesn't know him is the fraudster Carmenio, Vice Admiral. This face, oh, is that the Nova Naval Star, Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade? Doflamingo looked at Yunya, saw his epaulets, and said with a narrowed smile, "It's me." Yunya also looked at Doflamingo. This guy, he is familiar with. But it was the first time I had contacted him as a Navy. After hearing Urin's name, several people present showed surprise. Although they knew that Urin was young, they were also very surprised when they saw Urin for the first time. Tisk 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 tisk, are you that Nightblade? You teamed up with Aokiji to defeat Kaido? It doesn't look like it. Could it be the fake news deliberately made by the Navy in order to strengthen the momentum? But it seems, he should be stronger than the retired general. I heard he is your teacher. Carmenio licked his lips and looked at Yunya with a provocative tone. Becoming Chiwohei, he is also full of confidence, and even dared to directly mention this matter in front of the Navy. He just wanted to see the expression on the Navy's face that wanted to kill him but couldn't do it. Moreover, the opponent was the Lieutenant General who was rumored to have defeated Kaido, which made him very happy. It seems that you are that Carmenio. Yunya looked at Carmenio indifferently, and touched the handle of Yingxian's sword with his right hand. Just as Yunya stroked the hilt of his sword, everyone present sensed a premonition of danger. How many people couldn't help raising their brows? Is this going to do it? Look at your eyes. Are you upset? Want to avenge that Zifa? Tisk 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 tisk. If you have the guts to do it. But don't forget, I am Shishibukai. If you dare to do it, then I'm making trouble with the world government. Carmenio also frowned here. He also sensed the threat from Yunya, but he wasn't afraid. He was Chiwohei. It is impossible for the Navy to have the courage to defy the orders of the world government. The others looked at it with expressions of watching the show, especially Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Mariah, which are not too big a problem, all grinning from the corners of their mouths to the ears. That guy, the fraudster, is really arrogant? These 3 people who didn't think it was a big deal all looked at Yunya. They really wanted to see what Yeren would do next. It's just that when Doflamingo looked at Yunya, he found that this Yeren seemed to bring him a very familiar feeling. Finished. Yunya suddenly laughed. Then, can I ask you to die? It is others who dare not do anything, and it will never be Yunya. Others are afraid of the world government, but he is not afraid, otherwise he would not have killed 2 Qianlong people. Yunyi is cautious, he is not afraid of trouble. After finishing speaking, Yunya suddenly made a move. Yingxian pulled out of the sheath suddenly, and slashed at Carmenio with a sword. With a sound of buzz, the majestic sword energy burst out suddenly, and the silver slash pierced through the air, slashing towards Carmenio in front. Yunya's sudden attack shocked everyone present. The navy actually did it? Have you made a move against Qi Wuhei? In the arena, facing Yunya's sudden attack, Carmenio's expression changed drastically. He is not weak either, he reacted immediately. The armed domineering covered his arms, and crossed his hands in front of him. Also not slow to react, there were other people who left the spot in a flash. They didn't want to be affected. After coming into contact with Yunya's majestic sword energy, Carmenio's expression changed again. What a terrifying power, what a sharp slash. He gritted his teeth and blocked it firmly, but the slash had already broken through his armor, leaving deep bone wounds on both his arms, and he kept backing away. His legs rubbed against the ground and left long marks. In the end, he couldn't resist Yunyi's slash anymore, and he was pushed backward by the slash, and with a boom, the wall behind him collapsed, and the castration continued, and he flew out towards Yuanshu, and finally fell to the ground, smashing the ground into a huge pothole. After the rest of Qi Wuhei retreated, they all looked at Yunya vigilantly. Some of them even suspect that this is a trap set up by the world government to get them together and catch them all in one go, but they could tell that the urine in front of them seemed to be targeting only the fraudster. Is it because of Zifa? Soon, the rest of the people had guesses in their hearts. Hey, he really did it. Doflamingo looked very solemn, and he didn't expect that a navy would actually make a move against them. Moreover, this level of slashing. He couldn't help but look at Hawkeye, but seeing Hawkeye at this time, he also looked at Yunyi solemnly. The great swordsman. At this time, the eagle eyes were sharp, feeling the sword force on Yunya, and he judged it immediately. The vice admiral in front of him is a great swordsman? Every great swordsman is synonymous with the strong. They are all existences that can fight against him? This made him very interested, even a little itchy. Ha ha ha, what an interesting development. Crocodile laughed a few times, and he found it very interesting. The navy actually risked disobeying the order of the world government to take action against them Shishibukai. The scene in front of me is really interesting. Moria on the other side also grinned. Hey, it's a fight, I just don't know who is stronger and who is weaker. Although it is rumored that Lieutenant General Yeblade was one of the main forces to defeat Kaido, more people think that Aokiji did more in that battle. At best, Nightblade was just assisting from the sidelines. But even so, no one would think that Yeblade would be weak. After all, if he could compete with Kaido, he would definitely not be too weak. Are all men so aggressive? Boya Hancock stood on top of her snake pet body with a cold face, frowning and looking over there. Jinbi didn't say a word, he was as stable as Mount Tai, and he didn't open his mouth, just quietly watching what happened in front of him. Yunya ignored the others, and chased after Carmenio step by step where he was flying upside down. Over there, Carmenio crawled out of the hole, dripping with blood. You bastard, I'm Shishibukai? How dare you? Carmenio said with an extremely gloomy expression. Is this your last word? That's really not nutritious. Yunya walked slowly, with no expression on his face. Yunya took a step forward, came to the top of Carmenio's head in an instant, and slashed down with his sword again. The soaring sword power erupted from Yunya's body, making everyone's heart tremble. Damn it. Carmenio's complexion changed drastically, and he sensed Yunya's attack with a sense of knowledge, but his body couldn't react, so he could only do his best to dodge to the side. With a chi sound, one of his arms was cut off by Yunya. Carmenio screamed, but he also avoided Yunya's sword, and hurriedly retreated backward. He clutched his broken arm and looked at Yunya in horror. This guy beat himself like this with only 2 blows? Too strong? I am Shishibukai, are your navy going to disobey the orders of the world government? Carmenio yelled, sweat rolling down his face and forehead. There's so much nonsense. Yunya rushed over again, his eyes were extremely cold. This guy must die today. He raised his hand and swung his sword again, the magnificent silver slash hit the past again. Seeing that Yunya didn't care about his words at all, Carmenio was also terrified. Does this lunatic even dare to disobey the order of the world government? Damn it! But after all, he was also in the new world, and his strength cannot be too weak. Tuction. He opened his 5 fingers, as if there was an airflow in the palm of his hand. The rotating airflow blocked Yunya's slashing attack, and was deflected by him. Slashed from his left side. This is the ability of a fruit he copied, which can deflect all attacks in front of him. However, Yunyi's slash was not easy to block. Even if it changed its direction, its power was still terrifying. After the slash, a long trace spread across. The aftermath also swept Carmenio, leaving countless wounds on his body again, with blood flowing. It seems that you are not useless. Yunya was not surprised. The one who could be nominated to Kaiwahei was at least at the level of a lieutenant general. Being able to block one of his great swordsman level slashes is considered very strong. But, that's it. Yunya snorted coldly, stepped down, and the ground behind him cracked inch by inch. With this burst of force, he rushed out at a high speed, and in an instant came to Carmenio's body, and slashed down with his sword again. But at this moment, a golden light rushed over and stopped Yunya. If Yunya continued to move forward, he would definitely be hit by this golden light. As long as Yunya stops, Jin Guang won't attack him. Obviously, this is forcing Yunya to stop. Yunya frowned. Have you come here yet? This golden light could be seen as Huang Yuan's attack, and it also let Yunya know that the high-level navy has also come over there. A quick battle is needed. Yunya made up his mind. Facing the golden light, Yunya didn't stop, and with a slash, the magnificent sword energy pierced through the air, blocking the attack of Huang Yuan, and at the same time, his footsteps were blocked for a moment. Over there, Carmenho wanted to run, but Yunya snorted coldly, and quickened his pace again. His left fist gathered the domineering look of arms, and he punched down hard. These actions happened in an instant, and Yunya just swung his sword, and he couldn't raise the sword again to chop at this time, he could only use his fist. With a boom sound, Carmenio was punched into the ground by Yunya, and a pothole appeared in the ground instantly. He vomited blood again, his eyes turned white faintly. Yunya wanted to take advantage of the victory to kill Carmenio completely, but at this moment, a magma fist flew straight towards him. His heart froze, and he dodged it, but because of this, he lost the blow. Time to kill Carmenio. Yunya stopped and looked up at the person coming. Over there, a ray of golden light slowly condensed into the figure of Huang Yuan, looking at Yunya in surprise. And in front of Carmenio, Akainu also appeared, looked at Yunya with a cold expression, and asked, Lieutenant General Yurin, do you know what you are doing? Although he also hates Kaiwahei, but this is the headquarters of the Navy, there is actually a Navy that does something to Kaiwahei without an order? This is ignoring the discipline of the Navy? As a general, it is impossible for him to sit idly by. The commotion here was so loud, it was naturally noticed by others. It was only after the knowledge spread over that I discovered the movement here. At this critical moment, there is actually a navy attacking Shishibukai. All the navies who sensed this scene were taken aback. The fastest yellow monkey arrived one step ahead of the nearest red dog. Zhangguo cursed secretly. Damn it! What the hell is Yurin doing? Garp grinned. This guy really has a hot temper? No wonder that old Zifa told me those things before. Zifa had a conversation with Garp before, and the person who talked was Yunya? Is it because of Zifa? This kid. Lieutenant General, he guessed the reason for Yunya's actions in an instant. Go over and have a look. If there is trouble, you will be in trouble. Zhangguo sullenly. He did not expect Yuren to do such a thing. Really? So courageous? If Yunya were to kill one of the Kaiwaha appointed by the world government, he would not be able to explain to Wu Liaoxing. Want him to tell Wu Liaoxing your official Kaiwahei is too weak and was killed here in the Navy headquarters? Unspeakable? This is slapping the face of the world government, slapping their 5 old stars in the face. King Zi's expression darkened. He still had a good impression of Yunya, and he didn't want him to do something stupid. A group of people rushed over in a hurry. They all knew that if things broke out, no one would feel better. Back here. Yunya looked at Akainu in front of Carmenio, and he said lightly, General Sakazuki, don't you also oppose the Shishibukai policy? Then, let's get out of the way. I will be alone for all the consequences. Bear. Akainu said with a cold face, if you are outside, you can do whatever you want, I don't care. But this is the headquarters of the Navy, where discipline is the most important. Lieutenant Admiral Yurin, do you want to disobey the discipline of the Navy? Still the same sentence. He also hates the policy of Kibai, but this is the headquarters of the Navy, and here, we must follow the discipline of the Navy. So, General Sakazuki, are you trying to stop me? Yunya stared at Akainu indifferently, and a cold air spread out of his body. The ground was covered with white frost, and the surrounding air seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees. Lieutenant Admiral Yurin, I order you to stop. This is the headquarters of the Navy, not a place where you can run wild. Akainu dared to contradict himself when he saw Yunya, and even used his fruit ability. He was also very angry at this time. Long before, he had heard others say that Yuren often used his strength to ignore his superiors. He often sings against the chief, and even contradicts the chief. So his sense of Yunya is not very good. Looking at it now, it really is. At this time, the body of Akainu also changed, billowing thick smoke rose, and drops of magma fell to the ground, making a chi-chi sound. In the arena, one is cold and the other is hot against each other, tit for tat. The grievance between Yunya and the Hawk faction has always been there, and it has been brought up several times before. Some people may think that this plot is unreasonable. With the character of Akainu, it should not care whether Chiwahei is dead or not. So here just use the reason of naval discipline, plus the grievances with the Hawks, it should be able to get over it, right? Anyway, recently I went to the post bar and saw all kinds of information, saying that Bucky is likely to be one of the new 4 emperors. If such an outrageous thing is true, then I should be reasonable, right? If you feel unreasonable, please lightly spray. The two faced each other tit for tat, and their momentum confronted each other. Facing the aura of the red dog, Yunya did not fall into the disadvantage. Get out of the way. Yunya looked directly at Chi Quan, and his tone became a little cold. Whoever comes today, Carmenio must die. Even if he wants to let him unleash his hidden ability, he will not hesitate. Akainu remained unmoved, still standing in front of Carmenio, staring at Yunya coldly. Don't let me. Yunya smiled coldly, his body filled with a terrifying aura, and the silver fiber in his hand was dyed with ice blue color, De Honglian Bing Lun Wan. Endless cold air swept across the surroundings. When Yunya used this trick, the sky was suddenly overcast with lightning and thunder. Hiren Mera, the Zanpakuto that controls the sky? At this moment, the sky is under the control of Yunya. At this time, Yunya also changed. A pair of huge ice wings grew from behind, and 12 ice flowers slowly rotated behind him. Yunya didn't want to consume any more, and if he continued to consume, when Zhanguo and others came over there, even if he broke out with all his strength, he still couldn't achieve his goal. Lieutenant General Yurin, you contradict your boss, and you don't even care about what I say as a general. You have violated the discipline of the Navy. It seems that I can only suppress you. Akainu also looked solemn at this time. He can feel the cold air around him, but he is magma, so he is not affected at all. The next moment, magma billowed from his body, and black smoke rose into the sky. Here, with a sound of swipe, Yunya took the lead, and the terrifying cold air condensed into a dragon shape, and charged towards the red dog. The ice dragon spins its tail. Humph, is this your fruit ability? Ice death god form? But, I am magma. Akainu also snorted coldly, and the rolling magma erupted, and he punched the attacking ice dragon, Ming Dog. Boom! The two completely different abilities collided suddenly, making a loud noise, and then a terrifying power swept out. Huh? What happened? It's on the other side of the square. Isn't that where the Kabai gathered this time? Did something happen? The navy around also heard the loud noise, and looked in this direction with doubts in their hearts. Some people even started to rush over here. Those who are relatively close can already see everything that happens in the field. After seeing the scene of the battle between Yunya and Chi Quan, they were all shocked. Is that Lieutenant General Yaba? And General Akainu? Why did the two fight? What happened? Is there any conflict between the two? General Huang Yuan is also there. Why doesn't he stop it? Countless navies were shocked, and they didn't understand why the two fought. The yellow ape here is also helpless. Why did they fight? Facing these two monsters, he didn't want to get involved. Forget about Akainu. As a colleague for so long, he naturally knows his strength. But what happened to Admiral Nightblade? How strong is it? Although he also knew that Yunya teamed up with Aokiji to defeat Kaido, but he didn't see it with his own eyes, so naturally he didn't have much idea. Looking at it now, the two are evenly divided. Teacher Zifa really taught a monster. Haha, it's really a good show. Ice and magma? It's really embarrassing. Doflamingo squinted his eyes when he saw the two suddenly clashing. At this moment, the pressure brought to him by the two of them was terrifying. But what makes him feel even more embarrassing is that the ice and magma. The fight really started. Mariah smiled viciously. She never expected to see such a development after coming to the Navy. It was not in vain. Navy Nova versus Admiral? It's so interesting. Crocodile also had an inexplicable expression, grinning, watching the battle between the two with piercing eyes. Infighting broke out at the top of the Navy? This is rare. Hawkeye kept staring at Yunya, and one hand was already holding on to his own black knife yet. That sword force seemed to be fighting this Yaren. The other two didn't speak, but just watched quietly. Fighting? This guy Yurin actually made a move. Hearing the movement from over there, Zhanguo's expression also changed, and he hurriedly quickened his pace. Hurry up. The rest of the high-ranking officers of the Navy also had a serious look on their faces. They didn't expect that Yaren would make a move when Akainu and Kizaru rushed over. Garp's face is also a little more serious. He promised that old guy Zifa to take good care of him, but it turned out that he is also helpless. This guy Yurin is too tiger. Even the red dog dares to do it. Field. Yuaya Tianchong. Yunya rushed out with his sword in hand, and the sword body was filled with terrifying slashing waves. He took a step forward, and the terrifying attack exploded at one point, colliding with Chiquan's fist. Boom! The two men's fists and swords collided, and the ground collapsed inch by inch because they could not bear the explosive force of the two. The cold air and hot air clashed against each other, creating a violent air wave. The unlucky Carmenio was blown away. Big fire. During the stalemate, Akainu's other hand turned into magma, and his fierce fist blasted out. A red light flashed in Yunya's eyes, and he shouted. A fierce cold burst out suddenly, briefly suppressing Chi Quan, and quickly pulled back to avoid Chi Quan's big fire spout. With cold eyes, Yunya stood firm and swung his sword again. Ice slash. The cold air condensed on the edge of the sword, and swung it out again. This time, the cold air was condensed at one point, coupled with the great sword hero's sword momentum, and the eruption of Crescent Sky Chong. This blow was extremely terrifying. Slash straight towards the red dog. The dog bites the red lotus. Akainu snorted coldly, stepped on the ground with one foot, and then a force was transmitted layer by layer, and the fist turned into a vicious dog. His body has terrifying fluctuations like a volcanic eruption. This punch is enough to smash a giant mountain. The two attacks collided again. This time the movement was even more terrifying, and the entire Navy headquarters was trembling slightly. Boom! The confrontation between ice and fire is the most powerful attribute conflict. The two sides seem to be fighting for each other's territory, not giving in to each other. After the blow, Akainu backed away with a tap, 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 and his face became serious. This guy is actually so strong, and this chill is no weaker than Kingsley. Even he couldn't suppress him. No wonder he was able to defeat Kaido together. Humph. However, he snorted again, and the magma rolled and erupted on his body, as if he was in a real volcanic area, and the terrifying high temperature swept all around. Akainu stepped forward. This time he took the initiative to shoot. The magma in his right hand boiled, turned into a giant hand, and slapped towards Yunyi. Sakazuki, say it again, get out of the way, or else, don't blame me for not giving you face as a general. Looking up at the big magma hand, Yunyi's voice was still extremely strong, and the frost spreading around him gradually increased. This time, he didn't even address the general, but by his name. Arrogance, do you think that you can be arrogant in front of me if you team up with Aokiji to defeat Kaido? You are too young. Urine. Akainu was furious, this brat is really too arrogant. I am the highest combat power of the navy? Not everyone dares to talk to himself in such a tone? He might have planned to keep his hand before, since they were all colleagues after all. But at this moment, he was completely angry, and he had no intention of holding back. The giant magma hand that rushed towards Yunyi swelled and became bigger again, and its power was even more terrifying. It really possessed the power of a volcanic eruption? Dragon Rack. Yunyi rushed out holding the sword, pointing the tip of the sword at the big hand of magma above. The endless cold condensed a little, and when it touched the big hand of magma, it exploded suddenly. Crack. The power of frost swept across, with the tip of the sword as the point. The sound of freezing sounded, and then, Akainu's big magma hand was frozen and frozen little by little. This cold air can even freeze magma for a short time. Moreover, the tendency of freezing is also spreading towards Akainu along the big hand of magma. Something. Akainu snorted coldly, and pulled out his arm when the ice crystal was about to spread, and then a little under his feet, endless magma poured into the ground. Huh. Yunya frowned, sensing the danger. He flapped his wings behind his back and rushed out into the sky. Just when Yunya left the spot, the temperature of the ground increased, the rock turned red, and then a big bag swelled up, and the endless power was hidden inside, and then, the boom exploded, the ground cracked, and the volcano erupted. The endless magma entrains billowing thick smoke, impacting towards the cloudy night above, and the scorching heat hits. Ice formation on the edge of the wall. Yunya's sword pointed down, and an ice flower bloomed, and finally turned into an ice shield to block the bottom, facing the scour of magma. However, he only resisted for a moment, and then he heard a click, and the ice shield shattered. But at this time Yunyi had already stepped away with Shunbyu, fell to the ground, and sold a flaw by the way. The Red Dog's combat experience is so terrifying. He caught Yunya's flaw in an instant, sneered, and in the blink of an eye, he had come behind Yunya, and punched out. The dog gnaws the red lotus. The vicious dog roared and blasted towards Yunyi's head. If it was hit, even the armored color would be unable to resist it. This is a volcanic eruption like a natural disaster, and it can even compete with Whitebeard's tremor fruit in terms of attack power. Here Yunya seemed to have not expected it, but just looked back at Akainu. His expression was still extremely indifferent. It seems that you are nothing more than that. Chi Quan didn't show mercy, and struck ruthlessly, directly blasting towards Yunya's head. Chi Quan already had murderous intentions. Judging from this matter, Yurin is a rebellious thorn in his own way. This kind of person staying here in the Navy is an unstable factor, and he doesn't know when he will rebel. It is better to solve this unstable factor as soon as possible. If there is another character like Durag, it will be troublesome. In addition, Yaren contradicted his boss, which was already a violation of the rules. Even if he killed him, Zhangguo couldn't say anything, at most he would punish himself. It was irrelevant. After making up his mind, Akainu's punch full of killing intent fell straight down. You want to kill me? Yunya also sensed Chi Quan's killing intent. His eyes turned cold instantly. Even if he contradicted him as a general, he would not be guilty of death, and would be punished most of the time. But Akainu actually wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. However, he did not dodge or evade, facing the blow without the slightest movement. Huh. Akazuki was puzzled, but this punch had already landed, and it actually pierced Yunyi's head directly. All the people who saw this scene were stunned. Could it be that Yaren was killed? The expressions of Huang Yuan, who was watching the play at the side, changed. This guy has been watching since the two started, not even thinking about moving. He doesn't want to offend these two monsters, not one of them, but seeing this scene now, his expression finally changed. Hey, is it fake? Akainu actually got a killer? Now things are getting bigger. Thinking of the consequences, Huang Yuan's scalp tingles for a while. Could it be that Yunyi was really killed by the red dog? Of course not. This is a flaw that Yunya deliberately sold. How could he die here? At the next moment, Yunya, whose head was crushed by the bombardment, suddenly shattered into ice cubes with a click. Ice. Not a real person. Just when Yunya turned into an ice cube and shattered, everyone was surprised. When was it created? They didn't even capture their knowledge? The next moment, Yunyi's body appeared in front of Carmenio at some unknown time, stabbing out a sword with a cold expression. You can go to die. No, don't. Don't kill me. Carmenio looked at the sudden appearance of Yunya, his face terrified to the extreme. Just now when he saw Yunyi's head smashed by the red dog, he was delighted. This dangerous guy was actually killed by his colleagues? But before he was happy for too long, Yunya's figure appeared in front of him at some point. His killing intent surged, and he stabbed a sword towards him. He wants to resist, but his strength is at most at the rank of lieutenant general. How can he resist? Coupled with the freezing cold around him, his body's reaction was also slowed down by half a beat. With a sound of chick, Yunya did not hesitate at all, the silver thread in his hand pierced his head, and then, the power of frost froze, and the sound of click sounded, completely freezing him. So far, the fraudster Carmenio, who has only recently become the Shishibukai, dies. Damn it. After seeing the Yunya in front of him turn into ice cubes and shatter, he knew he had been tricked. This was actually an ice clone. That's right, what Yunya used was the ice substitute that Bing Lunwan could use once every time. Yunya also used this ability to successfully deceive Akainu, giving him time to deal with Carmenio. Akainu swept across the audience, caught Yunyi's breath, turned his head to look, but found that Carmenio's head had been pierced by Yunyi's blade and frozen. No breath at all, obviously dead. Seeing this scene, Chiquin's face was extremely gloomy, and he was tricked. The humiliation of being fooled and Yunya's contradictory made him completely furious, his eyes fixed on Yunya, full of murderous intent. After Carmenio's death, Yunyi turned to look at Akainu, his eyes and tone became completely cold. Sakazuki, did you want to kill me just now? At the same time, a killing intent also emanated from his body. Just now, Akainu didn't want to stop him, but wanted to kill him. Outside the arena, seeing that Yunyi was not killed, and somehow tricked Chiquin's perception, he appeared beside Carmenio and killed him with a single sword. Many people showed expressions of shock. It's really a killer. Doflamingo no longer had a playful smile on his face. He also didn't expect that Yurin was so crazy that he actually killed Chiwukai. Is he really not afraid of being held accountable by the world government? And, this kind of crazy behavior made him think of the Quincy. All the same madness. Isn't it a pure swordsman? It's a pity. Hawkeye refrained from fighting. What he wanted to fight was a pure swordsman, not a combination of ability and swordsmanship like Yunya. At this time, Yunyi's sword move still made him a little happy, and he really wanted to fight him. But he will not be impulsive, just watching the battle between the two. The rest of the Kaiwahei also had a serious look on their faces. Yaren actually killed one Kaiwahei with his hands? This is not a good signal. And if the Navy even dares to move Kibai, then, what is the meaning of this title? However, they were not in a hurry to make a judgment. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yurin was only targeting Carmenio. These people also understand how Carmenio became the Kibai, so Yurin is here to seek revenge? Therefore, they are not worried that the Navy will wipe them all out here. After all, they are not weak, and if they want to keep them all, the Navy will have to pay a huge price. They are not as weak as Carmenio. At this time, I want to see more about the next development. Still looking at the scene in front of him with the attitude of watching a movie, but also shocked by Yurin's strength. Yuren, you bastard. The red dog over there had a gloomy face and was very annoyed. What was angry was not that Yunya killed a Shishibukai, but that he was actually tricked. It made him feel insulted. Yunyi's eyes turned cold, and he shot again. This time, he went all out, and the terrifying cold swept over the surroundings, and the temperature in the entire Navy headquarters dropped by more than 10 degrees at this moment. Yunya pointed at Chi Quan with his sword tip, the Millennium Ice Prison. Around Akainu, amid the surge of cold air, icicles soared into the sky surrounding Akainu, and at the next moment, they spun and converged towards him, trying to freeze him completely in the field. Big fire. Akainu's right hand turned into magma, and he punched out, smashing several icicles directly. He jumped out, rushed out from the shattered icicle, and charged at Yunya, with thick smoke billowing from his fist and flowing magma. He punched Yunya again. The scorching heat hit his face. Yunya rushed out from under his feet. His armed color spread to the edge of the sword, and the terrifying slash was blocked, but he condensed at one point, and slashed at the oncoming magma. Yuai Tian Chong. Boom! The two attacked and collided, one ice and one fire contending with each other. From a distance, it looked like two storms of different colors collided together. After a loud noise, the ground was broken inch by inch. The eardrums of many Marines watching around were hurt by the loud noise, and they just stared blankly at the two people in the field. Under this blow, Yunya's figure retreated, but Chi Quan did not retreat half a point. As a magma fruit-capable user, each of his strikes contains the terrifying power of a volcanic eruption, and his physique and arrogance are also at the peak level. When the two confronted each other, Yunya fell into the disadvantage. The red dog came again, and the big hand of magma covered it again. Yunya stabilized his figure, took a deep breath, held the sword in both hands, and slashed violently. One knife flow ice slash. The ultimate ice slash is terrifying, and wherever it passes, it seems that the space is frozen. When the two collided, a terrifying roar erupted again, and the airwave rolled back, wreaking havoc on everything. In the center of the airwave, the two collided with extremely fast speed and terrifying force, and the entire Navy headquarters was slightly shaken. In the terrifying confrontation, Yunyi took another blow from Chiquin, and this time he was sent flying upside down for hundreds of meters, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Every punch of Akainu carried the terrifying power of a volcanic eruption, which made it difficult for him to parry and suffered some injuries. After Yunya landed, he looked at Akainu and compared him with Kaido in his heart. Compared with Kaido, Akainu's physique is definitely inferior, but Akainu's attack power is even better. The power of a volcanic eruption is comparable to a nuclear bomb. This kind of power is reflected in a person, which is really terrifying. Even the eruption of a small volcano is terrifying and abnormal. On the other hand, the red dog sighed, but the movement was affected a little, and there were a few more bleeding wounds on his body. that was left by Yunya's slash, and the sword hero's slash was not so easy to catch. It was originally frozen there, but due to the heat, the ice crystals were completely evaporated, leaving only wounds. Judging from the scene, it's pretty much the same. But Yunyi knew that he was at a disadvantage. Because of the magma, Yunyi's ice ability has a much weaker effect on him than other people, but the main reason was that Yunyi was still unable to exert the full power of Hirin Mera. After the swastika was removed, although his ice was comparable to Aokiji's freezing, Akainu defeated Aokiji in a frontal battle. In ice and magma, there is no reason for anyone to restrain the other, and some only depend on the strength of the user. Yunyi felt that his strength had caught up, but he was still inferior to the general in all aspects. Any general can single-handedly resist the full power explosion of a 4 emperors, and at most he will fall into a disadvantage in some aspects. And if Yunyi only relies on Zanpakuto's ability, he only has the strength of a quasi-general, and he will fall into an absolute disadvantage when facing Kaido. If it weren't for the top-notch field control ability of the ice system, Yunya would have lost miserably against Kaido alone. And only under the burst of big moves with all your strength, can you have the combat power of general level. However, the coldness of the current Hirin Mero is still restrained by the red dog. That being the case, let's explode. The icy wings flapped behind Yunya, and he leaped into the sky, looking down at the red dog below with cold eyes, and the silver fiber pointed to the sky, whispering like an ice god of death, the burial of 100 flowers in the ice world. Cold air, endless cold air erupted from Yunya's body, rushed towards the sky, and penetrated into the clouds. On the ground, a layer of hoarfrost spread around, and the temperature dropped again. This time, everyone felt the endless chill. This chill, even the strong ones felt their scalps go numb, and they couldn't help but shudder. The red dog over there naturally also felt the chill, and his face changed again and again. This time, he felt a strong threat from Yunya. If he didn't deal with it seriously, he might have a hard time too. With a buzz sound, the magma surged under his feet like sea waves. At this moment, the power wave of fruit awakening erupted on his body. There are countless bulges on the ground under your feet, like volcanic craters. Magma is boiling inside, thick smoke is billowing, and terrifying heat is sweeping everywhere. This kind of cold. Also, is that the awakening of magma? It's much more spectacular than my withering. This time, even the most rebellious crocodile frowned. Even at such a distance, the cold air and heat waves still beat over in waves. It will be cold for a while, and it will be hot for a while, an uncomfortable batch. This kind of cold and high temperature is not a joke. Moria was also made uncomfortable by the overlapping cold and heat waves. The Shishibukai are all knowledgeable masters. Sensing the aura of the two people in the field, the figures that had already retreated again. They didn't want to be involved. The surrounding navies had retreated far away as soon as the battle broke out, and the cold and heat waves were not something they could bear. In the field, only Yunya and Chi Quan were left, facing each other tit for tat. Here, Zhanguo and others also rushed over, and then saw this scene. Aokiji sensed the cold air immediately. He had seen Yunyi use this move before, and his face changed drastically. Is this the move to freeze Kaido? Quick, we must stop them. We can't let them go on messing around. Zhanguo was also sullen. These two guys actually broke out in such a battle here in the headquarters? Really? There is no discipline at all. It hasn't been long since the battle broke out between Yunya and Chi Quan, and these high-level officials have just arrived. Warring States is about to explode. How did these two people make such a big commotion here? Moreover, Chi Wuhei died, and he didn't know how to explain to Wu Laoxing, but this is something to be dealt with later. Now, let's stop the battle between these two guys. Is this trying to sink the entire naval headquarters? Garp, you come with me to stop Yairen. Azuru Aoki, you go to stop Akainu. We can't let them fight anymore. Sengoku hurriedly ordered, and then he turned into a golden giant, stepped on the razor rush high into the sky. His sense of knowledge can sense that there is an extremely terrifying chill brewing in the sky. Good. Several people looked at each other and rushed out with different movements. In the sky, blossoming ice flowers containing extreme ice power descended from the sky. On the ground, all craters began to boil and erupt. The attacks of the two broke out simultaneously at this moment, but at this moment, 4 figures inserted between them. Stop it all! Zhanguo yelled, and pushed towards the sky with one hand. A circular shockwave emerged, blocking the falling ice flowers from high altitude. Kaka. The collision between the ice flower and the shockwave actually wanted to freeze the invisible shockwave as well. Humph. Zhanguo snorted coldly, and once again exerted force in his hands. The shockwave grew stronger again, shattering the ice flowers one by one. Marshal of the Warring States period, let me help you, 8-foot Kainguyu. At some point, Huang Yuan's figure also appeared in the sky. Countless light bullets blasted into the sky, and countless ice flowers were also shattered. After seeing the Warring States and their arrival, Huang Yuan also heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly came to help in a hypocritical manner. He doesn't want to be scolded by the Warring States. On the other side, Karp rushed to Yunya, didn't make a move, but grinned and said, "Boy, enough is enough. If the trouble continues, it will not be good for anyone." When Yunya saw these people coming, his eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath. He knew that this battle would not last. After dispelling the power, the ice wings and flowers on the back shattered, sheathed the silver fiber and looked at Garp and said, "Lieutenant General Garp. Over there, the Red Dog's attack was also intercepted by Aokiji and Crane Lieutenant General. The endless ice crystals froze most of the crater, and the other half of the crater completely calmed down, and then it seemed that something washed away the dirt, and even the crater returned to the original ground. Like Yunya, Chi Quan also chose to stop, but his eyes were still fixed on Yunya, and the ferocity in his eyes did not diminish. Seeing that Zhanguo and others stopped the two people in the field, all the navy on the periphery breathed a sigh of relief. The Warring States marshals are finally here. Do you know what happened? Why did Admiral Akainu fight with Lieutenant Admiral Nightblade? I don't know, it should be related to Chiwahei, right? The one who fell on the ground over there? Is it the newly joined Shishibukai deceiver Carmenio? Dead? Dead? Did Lieutenant General Nightblade do it? Hiss. I probably know what's going on. These navies started talking, and some of them had already guessed the cause of the incident. For the Kaiwahei, the fraudster, there is no one in their navy who does not hate it. After all, they are people who step on Zifa's position. It's just that they didn't expect Lieutenant General Nightblade to be so tough and kill him directly. What a relief! But they soon began to worry about Yunya, killing Shishibukai designated by the world government here in the Navy headquarters, and clashing with Admiral Akainu. This is not something that can be easily resolved. Cut, it seems that I can't watch a good show. Crocodile couldn't help but cut when he saw the Navy coming. He knew that after Zhanguo and others arrived, this good show would not last. He also wants to see who is stronger and who is weaker between the two, who is stronger and who is weaker in the collision of ice and magma. Hey he, it's a pity. Mariah also said. Rarely, Jinbe also opened his mouth. Lieutenant General Yabani? I didn't expect to have the ability to fight against Akainu. The Navy is really scary. He has been watching from the beginning, saying that the Murloc's wrist strength is 10 times that of a human's, but as far as he knows, few of the world's top powerhouses belong to the Murloc family. And the strength of these humans is simply terrifying to the extreme. Any one of them can destroy their Fishman Island? He couldn't help but think of what the Quincy had warned Princess Oto him to relocate all the Murmurmen to land rashly, which would only speed up their demise. There is some truth to this statement. Haha, it is indeed a monster. The Navy is full of talents. Doflamingo also laughed. The pressure brought by the two people in the field was no weaker than the strong ones he had come into contact with. They are all strong on the world's highest stage. Compared with them, there is still a certain gap between myself and them. One of Chiwahei died. It seems that this meeting can't go on. Hawkeye glanced over there, and finally looked at Yunya, chuckled, turned and left. Now the Navy should not have too much thought to pay attention to them, and with the death of Shishibukai, this meeting is meaningless, so he doesn't want to stay here to waste time. I'm tired of Igia too. If the Navy asked us to come here just to amuse us, then, the Shishibukai is not right. Boya Hancock's beautiful face snorted coldly, letting the pet snake under her feet lead her away. The rest of the people looked at each other, smiled, turned around and left. There's no point in staying here anymore. Moreover, they don't care about the expression of the Navy, they go their own way, and they leave without even saying hello. Naturally, the Navy also saw their actions, but the Warring States just glanced at them and ignored them. These people are rebellious existences, and it is impossible for me to restrict their actions. Now the more important thing is how to deal with this matter. After all, Urin is the hero who defeated Kaido, and he is not weak. He is also optimistic about Urin, and he is also Zifa's disciple. How should he deal with it? Thinking of this, Warring States felt a headache. Fucked up. The Warring States returned to its original state and fell to the ground. Looking at the two with a gloomy face, he said coldly, "Don't you guys know what this place is? There's such a big commotion." Humph. Akakin just snorted coldly and didn't answer. Zhanguo looked at Yunya with a gloomy expression. "Lieutenant General Yaren, do you know what you have done?" And Yunya bowed to Zhanguo, and said indifferently, "Marshal Zhanguo, everything that happened today is borne by me alone." He also knew that he had gone too far this time, but if he did it again, he would still kill Carmenio. Garp came out to smooth things over, and pouted, "Okay, Warring States, it's not a big deal, it's just that a damn guy died." Warring States looked at Garp speechlessly. "Co-authoring is not for you to solve, you go and tell Wulaoxing," he said. "Then you go and tell Wulaoxing? What's the use of telling me?" Garp scratched his head and smiled. Haha, who called you a marshal? I'm just a lieutenant general." Sengoku gave him a sideways glance, and wanted to speak, but then Akainu spoke. Akainu said, "Marshal of the Warring States period, I think this matter needs to be dealt with seriously." Yaron ignored the discipline of the Navy and contradicted his boss. He has already committed a serious crime. If it is not handled properly, it will only encourage such a trend in the future. Everyone looked at Akainu. Akainu saw that Sengoku didn't want to punish Yunyi severely, so he spoke at this time. His words are well-founded, but he just doesn't want to turn this matter over. At this moment, he was still suffocating in his heart. Yunya looked at Chi Quan coldly. This time he didn't speak. The conflict between the two had already broken out. Chi Quan naturally couldn't make Yunya feel better. And Yunya was also upset. If he dared to kill him, he would remember him. Akainu's reason is very reasonable. After all, he violated the discipline first, and made mistakes first. There must be punishment, and it is a matter of severity. The old man asked Yunya to do this. "If you have anything to do, come to me." At this moment, Zifa, who was covered in bandages, came from a distance, followed by Yunya's acquaintance. Ian, Tina, Smoker, Drake, and others all came together. At this time, they were looking at the field worriedly. Zifa looked at everyone in the field. He takes everything on himself, he is already a veteran, and he is not afraid of any punishment. And Yunya did such a thing for him? When everyone saw Zifa, they also came forward, and things got even more chaotic. On the other side, several vice admirals also gathered together, discussing what happened this time. Cage, who has been promoted to lieutenant general, said with emotion, "This guy Yurin is getting stronger and stronger, can't even General Akainu be able to suppress him? This progress speed is really too fast." Lieutenant General Huashaishan said, "I remember he was trained under your subordinates, right?" Cage chuckled, "Speaking of which, he should be considered a soldier I brought out." The flying squirrel was speechless. "Don't put gold on your face. Don't you dare to say it." Cage was proud, but still a little worried, but this time, the Nightblade is a little troublesome. The flying squirrel is quite clear, the Navy probably won't do anything with the Nightblade, but the world government. Hey, let's see, the Marshal of the Warring States period should be able to handle it well, and Teacher Zifa has also passed by. It seems that the matter is not small. Garp here smiled, and Zifa actually came. This old guy is still worried about Yunya, but yes, Garp didn't expect Yunyi to be so aggressive, and actually killed people directly. Zifa, don't you think things are not troublesome enough, you old man? Zhangguo took all the faults away when he saw Zifa open his mouth, and he was also furious. Yunya wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Zifa. Zifa looked at Zhangguo and said slowly, "Zhangguo, I told you that I asked Yunya to do this matter. What's the matter? Just come at me, and I will bear all the punishment." Teacher Zifa, do you want to cover up the Nightblade? Akakin looked at Zifa and asked in a cold voice. Sakazuki, do I still need to report to you? Zifa looked at Akainu and said lightly. The relationship between the two is not harmonious. Among the three generals, King Z has a slightly better relationship with him. The rest of the two have different ideas, but they didn't have much conflict, they just have a normal relationship. Only now, he has completely broken up with Akainu. Akainu took a deep breath, and he didn't speak this time. Although Zifa has retreated to the second line, but in terms of status, he, a general, cannot hold down Zifa. Besides, Zifa's prestige in the Navy is still very high. Almost half of the current high-level Navy officials were once his students. Just look at this point, no one can shake Zifa's position in the Navy? Okay, let's go to the conference room to discuss something. There are many little guys watching here. Lieutenant General, he suddenly said lightly. More and more navies gathered around, and they were all attracted by the movement here. Zhangguo looked around and said coldly, "What are you doing here? Don't you have a job? If not, run 100 laps around the Navy headquarters." Hearing the words of the Warring States period, the surrounding Navy immediately scattered like birds and beasts. At this time, who would touch the eyebrows of the Warring States? Sengoku looked at Aokiji and said, "Let all the high-level officials come to the meeting room. This matter is not a trivial matter, and a high-level naval meeting needs to be opened." The meeting went on for some time. Except for the senior naval officers present, the rest did not know what happened in the meeting. The Warring States passed everything that happened to the 5 old stars, and naturally a scolding was inevitable, and the Warring States could only endure it. Who calls himself an admiral of the Navy? Difficult. How good Marshal Kong used to be. Except for Carp, who is difficult to control, everyone else is not a thorn. I don't think he is full of food due to his achievements now. He is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. Why didn't he have such good luck? Holy Land Marie Joya, still the same room. 5 people sit or stand. One of them slapped the table angrily, and said coldly, "The Navy is getting more and more presumptuous, and dare to attack Chi Wohei in public. The Navy, it's time to take care of it," one of them also said. The 5 old stars with swords lowered their faces and said, "But this time, there are a lot of high-level naval officials involved." Even the old guy Zifa who retreated also came forward, and that guy Carp, it seems that he wants to keep the night. Blade. Yeah, Blade, is that Navy that ate the newly appeared fruit of the form of death? The form of the human phantom beast? It seems that such a devil fruit has not appeared in hundreds of years. It should be a new one. There will always be new abilities in the sea. Up to now, we still don't know the origin of the devil fruit. Do you need to report this matter to Lord Im? Don't disturb your lord, we can stabilize the situation now. Being able to defeat Kaido and compete with Akainu is a guy with good strength, and his background is clean. No wonder the Navy will protect him. What should we do now? The Navy's attitude is very firm. They just don't want us to hold him accountable. Carp and Zifa have both come forward. With the prestige of those 2 guys in the Navy, things are a bit troublesome. But it looks like it should be a thorn, and dare to disobey our orders. Demotion? The Navy has a good idea. That fraudster is really useless. It seems that defeating Zifa is a bit untrue. After this incident, it will be more troublesome to choose Kai Wohei's quota, so let's take it easy. Haven't the Revolutionary Army found any clues yet? The members of that family are really more difficult to deal with than one. The D family? After defeating Rocks, Garp should have noticed something. Compared to Nightblade, members of their family are more troublesome. Unfortunately, his reputation in the Navy is too high, and even we are a little bit wary. How is the situation in the New World? The Quincy hasn't moved for a while, so it looks like he's injured too. The Nightblade incident was just a small episode for them. Although they were equally angry that a navy dared to disobey their orders, Garp and Zifa both stepped forward to protect them. Unless they make up their minds to rectify the entire navy, otherwise this matter can only be done. However, Chibuhei may need to slow down in this regard. Fortunately, there is chaos again in the New World, Kaido's arrest, Big Mom's defeat, and the New World is in turmoil again, so there is no need to worry so much about the establishment of Chibuhei. Not even as great a threat to them as the Revolutionary Army. The thinking of that organization is not allowed by them, but the Revolutionary Army is like a bedbug, hiding extremely deeply, even though their CP people have been looking for it, but they have never found a trace. Things came to an end. Yunya was demoted from Lieutenant General to Major General. There are many acquaintances who feel sorry for Yunya, and it seems that his military rank should not be promoted again in the next period of time. For ordinary navies, this can be said to be a major event in which the sky has fallen. But to Yunyi, military rank is irrelevant. As long as his strength improves, generals and marshals are the same to him. He even felt that this punishment was a bit light. But he also knew that this should be the result of the appearance of Zifa and Garp. The prestige of these two people in the navy is not a joke, even the world government will be jealous of them. One is the naval hero who defeated Lox, and the other is the teacher of most of the navy. As long as one of them makes trouble, there will be turmoil on the navy side. Wu Liaoxing also knew this, so he let go of this matter and stopped pursuing Yunya's matter. The reason for the demotion was for the Warring States period to show other navies. If there is no penalty at all, in the future, anyone can contradict the boss and fight in the navy headquarters. After Yunya was demoted, he stayed in the training camp all the time, and his high-level armed color hadn't been fully cultivated yet. It's time to relax. So far, this matter has also been qualitative. Not even news spread across the seas. A news was also published in the newspaper that the former Shishibukai fraudster was killed by a group of pirates on his way to the Navy headquarters. The world government also let a group of unlucky pirates take the blame, and that pirate group is the Hawkins Pirates. The Hawkins Pirates happened to have a conflict with the Navy during that time, and by coincidence, they appeared in that sea area, and stayed on the same island with Carmenio. It can be regarded as a strong man. The bounty of its captain, Basil Hawkins, jumped to 300 million bounties. In a certain sea area, the Hawkins Pirates are on board. At this moment, Hawkins looked at the newspaper, and he was stunned. What happened? Why did his bounty suddenly increase to 300 million Baileys? Then I took a look, and saw the news that I had killed Chibuhei in the newspaper. Don't even think about it, he must have been framed by the Navy. He has a gloomy face, and he doesn't like being blamed for being blamed on anyone, but he also knew that he was powerless to change this result. Boss, what should we do now? A younger brother asked Hawkins in a daze. He didn't know that his pirate group actually killed a Shishibukai. With a sullen face, Hawkins did a divination for himself, but the result was not good. The probability of death if you continue to stay here is 90%. I can't stay in the first half, I can only go to the New World. Hawkins took a deep breath, and ordered to everyone, full right rudder, go to the Chambord Islands. Yes. All the younger brothers responded. The ship turned and headed for Chambord. Because of Yunya's appearance, his original trajectory has also changed. Originally, he should have become a pirate around the time before and after Luffy went to sea, and became a supernova of that session. As a result, he actually went to sea earlier than other people from the extremely evil era. Even at this time, he is already a famous pirate, and the bounty he offered when he first arrived in Chambord in the original book is almost the same. After all, not everyone can kill a Shishibukai. On the Navy's side, Yunya was stunned for a moment when he found out about this, and then he couldn't help but laugh. The world government is really... He also didn't expect that the world government would actually do this, or maybe the Navy would do it, and the target was someone he knew, but he also thought about it. It seems that he still owes Hawkins a favor. Instead, he can use his identity as a Quincy master to help him solve this trouble, which can be regarded as repaying the favor, and he may even gain a younger brother. Hawkins' strength is not weak. This chapter has 5,000 words, it is updated today, and it is put together. Advance to the 6th floor of the city. In the dark and humid environment, there was silence. All the heinous criminals did not open their mouths at this time, and time had smoothed their spirits. In a dark prison cell, there is a figure of a magic dragon frozen inside, and at this moment, there was a small cracking sound of caca from inside. Although the sound is not loud, but because the 6th floor is always quiet, people who are relatively close can hear it. At this moment, several people with keen perception all looked over. I saw the figure of the dragon in the eyes that were originally dead and silent suddenly became agile, and then, a terrifying breath swept out with Kaido's roar. Do you think you can defeat me, Navy? Inside, it seems that some horrible creature has revived. A terrifying overlord-like arrogance swept all directions, mighty and terrifying. At the same time, everyone on the 6th floor opened their eyes at this moment and looked towards the direction of the cage. In a prison cell, the rattling sound of iron chains stopped. A tall man looked over and grinned. Are you awake? That guy. As Barrett said, the same domineering arrogance swept out and collided with that domineering aura. Boom! Two terrifying overlord colors collided, and a sound erupted, and purple-black lightning shot out. Hey, can't you stop for a while? It started again? No newcomers have been added during this time. Can I get some sleep, please? Oh, it seems that Kaido is awake. Hey, Kaido, you bastard, now that you're awake, tell us what's going on outside. The people in the other cells couldn't help frowning. Some people want to ask the outside world what's going on through Kaido. Not everyone can enter the 6th floor, so during this period of time, the Navy did not send fresh blood. They also want to know what the outside world is like now. Boy Kaido, now that you're awake, don't let your domineering go. Are you trying to attract Muslin's attention? Red Earl Redfield was not far from Kaido's cell. At this time, he frowned slightly and looked at he opened his mouth lightly over there. Just now Kaido's consciousness was still before being frozen, but he subconsciously burst into domineering arrogance. Now he heard other people's conversations, his eyes flicked left and right, he wanted to move, but he found that his body could not move. As soon as his expression turned cold, the figure of the magic dragon began to use force, and the terrifying force exploded, rumbling the entire cage and the chains of halostone that bound him, but it still couldn't shake the solid ice on his body. Stop quickly, you guy, haven't you seen the situation clearly? Wald, who was also frozen, but with one head exposed, sneered at Kaido. Where is this place? Where is Aokiji and that navy brat? Kaido restrained his domineering aura. At this moment, he could only move his eyeballs. When he swiped left and right, he quickly realized, is this a prison? Even though his whole body was covered in ice, he didn't know how he spoke. Barrett sneered, are you frozen, stupid? Kaido. Kaido turned his eyes and looked over there. Isn't this the guy on Roger's boat? The guy who claims to be a descendant of the devil. It looks like this should be the 6th floor of the city. Oh Lolo, the Navy is really capable. Didn't you expect to defeat me? I was imprisoned in the Promotion City. The Red Earl, the Devil's Descendant, the World Destroyer, the Evil King, all of them are big shots. I thought you were all dead, but I didn't expect you to be caught and imprisoned in Advance City. Kaido looked over one by one, found that he knew many people, and they were all famous people in the sea. Now you are also one of us. Someone snorted coldly. I don't want to stay with you here. Kaido snorted coldly, and continued, how long have I been locked up here? I don't know, who would care about this? This is not the outside world, it's dark, what do you think? Don't talk about this, tell me how you were defeated. Was it Aokiji's hand? What's the situation in the outside world now? Is the guy with the white beard still alive? Is the Golden Lion still active in the sea after he escaped from prison? Everyone started asking about Kaido, but Kaido just snorted coldly and didn't want to pay attention at all. Tell me Kaido, how many people from that era are still active in the sea? Redfield suddenly looked at Kaido and asked. Even he wants to know the outside world very much? Oh Lolo, I can disclose information from the outside world, but I have a request. Red Earl, I want to go out, how about you helping me escape from prison? Kaido looked at Redfield, and the voice came out. Do you also have such unrealistic ideas? Redfield snorted coldly. As long as I break out of the ice, even Hailishi won't be able to trap me. Kaido is still confident. He just observed himself with knowledge and knowledge. Lushi was bound with chains, but he has a special physique, so he is not very afraid of Hailishi. Plus he knows how to destroy Halostone. Wano country has not been in vain all these years. Although he can't process it, it's still possible to destroy it. As long as you have a high-level arm domineering color and destroy it from the inside, over time, even Halostone, which is comparable to diamonds, can be destroyed. The reason why Redfield and the others couldn't break through the sea tower stone was because their physical strength at this time could no longer support the consumption of high-level armed colors. Prison is not a cafeteria, it can make you full, and it is good enough to keep you from starving to death. Therefore, the people in the prison are physically deficient. But Kaido has this self-confidence, as long as he can break the hard ice on his body, he may be able to escape from here. King Z and Yunyi teamed up to freeze him, wrapping him in hard ice, unlike other people, whose hands and feet were fixed in Shanghai Lushi handcuffs. This actually gave him a chance to escape. If his hands and feet were tied to Shanghai Lushi, it might be even more difficult for him to escape. But the problem is, the ice on his body right now. He has already tried it. Even if he used his fire ability, he still couldn't melt the ice. If it wasn't for the fact that he was using the Flame Dragon King at that time, the two of them didn't completely freeze themselves when they joined forces to freeze themselves, leaving a gap. In addition to my special physique, the awakening of the fruit ability brought me an unparalleled recovery speed. Let alone awakening, I am afraid that even my consciousness will be completely frozen. Take it as a deal. I'll tell you about the outside world, and you help me break the ice on my body. Then the two of us join forces, and it shouldn't be difficult to escape. I think you all want to go out, too? Jin, what a lion can do, can't I, Kaido? Kaido said fiercely. Kaido, if you can really go out, we can naturally help you. Ha ha ha, I wanted to go out a long time ago. It's a pity that I was tied up by Hailishi. All the people in the surrounding cells shouted, if they could get out, who wouldn't want to get out? Here is torture, every moment is torture? Kaido didn't pay attention to what these guys said, and still looked towards Redfield. In the entire prison, there are only a few that he can see. Trading? It's not impossible. Redfield smiled and looked at Kaido, then, let's talk about the current situation in the sea. This is not your time anymore. The current time belongs to our 4 emperors. Kaido grinned and looked at Redfield, seeming to be sarcasm, but also seemed to be explaining. He briefly explained the external situation. He also briefly talked about the situation on the Navy side. 4 emperors. I know Charlotte Lingling, who is Shanks. That guy with the white beard isn't dead yet? But yes, that guy doesn't die so easily. A major general teamed up with Aokiji to freeze you? You are too weak, Kaido. Kaido ignored other people's words. He didn't take his own failure very seriously, and it's not like he hasn't lost before. However, it is not a simple matter to want to escape from prison. It is impossible to say that jailbreak escapes from prison. Moreover, it is also a problem to break the ice on the body. By myself alone, it may take a long time to consume slowly. Therefore, Kaido needs to ask other people for help. But here, the most indispensable thing is the master. So, do you have any way to break the ice off your body faster? It may take a long time on my own. Kaido looked at the others and said. After hearing this, everyone looked in the direction of Redfield. One of them said, when the Golden Lion escaped from prison, the Red Earl helped cut off his legs. Otherwise, the Golden Lion might not be able to do it by himself. If anyone in the field can cause harm to others from a distance, he is the only one. Kaido also looked over, and the voice came out, Red Earl, it seems that you have a solution. I'm not sure. The ice on your body seems very solid. Maybe I won't be able to do it for a while. It will take time. Redfield didn't boast, but said lightly. This solid ice can even imprison Kaido, so it means it is very strong. He also knows Kaido, since he was on the Rocks ship, his strange strength has been his signature. Of course, I didn't expect to be able to break through the ice of 2 strong men at once, and one of them was awakened by nature. If it weren't for my strong physique, someone else might have died. Kaido said unexpectedly, even he was almost completely frozen. It is impossible for ordinary people to break through such a solid block of ice. Take your time. Here, time is the least valuable thing. If you can go out, I'm going to challenge Whitebeard. Kaido, don't forget your promise when the time comes. We really want to go out. Don't worry, Kaido, can't say nothing, but after I go out, how about you all rely on me? Kaido laughed and wooed these people. Let me be your captain. Don't think about Kaido, I won't be inferior to others. Oh Lolo, then it depends on who is stronger. But at this moment, the sound of iron chains rattling came, someone lowered the ladder from the upper floor, and a jailer came down with food. After hearing the movement, everyone in the field fell silent, and no one spoke again. Here, it will be mine in the future. Ha ha ha, oh, have I exposed my ambition? Deputy Warden Hannibal walked over, looking around like a lion patrolling his own territory. He nodded while walking. Little ones, give food to these criminals. They haven't eaten for a week. You can't let them starve to death here. Yes, Deputy Warden. The other jailers followed orders. Hannibal came to the innermost cage where Kaido was locked up, looked up and down, and after finding nothing unusual, he nodded again. 4 emperors, that's all. It's not locked here yet. If Whitebeard can be released sometime if I was imprisoned, wouldn't my merits be greatly increased, and I wouldn't even have to wait until Magellan abdicates? At that time, the entire advanced city will be mine. Haha, oh, I've been exposed. He patrolled around. Every criminal here needs to be strictly monitored. Every once in a while, a jailer will come to check. Hey, Hannibal, can you tell us about the current situation in the outside world? If you can't, send us a newspaper. A prisoner in the cage asked Hannibal. What are you? You want to call me the warden? Hannibal was very dissatisfied, and someone called him by his name directly. The outside world has nothing to say. Isn't there one who was imprisoned not long ago? You can ask him. Oh yes, he was frozen and unable to speak. Haha, the 4 emperors. As if thinking of something funny, Hannibal laughed. Kaido raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but he didn't speak. If it was known that he had regained consciousness, the jailers inside might put stronger shackles on him. 4 emperors, are they the 4 strongest pirates in the sea right now? Warden Hannibal, can you tell us about it? Another person spoke. Hannibal was so overjoyed when he heard someone calling him the warden, he coughed lightly, and pretended to say, in that case, let me tell you, the 4 emperors are indeed the strongest in the sea right now. 4 pirates, but in my opinion, except for Whitebeard, the other 3 are a bit misnamed. 1, has already been locked up here. The 100 Beasts pirates are having a hard time right now. The other one almost made the Quincy lay down some time ago. If he has red hair, if it's not Roger's former crew member, so he's not necessarily the 4 emperors. Among them, Whitebeard can truly be called the 4 emperors. Anyway, it's not a big deal, it's up to them to make themselves happy. Let's talk about the outside world. After hearing this, someone looked at Kaido with strange eyes, which is different from what he said. According to Kaido, the 4 emperors are the 4 emperors who have dominated the new world, but according to Hannibal, it doesn't seem to be the case. The Quincy? Who is that character? Another voice also said. In the days when he was still at sea, it seemed that he had never heard of this name. This Quincy is an amazing guy. He ran to Big Mom's territory alone and made a big fuss. He defeated Cracker and Katakuri successively, and finally broke out with Big Mom. The two smashed the cake. The island was almost sunk. The current bounty has reached more than 2 billion Baileys. However, these things have nothing to do with you. Oh, it's not right. Maybe he will be locked up here like you in the future. It's best to lock up the 4 emperors. At that time, as the warden, I will very face saving. After Hannibal finished speaking, he ignored the reactions of the others, looked at his subordinates and said, "Close the team and go back. Wait until all the jailers have left." Only then did the discussions begin in the prison. "Oh Luo, it seems that during the time I was imprisoned, a lot of big things happened in the new world. I didn't expect that Lingling even lost. Quincy, I remember that he is the king of the dark world." Kaido's voice came out. "Bugs in the dark world? It seems that what you said is a bit untrue, Kaido." Barrett looked at Kaido and laughed mockingly. The rest of the people looked at Kaido jokingly. Hannibal's words are completely different from Kaido's words. Kaido snorted coldly, "After I get out, I will let you know what the 4 emperors are." The rest of the people sneered, but they also knew that Kaido was indeed a strong man. He was strong before, but now he will only be stronger. So they just sneered. In the following period of time, Kaido was trying to use his flame ability to melt the ice as much as possible. On the other hand, Redfield also used his state of great swordsman and his special arrogance to help Kaido get out of trouble as much as possible. After a period of hard work, the solid ice on Kaido's body finally cracked a crack. As the click sound from inside became more obvious, Kaido's body surface also surged with endless flames. Flame Dragon King. Kaido let out a roar, and the fierce flames on his body roared again, suppressing the endless icy air. "Let me help you." Over there, Redfield also stared at him. At this moment, the sword power belonging to the great swordsman surged wildly, and then the sword power condensed at one point, forming a slashing attack. Chop through the ice. When the grand slash touched the ice block, it actually penetrated directly and slashed inside the ice block. With a chi sound, a wound burst out on Kaido's body, and blood flowed. This is unavoidable. Cut from the inside, Kaido who is inside the ice cube will naturally be cut. However, there was also a terrifying cut inside the ice cube, and the ice chips fell down, allowing Kaido more space to move around. "Ha ha ha, let's explode the Overlord color together. Overlaying the Overlord color can cause damage to matter." At this moment, Barrett also swept his Overlord color towards that side. Everyone else followed suit. Boom boom boom, the violent domineering colors collided, and purple-black thunder flashed in the air. The disorderly Overlord's color collided, shaking the surrounding rock walls to crack. Even the extremely solid ice cubes were slightly affected. "Come on. Let's escape." Kaido's huge body twisted, and the huge force shook the entire ice cube to rumble. The chains wrapped around it also began to vibrate. The walls connecting the chains were also affected, and the endless and terrifying power moved along the chains, causing the entire city to vibrate. The ripples on the sea surface turned into waves and rushed out. This time the commotion was so big that even the people on the upper floors knew it. On the 5.5th floor, the monster King Ivankov stood up abruptly, saw the surrounding walls shaking, and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Someone hurriedly said, "It seems to be coming from below." Then, the 5th floor, the 4th floor, the 3rd floor. At this moment, everyone in the advancing city has noticed this movement. Inside the monitoring room, some jailers were alarmed. What happened? Why is there a vibration? A jailer looked at the monitor and exclaimed, "Look at the 6th floor." The movement broke out from the 6th floor. "It's the criminals on the 6th floor. Quickly, tell Lord Magellan. There is a riot on the 6th floor." The source of the shock came from Kaido's cage. What's going on? Did Kaido break free from the ice? At this moment, the jailers in the entire city of advancement panicked. The 6th floor is the most important place in the entire advancing city, and now they actually discovered, the criminals on the entire 6th floor have started to riot. What's going on? Magellan, who had just come out of the toilet, asked with a sullen face. The warden, Sati, quickly said, "Master Magellan is the news from the 6th floor, but there are too few monitoring phone bugs on the 6th floor, and it is impossible to see clearly what is going on. Phone bugs are living creatures, so they will naturally be affected by the domineering look. The criminals inside didn't want to be monitored by the jailers, so it was naturally impossible for those phone bugs to monitor them. Every time, I use the Overlord color to stun the phone bug. Therefore, in the 6th floor, there is no monitoring phone bug. Even if there is, it is at the elevator entrance far away from those criminals. But relying on this alone, it is impossible to monitor all the cells, we can only look at the general. Damn it, let all the jailers prepare, I'll go down and have a look first." Magellan took a deep breath, feeling that something was wrong in his heart. He directly ordered everyone to get ready. He's going down to see what happened on the 6th floor. I hope it's not what I imagined. Magellan felt heavy in his heart. "It's my lord." Little Sati quickly responded, turned around and went down. On the other hand, Hannibal, the deputy warden, also sensed that something was wrong, and the uneasiness in his heart became more obvious. He had experienced the Golden Lion's jailbreak incident before, and the movement this time was so similar to that time. At this moment, he didn't have a hippie smile on his face, and his face was extremely serious. He also took a deep breath to make all the jailers here get ready. He rushed over to the elevator by himself with a knife in his hand, and secretly swore in his heart that no one would be allowed to escape this time. On the other side, in a room, Shiryu, the guardian of the Long Reign, is a strong man comparable to Magellan, so he was naturally aware of it at this moment. He bit his cigar, showed an inexplicable smile, and said lightly, "It looks like something big is going to happen here in Jinshin City. Just in time, my hand is itching right now, but killing the criminals above is a bit unsatisfactory. With that said, he also walked out with a knife in his hand. It's 108,000 years too early to trap me. Kaido roared, and the flames around his body melted the ice around his body's surface, freeing up a space. At this moment, his figure suddenly became smaller and transformed into a human beast form. However, he found inconceivably that when his body became smaller, the cold air that sealed him seemed to have become conscious, and began to fill in the empty space, trying to seal him again. No wonder it's so strong, it can be repaired by itself, the awakening of the natural department? But Kaido roared again, break it? Fire Dragon Jong 3 Yin Naraku. The turbulent flames condensed on his mace, as if a flame dragon king roared around it. He laughed grinningly, and the terrifying attack slammed down towards the ice in front. Boom! For this blow, he went all out and hit the ice hard. There was a roaring sound, followed by the crackling sound of ice cubes, and then the burning sound of flames. Not enough. Let's do it again. Kaido frantically swung the mace, and the flames burst, melting a large amount of ice. Accompanied by his hammering, the sound of boom 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 was extremely intense. Ka-ka boom! Under his continuous bombardment, the ice that had originally sealed him up, at this moment, shattered. Kaido jumped out, laughing wildly, bursting out with domineering arrogance. He punched all the chains of sea tower stones that fell, and hit the wall, and the wall cracked in large pieces. Hey, Kaido, hurry up and look for the key. It's not easy to destroy Halestone with high-level weapons. Some people saw Kaido breaking out of the ice, and they all showed joy on their faces. Kaido, let me come out. The jailer should have discovered the movement here. It is not easy to deal with Magellan and Shiloh of the Rain with you alone. In another cell, Barrett smiled evilly. He looked at Kaido and said, Barrett, why let you out first? I can help your Kaido too. Let me out first, I promise, Magellan will definitely be stopped. Everyone around looked at Kaido eagerly. Kaido's physique is very peculiar. Even after being frozen for so long, his physique is still at its peak, and even his physical strength has returned to its peak. The high-level armed color is covered on the mace, and it hits the cage made of sea stone in front of it. After a few times, the cage in front seemed to be destroyed from the inside, there was a sound of clicking, and cracks appeared, and another violent bombardment. The Halestone cage shattered in response. Kaido carried the mace on his shoulders, scanned all the cages with his eyes, and finally looked at Barrett. Since it is part of the deal, I will naturally help you break through the stones of the sea. You should be able to now. Can you still fight? What do you think? Barrett looked directly at Kaido and laughed. Okay, how about joining me after you come out? I can make you my vice captain. Kaido walked towards Barrett's cage step by step. Stop joking about Kaido. Barrett's eyes turned cold. Oh Lolo, forget it. Kaido grinned a few times, and smashed the cage where Barrett was held with a few sticks. And came to Barrett, looked at the shackles on his hands and feet, and laughed grinningly. If you are crushed to death by me, it will only prove that you are nothing more than this. As he said that, he didn't hesitate, wrapped the mace around the high-level armed collar, and knocked it down with one stick. In this world, no one can make me die. Barrett took a deep breath, his hands and feet were covered with thick armor-colored domineering. Boom boom boom. There was an earthquake-like sound, and facing such a heavy blow, Barrett didn't even frown. Even the bones of his hands and feet were broken under the blow of the mace, and his brows didn't even frown. One time. Kaido's high-level armed collar is still quite powerful, and it just knocked the sea property market in Barrett's hand directly in a few strokes. After all, the hardest Halestone is at most the hardness of a diamond. His fist can even break through the defense of Diamond Joseph from the Whitebeard's third team, let alone these Halestones. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Barrett clenched his fists, ignoring the pain of broken bones. The power he had in Tsunade at this time was the power of the devil fruit. Oh Lolo, then, Red Earl, I will let you out next. How did you grow here? You should already know which floor the key is on. Kaido came to the cage where Redfield was held, and said swinging and knocking directly broke the cage. He wanted to break the shackles on Redfield's hands and feet again. But Redfield got up straight away, and at some point, the chains on his hands and feet broke in two. Looking at the traces, there are even some signs of wear and tear, and there are countless cuts, which seem to be caused by slow cutting with one knife. Obviously, Redfield was able to break the shackles on his hands and feet long before, but he didn't do anything? Old guy, it looks like you can run out a long time ago. Kaido flashed his eyes and grinned. This old guy still has some skills. He actually destroyed Halestone by himself. If it's just me, it's still a bit difficult to break through Magellan and Shiloh of the Rain. Redfield patted the dust on his body and looked at Kaido, but you just came in. Then let's make a big fuss together. Kaido laughed wildly, his eyes were ferocious, and at the same time he was extremely excited. Let the whole world know that we escaped. Oh Lolo, Navy, you are waiting for me. Revenge, /. Kaido has not forgotten the defeat brought to him by the Navy, Aokiji and that Navy brat. He will never let them go. After Barrett escaped from the trap, he punched the wall violently, shaking the entire wall continuously. He's adapting to his powers? Don't forget, Barrett is a capable person. When imprisoned by high-purity Halestone, he will appear in a state of powerlessness, but even in this state, he is still doing high-intensity exercises every day. Exercise? Being able to do such exercises in that state, this guy is also an out-and-out monster? I'll go find the key first. Barret, don't waste your domineering energy, you should know where the food is stored, right? If you don't have the strength, you will suffer a lot in the tough battle later. Redfield twisted his body, the bones made the sound of crackling popping beans. He hadn't moved much for a long time, and he still felt a little uncomfortable. Barret grinned ferociously. Don't order me, old man. Humph, do you want to fight with me here, kid? Redfield's eyes were sharp, even though he didn't have a sword in his hand, the sword power he exuded at this moment was extremely terrifying, but at this moment, he raised his brows and looked towards the elevator entrance. Oh, are you here? It's quite fast. Let's wait until we get out. I'm very interested in your strength. You can match Roger's existence. Barret twisted his neck, then ignored Redfield, and also looked at the elevator entrance. There, it is the only place that can lead to the upper floor? Kaido ignored them and grinned at them. He knew that the people who advanced the city had arrived. The people around were shouting Kaido to save me, but Kaido ignored them. Over there, the elevator descended, and then two figures came out. It's Magellan and Shileo of the Rain? Damn it, Kaido actually let Kaido escape. Damn it, Red Earl Redfield and Devil's Descendant Barret are all tough guys. Magellan saw the three people outside the cage ahead, his face became even more gloomy. These guys in front of me are all very difficult existences. Magellan couldn't help but glanced, picked up the phone bug and said, Hannibal, tell the Navy about the situation here, and ask them to send someone over as soon as possible, otherwise, the situation will be serious. On the other side of the phone bug, Hannibal wiped off his cold sweat, and immediately said, I'm going to notify the Navy. After finishing speaking, he went to notify the Navy. At this time, the Navy headquarters was also a little bit jumpy because of this incident. Shileo of the Rain was wiping his own thunderstorm in his hand, and was looking at the people in front of him, with a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. Criminals, do you know the consequences of escaping from prison? Since you all ran out well, then, let me hack you to death. Oh, who are you? Kaido put the mace on his shoulder and looked at Shileo with a sneer. Don't be impulsive. Magellan frowned. The three guys in front of him are not easy to mess with, even if they are not in the peak ice state at this time. However, Shileo of the Rain didn't listen to him at all, and started directly. He has been itching for a long time, and he wants to kill someone? I'm the chief guard of the City of Advancement, Shileo of the Rain. Don't talk nonsense, let me cut you. Shileo of the Rain smiled coldly, and took the lead, and the bloody slash smashed through the air. Shileo of the Rain? I've never heard of it. Kaido grinned ferociously, and rushed over with a mace in hand. First, he smashed the chopping blow with a stick, and then he smiled coldly. David Laming gossips. Shileo of the Rain's face darkened, and he raised his sword to block. With a bang, the battle started in an instant. Navy headquarters. Warring States office. At this time, Jean Guo hung up the phone bug with a gloomy face, and slammed the table hard. What's going on all this time? Why do big events come one after another? But time didn't allow him to think too much, so he quickly sent a message to others. There is a problem in the booster city, and Kaido has escaped from prison. Not only Kaido has escaped from prison, but also those criminals from the 6th level of Infinite Hell may be released. Those people are existences that even the world government is afraid of, and even the world government has used power to erase the existence of some of them. If it is released, the world will be in chaos. Yellow Ape, where are you now? Jean Guo's first thought was naturally the Yellow Ape. Ah, Marshal of the Warring States period, don't you forget? Today is my vacation day. Huang Yuan was enjoying his vacation on a commercial island not far from the headquarters of the Navy at this time, and then he saw his pocket the phone bug started ringing blue. Huang Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition, picked up the phone bug, and found that it was the Marshal of the Warring States period calling. After hearing the words of the Warring States period, the corners of Huang Yuan's mouth twitched. Come again? Huang Yuan had a look of lovelessness, and his face was extremely dark. He felt that he was a brick, and he could move it wherever he needed. No way, who told him to be the fastest? Whenever an emergency happened, Warring States would be the first to think of him. It's like exchanging fruit abilities with Aokiji, others will do too. Yellow Ape sighed, glitter fruit, if I knew it, I wouldn't eat it. Unlucky? Helpless, the order of the Warring States period is important, and he himself knows the seriousness of the matter. If Jinjinchinj allows people to escape from prison again, then, the title of the largest prison in the world can be given up. Life is not easy, Huang Yuan sighed, his figure flashed, and disappeared in place. On the other hand, the arrangement of the Warring States period is not limited to the yellow monkey. The red dog is not at the Navy headquarters because of the mission, but the green pheasant and the cloud knight are still there. Yunya has been staying in the training camp since that incident. This stay is half a year. If you have nothing to do, you let the Warring States arrest the young man. And he was the one who teamed up to defeat Kaido. Let him go with Aokiji. Sengoku also had other thoughts. If possible, freeze Kaido again? Aokiji and Yunya teamed up to freeze Kaido for more than half a year. Although Kaido was still given, this power also gave Sengoku the hope of completely capturing Kaido. After all, even if they caught Kaido before, he would run away in just a few days. It can be seen that the frozen power of the two is still very terrifying. After knowing this, Yunya was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Kaido broke out of the ice, and at this time he was making a big fuss in the entire city. Although it was a bit unexpected, Yunya also felt that this was normal. After all, he knew Kaido's physique. If he and Aokiji were really completely frozen, then, it would only prove that he was the strongest. So much for the name of the creature. After receiving the task, Yunya didn't hesitate and went straight to the port. Over there, Aokiji was already waiting. General Ching Pheasant. Yunya greeted. Major General Urin, since we are here, let's go. According to the latest news, they have already broken through the 6th floor. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain seem to be unable to resist. Seeing Yunya approaching, Aokiji didn't waste any more time, directly ordered the warship to set off. It only took a while from the time the news was delivered to the time when the Navy started to act. However, during this period of time, Kaido, Barrett, Redfield, and others have already fought with Magellan Ujixi on the 6th floor. The two sides almost beat the entire 6th floor to the point of collapsing. If Redfield and Barrett hadn't recovered to their peak at this time, the forces advancing the city would not be able to stop these criminals. It's a little tough right now. On the surface of the sea, the warship is heading towards the location of the advancing city. Because of the special currents surrounding it, the speed of the warship is not comparable to that of the pirate ship. After sailing for a period of time, Yunya and the others are about to arrive at the city of advancement. Yunya looked towards the sea, his eyes flickering. After half a year of hard training, Yunya's armed color has also made great progress, and has entered a high-level stage. It can use the flow of domineering energy to penetrate into the enemy's body, causing even more terrifying destructive power. And not only that, Yunya's proficiency in other skills has also increased now. Yunya looked at his system panel. Achievement points, 2620. Cut, swordsmanship, proficiency 94. Zanpakuto, Zainyo, proficiency 70. Iroman Maru, proficiency 82. Fist, white fighting, proficiency 90. UN School of Fighting, proficiency 76. Walk, Shunpo, proficiency 95. Ghost, the 4th of the Broken Way Baile, proficiency 100. The 33 of the Broken Way Kanghuo Pendant, proficiency 100. The 63 of the Broken Way Thunder Roar, proficiency 100. Binding the 30 Way of the Way, 3 Flashes of the Mouth, proficiency 80. The 81 of the Binding Way, Breaking the Space, proficiency 60. The 99 of the Breaking Way, 5 Dragons Turning, proficiency 55. Returning to the Way Deadwood Rejuvenation, proficiency 65. Special category, Instant Coaxing, proficiency 90. Skeletal Clone, 0/1. False Flash, proficiency 55. The achievement points have increased a bit. The Quincy killed a few desperate pirates, and the Night Blade got it when he killed Carmenio. It's not worth mentioning. In addition to the high-level armed color, Yunya's instant coax and Bida also reached 90. Moreover, Yunya's identity as a Quincy master has been tested, and when the proficiency of instant coaxing reaches 90, Yunya has also mastered the stronger stage of instant coaxing. Now Yunya's instant coaxing has roughly 3 forms. The first one is the ordinary single attribute instant coaxing, the second is the Thunderflame mode instant coaxing, and the third form is also the strongest form. But Yunya's instant coaxing is different from Yayi's form. What's worth mentioning is that, after the instant coaxing proficiency is 90, Yunya can already control the power of the instant coaxing, and will never let his clothes tear open again. Well, this is indeed something to be happy about. After all, when you use a unique move, your clothes will explode. It's a shame, okay? Although Yunya has his own unique combat uniform, but Yunya doesn't like it that much. He still prefers to wear lighter clothes. In general, the identity of the Quincy Master has become stronger again, and he has stepped into the strength of the Emperor in the true sense. In addition to the short board in durability, Yunya's several abilities have reached the peak level. Yunya felt that if he fought Charlotte Lingling again, he would no longer be inferior to Charlotte Lingling in terms of combat power, and even have the upper hand. Push into the city. There is chaos at this time. Still in the 6th floor, Magellan and Shiloh of the Rain face Kaido, Barrett, and Redfield. Kaido, you can't run away. I have already asked the Navy for help. With the speed of the warship, they will come here soon. At that time, the Navy will have a general coming. Magellan roared, swaying the venom on his body. A ferocious poisonous dragon rushed towards Kaido. Hey, let them try it. It's best if Aokiji and that Navy kid come. I still want to seek revenge from them. Kaido roared angrily, with a powerful aura surged on his body, and hit him with a stick. With a boom, his blow directly exploded the poisonous dragon, and the venom splashed on his body, making a chi-chi corrosion sound, but it didn't have much impact on his body. Is it poisonous? This kind of thing is useless to me. Magellan, is this the only thing you can do? Then, you can't stop me today. Kaido in human beast form was extremely ferocious, and rushed out with a mace in his hand. Kill. But the next moment, another figure stood in front of Kaido. Shiryu of the Rain slashed his sword horizontally and blocked Kaido's blow. Shiryu looked directly at Kaido with a ferocious smile on his lips. Can you still knock me into the air this time? In the collision just now, he was knocked into the air by Kaido's thunderous gossip, but after all, his strength was comparable to Magellan, and he was only slightly injured. Shiryu, the guardian of the long reign? Oh Lolo, you didn't get hurt after being hit by me? You really have some skills. Kaido sneered, and the other fist was clenched, with flames lingering on it, and a domineering arrogance wrapped around it. Blast out with one punch. Humph. Shiloh of the Rain snorted coldly, stepped back, and avoided Kaido's attack. On the other side, Barrett's tall body rushed towards Magellan, His fists were covered with thick armor color, and he punched Magellan one after another. The power of Magellan's poisonous fruit exploded, and countless venoms headed towards Barrett. The air was filled with poisonous mist, and the surrounding area was covered with a strange purple venom. What a difficult ability. Barrett also frowned. Although he was not afraid of Magellan's venom with his weaponry, he was a little annoyed by the poisonous mist floating in the air. After all, he is also human and needs to breathe. Every time he inhales the poisonous mist, he will feel a little uncomfortable. Although it is not unbearable, but if it continues, even he will sometimes be unbearable. Don't waste time with them, first find a way to get us out. Kaido, don't forget what you promised, let us out, we can help. What are you all doing? Do you think that you alone can break through Magellan and Shileo of the Rain's defenses? In the surrounding cages, some criminals shouted, and anxious eyes flashed in their eyes. Kate Lena, Big Wine Barrel, Wald, and the Evil King all grinned. They were not in a hurry, and they could see that it would not be so easy for the three of them to break out of the siege. If Magellan and Shileo of the Rain were so easy to deal with, then the Golden Lion would never escape successfully from prison in the world. Magellan's fruit ability might not be so difficult to put in other places, but in the small place of Advanced City, the power of his ability can be doubled. Kaido, Barrett, and Redfield naturally knew it too. So Kaido laughed at Barrett and Redfield. Then follow the original plan. I will block them, and you find a way to find the key above. Can you do it? Don't die. Barrett blasted away the poisonous fog around him with a punch, avoiding a poisonous arrow. Redfield is a great swordsman, but without a sword in his hand, he can't use half of his strength. In addition, he is not in his best state at this time, and it is not that simple to break out. Who are you underestimating? I am Kaido, the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts. Kaido laughed wildly, his body turned into a terrifying dragon, and the flames and wind blades bombarded Magellan and Shileo of the Rain like sloping waves past. He planned to stop Magellan and Shileo of the Rain alone, let the other two find the key, and restore their physical fitness to its peak. By the way, the current Barrett and Redfield can be said to be their weakest time. After all, he has been imprisoned for many years, and his quality has declined in all aspects. To be able to maintain his current strength at this time is already a monster among monsters. Then the two of them will be handed over to you. Redfield rushed out and headed for the elevator entrance. Don't think about it. Poison channel. Magellan roared, and the venom formed a channel, trying to rush over to stop Redfield's progress. Roaring thunder and gossip. But at this time, Kaido charged out again in the form of a human and beast, with the overlord and armed colors wrapped around the mace, and rushed out. I won't let you pass. Shileo of the Rain snorted coldly, blocked Kaido in an instant, swung his sword down from above, and made a scarlet slash. Get out. Kaido sneered coldly, swung the mace down, smashed the slash with a boom, and the castration continued unabated. He waved the mace again, smashing the passage formed by the venom, blocking Magellan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Redfield has already bypassed Magellan in a flash. Poisonous puffer fish. Magellan was overwhelmed by the target, his face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, and he spit out a large amount of venom. Pediatrics. Redfield turned his head and stared, the sword formed a slash out of thin air, chopped the incoming venom into pieces, the venom fell to the ground, and a poisonous mist rose up. Damn it, do you still have such strength after being imprisoned for so long? Magellan raised his hand, and the venom formed a big palm print, and slapped Redfield. Don't forget my existence. But at this moment, Barrett's figure flashed in front of him, and he jumped out, his fist covered with thick-armed domineering, and punched out. Boom! Thunder exploded, and the venom's big hand broke open. Barrett landed and rushed towards the passage without looking back. Shileo of the Rain's eyes turned cold, and he appeared in front of Barrett and Redfield again, slashing out a terrifying sword aura. This blow came so suddenly that Barrett and Redfield's expressions changed, and they backed away at the same time. Kaido, what are you doing? Barrett snorted coldly at Kaido. Didn't he mean to block them? Kaido pouted. What a slippery guy. He rushed out again, spitting out hot breath and hitting the front. And the mace swung in impact, attacking 2 people at the same time. Barrett and Redfield also shot out at the same time. Boom boom boom. Terrible fluctuations erupted in the field again. Get out. Kaido hit Magellan's poisonous dragon with a stick, knocked Magellan back, and at the same time came to Shileo of the Rain in a flash, holding the mace in both hands and slammed it down. The third Yinaluo. Although it was avoided by Shileo of the Rain, the ground couldn't bear the force and directly cracked. Good opportunity. Redfield seized this opportunity, and his speed increased suddenly. This time he came to the entrance of the passage. The same is true for Barrett. After he stabilized his figure, he punched directly towards the passage. With a bang sound, the entrance of the passage was shattered, and the two rushed to the 5th floor without hesitation. Shileo, go and chase them. Kaido, I'll stop them. Poison giants. Where Magellan was, a more terrifying venom boiled, turning from purple to red. Even this move assimilated the ground. This is the awakening of the poisonous fruit. Magellan looked at Kaido solemnly, and the huge venom giant slapped Kaido down. Huh? Devil fruit awakening. Kaido looked at Magellan in surprise. He felt threatened from the venom on Magellan at this moment. However, that's the only way to be interesting. Kaido laughed loudly, facing the attacking big hands without any fear, and rushed out directly. Thunder gossip. The sound of boom sounded, and the shock wave in the field swept all around. When the two collided this time, Magellan still fell into a disadvantage, but Kaido was surprised. He looked at the venom splashed on his body. This venom could actually cause damage to his body, and even corrode faster than his recovery speed. This is really incredible. He is very clear about his physical strength. I just didn't expect that Magellan's awakened venom could actually cause damage to his body, and it was still persistent. Hey Kaido, don't fight Magellan here. Are you trying to kill us? Damn it, it's impossible for this guy to listen. People in other prisons around were also affected, and the poisonous fog drifted over made them very uncomfortable. Shut up for me. Kaido roared towards that side, and then continued to fight Magellan. Every time the two of them attack, the entire city of advancement is shaken. Kaido's attack is extremely fierce and unstoppable, but after awakening, Magellan can also fight against Kaido head-on. Boom boom boom. The aftermath of the battle swept across the entire 6th floor. The other side. Redfield and Barrett came to the 5th level of extreme cold hell, where the air conditioning did not pose a threat to them at all. But at this moment, he frowned and looked forward. Ahead, a group of jailers headed by Deputy Warden Hannibal are already waiting for them here. Those jailer beasts who seem to have failed to awaken are also on this floor. Advance the city general mobilization. Red Earl, descendant of the devil, I won't let you escape. At this time, Hannibal was determined, holding a long knife in his hand and looking at the two criminals in front of him. Although he also wanted to resist the Golden Lion last time, the difference in strength was too great, and he was escaped by the Golden Lion. But this time, even if he died, he still wanted to prevent the criminals from escaping from prison. Ha ha ha, interesting. You coward dared to stand in front of me, I underestimated you. Barrett looked at Hannibal, and couldn't help showing a ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth. Fix it quickly, don't waste time. Redfield also frowned. Hannibal, a coward, has such courage, but he didn't care. Just a weakling. Although the courage is good, that's all. He stared, and the terrifying domineering look stunned more than half of the jailers in front of him. It's been a long time since I did anything, let me get back to the old feeling first. Barrett twisted his arms, making the sound of bones popping beans. Then he rushed out, like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, and knocked out the jailers who hadn't fallen down one by one. Although Hannibal was very determined, but after all, where his strength lay, he was no match for a monster like Barrett. After a few blessings, he was sent flying out. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood. However, Hannibal still struggled to stand up, and his eyes never showed fear from the beginning to the end. Kill, burning hellcar. Hannibal roared, and rushed over again, with flames swirling on the bloodsucker, slashing at Barrett with one knife after another. Barrett grinned, did not attack, and kept dodging Hannibal's attacks relying on his knowledge and color. Is this the only level of determination you have? Hannibal. While avoiding a blow, Barrett punched Hannibal hard in the chest, causing him to vomit blood again and fly backwards. Hannibal vomited blood again, but still got up tremblingly. His eyes were even a little loose, he was about to lose consciousness. I wouldn't let you, these criminals leave. Hannibal's mouth couldn't stop the blood gushing out, but he didn't care. I approve of your will, but the weak are the weak, go to hell. Barrett's eyes flashed a joking look, and he rushed forward. This time he wanted Hannibal's life. At the critical moment, a blood-red slash struck, blocking Barrett's movements. Shiryu of the Rain, have you caught up? Barrett looked. Shiryu of the Rain jumped out from the 6th floor with a gloomy face, and he was the one who made the move just now. Redfield ignored the battle over there, but the color of knowledge radiated out. The special color of knowledge made him read the thoughts of the jailers, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Is the key in the blood pool on the 4th floor? Some brains. Unfortunately, I can read other people's minds. With a flash of his figure, he killed the jailer, took the Teideo in his hand, and looked up. If I remember correctly, there should be the location of the blood pool. Redfield sneered. The aura belonging to the great swordsman rose wildly, and then he swung his sword towards the sky. The 100-meter-long slash slashed towards the sky, only to hear the chi. The slash broke through the air, and slashed towards the ceiling. Boom! This slash was extremely terrifying. It directly cut open the wall between the 5th floor and the 4th floor. Numerous jailers stared blankly at the ceiling, only to see that with a roar, a crack suddenly appeared, and then crashing stones fell down. Accompanied by the blood in the scorching blood pool? Barrett, who was fighting Shiloh of the Rain, suddenly raised his head. Seeing the stones falling from above his head and the boiling blood, his face darkened, and he quickly dodged to avoid it. Shiryu of the Rain also noticed it the first time, and stayed away from there. With a bang, over there, stones fell and blood splashed all over the ground. There were many jailers who couldn't dodge in time, were hit directly by huge stones, and were poured over their heads by boiling blood. I found it. Redfield smiled, and rushed in one direction. When he came to a place, he reached out and took a large bunch of keys in his hand. This is the key to the cage and Hailishi handcuffs hidden by the jailers? Redfield threw the key directly to Barrett's position. Barrett, I will leave the rest to you. After speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared directly. They are all pirates, don't think about benevolence and righteousness. Damn old thing. Barrett's face sank. This old thing actually ran away by himself? Looking at the key in his hand, Barrett suddenly showed a sneer, stepped to the entrance of the 6th floor, and threw the key down. Kaido, I have already thrown the key down, and I will leave the rest to you is you. After finishing speaking, Barrett looked at Shiryu of the Rain, smiled coldly, did not speak, and left the place with a flash of the same figure. Shiryu of the Rain looked at the passage and then at the direction in which the two were leaving, showing an evil smile. Without even thinking about it, he went straight to pursue Barrett. What does it matter to him if the riots in Jinjin City are riots? Shiryu of the Rain is an extremely evil person, and now he is about to kill someone. How could he stop if he didn't kill to his heart's content? Barrett, where do you want to run? Shiryu of the Rain sneered, and swung his sword directly at Barrett's back. TCH. What a fighting maniac. Barrett also snorted coldly. He didn't expect how murderous this guy was, and he didn't care about anything else, and killed him directly. He is not at the peak now, it is still very difficult to deal with this guy. I need to eat something to replenish my strength. On the 6th floor, when Kaido heard Barrett's words, he just snorted coldly. He already knew that these two guys would not be so honest, and there was no accident. Kaido, bring us the key. Did those two guys actually backtrack? Damn it. The other people in the cell naturally also heard Barrett's words, and they immediately became anxious. If Kaido doesn't help them untie it, there is no way for them to escape from the cage. I won't let you succeed. Magellan also sank in his heart. He didn't expect the key to be found, avoided Kaido's blow, and rushed directly towards the passage. Kaido, you heard it too. There are generals coming from the navy. If you don't let us out, it's just a dream for the three of you to break out. Pizarro, the villainous king, turned towards Kaido, said coldly. Caitlina also said, Kaido, let us out, so that you will have a greater chance of escaping? We can help you block the admiral? Cut. Kaido also cut. Although he is impulsive, it doesn't mean he has no brains, and he naturally knows this. The outside navy has come to help, and the admiral will definitely be dispatched. If there are only a few of them, it will be very difficult to break out. Therefore, only by uniting can they have the possibility of breaking out. Thinking of these, he rushed out and chased after them. Boom boom boom. In order to compete for the key, the two broke out a terrifying battle again. However, Kaido still has the upper hand in terms of hard power, forcibly withstood Magellan's blow, took the key in his hand, and was thrown by him in front of a criminal's cage. Take, I got it. The criminal shouted excitedly, and quickly opened the shackles on his hands and feet. And after he opened it, he also threw the key to others. It didn't take long, all the criminals on the 6th floor were released. Ha ha ha, I'm here. World government, navy, you all are waiting for me. This feeling, haha, is really comfortable. I haven't felt this way for a long time. After these criminals came out, they all laughed and looked at Magellan very badly. Damn it, what the hell is Shiryu doing? Magellan looked at the gathered criminals, his face as dark as a pan. Now I'm in trouble. This is an unprecedented crisis in Advance City. On the surface of the sea, a ray of golden light refracted one by one, rushing towards the advancing city. Huang Yuan, who was wearing a casual suit, did not slow down this time, and finally arrived. General Huang Yuan. A jailer saluted quickly when he saw Huang Yuan. What's the situation now? Huang Yuan didn't procrastinate, and went directly to the topic. Some criminals have broken through to the 3rd floor, and they have been released together with the criminals on the other floors. Now the jailers are simply not enough. A jailer recounted what happened inside. Kaido, Red Earl Redfield, Devil Descendant Douglas Barrett, World Destroyer Bundy Wald. Hearing these names, the yellow ape's face was extremely gloomy. What a frightening existence. Huang Yuan had a headache. The marshal of the Warring States period would really find people something to do. At this moment, the phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up. It was Aokiji calling. Kizaru, have you arrived in the city of advancement now? Aokiji's voice came from the phone bug. Huang Yuan said, I have arrived. Where have you been? King Z over there said, we are almost there too. There are still 10 minutes left. Huang Yuan nodded. Then I'll go down and have a look first. You guys come here as soon as possible. If I'm alone, it's hard to stop everyone. After speaking, he hung up the phone and walked down. Below, the battle intensified. The Red Earl found material supplements, and his strength recovered by half. And in order to make the scene even more chaotic, he actually released all the criminals on the 4th and 3rd floors. Let's make the scene more chaotic. Redfield sneered. Ha ha ha, free. Thank you so much for that old guy. Damn jailer, you all die for me. Countless escaped criminals showed ferocious and evil smiles, and they also started to rush up. In the current advancing city, there is a real chaos. All criminals have escaped from prison, they cannot be allowed to escape. Damn it. They rushed over. Countless jailers had never seen such a situation before. Facing the menacing criminals, they all panicked at this moment. The deputy warden, Domino, took a deep breath and shouted at everyone, stop them, don't let them go up. Facing the onslaught of criminals, the jailers fought desperately, but the number was not superior after all. They retreated steadily, and they were about to break through to the 2nd floor. On the other side, a few strong men broke out in a big battle, also fighting from the 6th floor to the 4th floor. Facing the combination of Kaido and several other strong men, Magellan also retreated steadily, but with the ability of the poisonous fruit, he was barely able to stabilize the situation. It's just that as time went by, his injuries became more and more serious. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain and Barrett also faced each other, and the battle that broke out between the two was also very violent. At this time, they are also on the 4th floor. Ha ha ha, Magellan, you can't stop us. Kaido once again blasted Magellan with a stick until he vomited blood and flew backwards, hitting the wall. Corroded by the venom, the wall immediately turned into venom and dripped down, and the poisonous smoke was emitting from. You don't even think about breaking out. Magellan coughed up blood and barely stood up while supporting the wall, but his expression was determined. He can't retreat. If he retreats, no one in Jinjin City will be able to stop them. He needs to delay the time until the navy comes to help, even if it means risking his life. A criminal held a sword in his hand and slashed at Magellan directly. If you don't get out of the way, you will have to die. Pizarro leaned forward, his fists were covered with thick armor, and he punched Magellan's abdomen. San Juan Wolf turned into a giant, and also punched out. Magellan's knowledge and perception, at the moment of crisis, the poisonous giant put his hands in front of his body, blocking the attacks of several people. But the body was knocked out again, coughing up blood in the mouth. Several people wanted to pursue, but at this time, several golden lights shot down from the sky, and then a voice came, "It's over, criminals." Several people in the arena are masters of knowledge, and they noticed it immediately. Some dodge, some block. Boom 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 explosion sounded. This ability is, the yellow ape. Pizarro recognized the person who was coming through the attack method, looked over there, and there was a golden light condensed into a human form, and it was the yellow ape. You are too presumptuous. Criminals. Huang Yuan looked at the criminals in front of him coldly with an extremely gloomy expression. Oh lol, the action of the navy is really fast. Did you actually come to support it? Admiral Kizaru. Kaido also had a slightly dignified look in his eyes after seeing Kizaru. Now that the yellow ape is here, does it mean that the naval reinforcements have arrived? If you don't break out, things may become more and more troublesome. General? So that's the case, has that guy Kisaragi been promoted to a general? Wald looked at Kisaragi and remembered this guy, but at his time, Kisarapai was not a general yet. Leave them alone. If we delay, it will be even more difficult for us to escape. Just rush up. The evil government king also darkened his face at this time. After speaking, he ignored the others and looked up at the passage on the upper floor. Not only him, but others also ignored Magellan's battle, and after they came out, they rushed directly to the top. They didn't want to delay with Magellan here. Big Barrel Basque Chote and Moonlight Hunter Caitlina are one of these guys. The speed is so fast that it has even mixed with the criminals on the upper floors. Their goal is only one, and that is to rush to the top as much as possible. Leave them all to me. 8-foot Kaing Guyu. Huang Yuan crossed his hands, his eyes were cold, and his first move was a big move. He also knows that in this situation, he can't keep his hands. If he can't catch it, he can only kill him. Shhhhhhh. Boom boom boom. Countless light bullets rushed out in all directions, directly blasting and killing countless criminals. Even some masters dared not be careless and rushed to resist. Is this the admiral? So strong. General Huang Yuan. Some criminals swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene, dumbfounded. They are not criminals on the 6th or 5th floor. There are many bounties that have not exceeded 100 million. After seeing this scene, they all turned pale with fright. Even some strong people are not at the peak at this time, and they are repelled by the attack of the yellow ape. General Huang Yuan. Magellan was also relieved to see Huang Yuan coming. Let's work together to block them. Huang Yuan said without talking nonsense. Magellan nodded. Good. Right now, we can only hold these people back as much as possible, and we can't let them go up. Laser. Kizuru pointed his finger, and a laser shot directly towards Kaido in front of him. Humph. Kaido snorted coldly, waved the mace, smashed the laser, and looked at the yellow monkey. Are you the only one here? Where's Aokiji and the Navy Kid? Navy Kid? Are you talking about Rear Admiral Yunya? Huang Yuan's eyes flashed, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. Don't worry, they'll be here soon. I've already told you that you can't escape. Is that guy here too? Oh Lolo, good time? I still want to seek revenge on him. Kaido rushed out with a mace in his hand without fear. Since they haven't arrived yet, then, let's defeat you first. Who are you underestimating? Huang Yuan pouted, showing a sneer. Amazon Cloud Sword. A long laser sword extended from his palm and was held in his hand. Boom! The two collided, and a terrifying wave of air swept out to the surroundings. In another place, Magellan and the others also shot at the same time at this moment, and the battle started again. At this moment, Yunyi and Kingzi also arrived at the city of Advance, and when the warship docked, they rushed out. Both of them knew that the situation was urgent, and they went straight to the city without any hesitation. As soon as they entered, they sensed that the situation inside was not optimistic. There are shouts of killing, roars, and screams everywhere. The two looked at each other, and the speed increased again. In the blink of an eye, the two had already reached the 3rd floor. At this time, on the 3rd floor, the jailers and the criminals were fighting together, and the battle was extremely fierce. One side is desperately trying to break through, while the other side is defending desperately. However, it was obvious that the jailers also began to retreat in the face of those desperate criminals. The main reason is that the number of people varies too much. Ice Age. As soon as Aokiji appeared on the stage, he directly used the field control big move. The frost spread and swept across, freezing many criminals in front of them directly, turning them into lifelike ice sculptures. This turn of events also shocked other people. When they looked up and found that it was Aokiji, many people were terrified. It's Admiral Aokiji. Damn it, the navy came so fast. Run. Facing the admiral, these criminals all became terrified and retreated subconsciously. But the jailer on the other side is another expression. It's General Aokiji. The Navy is finally here. When the jailers saw the Navy coming, they all cheered up, their morale rose immediately, and they blew the horn of counterattack. Over there, Caitlina, who had already reached the 3rd floor, changed her face when she saw this scene. Ice? Is it Aokiji? Damn it. She also saw the yellow monkey just now, and now she saw the green pheasant appearing, which made her face darken. Tianchong. On the other side, Yunya also entered the arena, and directly slashed out a terrifying slash, sweeping the battlefield. There is another strong man? Who is that? The rank of Major General. It's Rear Admiral Nightblade, the Navy Nova who defeated Kaido. Someone also recognized Yunya's identity, and exclaimed loudly. They were even more terrified. This time the Navy actually came with 3 general-level forces behind, followed by the Navy that came together, joining the battlefield. The battle is getting more intense. In another place, the big wine barrel seemed to have gone crazy, and started to launch a fierce attack on the jailer. Every punch that hit the ground caused the ground to collapse, and the gravel shot out. If there is no wine, let me brew your blood into a bar of blood. The big wine barrel roared, with red eyes, grabbing a jailer and tearing his throat. Blood sprayed out continuously. He opened his mouth to catch the sprayed blood, and swallowed it with a gudong. Blood splashed all over his body, making him look extra-proof. It tastes terrible. This is the worst wine I've ever had. His gaze suddenly turned to Domino, the deputy warden who was fighting with a 6th-tier criminal, and he smiled ferociously. The wine extracted from a beautiful woman should be even more delicious. He is an ability user who ate the fruit of wine, and can turn all liquids into wine. His favorite drink in the past was the blood wine of the strong. However, he also likes beautiful women, so he rushed directly towards Domino. Being able to be the deputy warden, Domino's strength is also good. Sensing the danger, his face changed drastically, and the weapon in his hand hit the big wine barrel. With a boom, the two exchanged a move, but she was a bit worse than the big wine barrel. Even if the big wine barrel is not at its peak now, Domino was punched until he vomited blood and flew backwards. The big wine barrel opened its mouth to inhale, and immediately showed an intoxicated expression. It is indeed better than other garbage. This murderous scene was also seen by other people, and they immediately became horrified. That's the big barrel, Bask shouted. I heard that he once offered a bounty of 400 million pirates. Damn it, it's so strong, even the deputy warden is no match for him. The people around were surprised. They didn't expect these people to have such strength after being imprisoned for so long. What a horror! All the wounded get back. Yunya walked over with a sword in hand, with an extremely indifferent expression, and said to the other jailers, Major General Yunya. Seeing Yunya rushing over, Domino was also relieved. She knew Yunya's strength and could fight against Kaido's strong man. Just a Major General, what are you afraid of? Kill him. When some criminals saw a rear admiral standing in front of them, their eyes showed a ferocious look. Some of them were imprisoned early, and they didn't know Yunya at all. Some people directly killed Yunya. Just a Major General, how strong can he be? It was just what happened in the next scene that completely shocked them. I saw Yunya swinging his sword indifferently, and a terrifying slash directly killed the criminal who charged up. Stay here. Yunya rushed out instantly, raising his sword and dropping it. No one could block Yunya's strike. Looking at the big wine barrel over there, although he went crazy, he also noticed Yunya, and he didn't care about it, and directly killed Yunya. Rear Admiral? I don't know how many people have killed before. However, you should compare other. Everyone has to be strong, and the wine extracted from the blood of the strong is the most delicious. Let me extract your blood into a bar. As he said that, he rushed towards Yunya. The momentum is extremely fierce, and wine can improve his state, and even his strength. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his peak. What the hell? Yunya's eyes turned cold. Although the guy in front of him looked familiar, he didn't remember who it was. Although knowledgeable Color sensed a little threat, that's all. Dodging the blow of the big wine barrel, Yunya dodged to the sky above him, and slashed down with a sword. Tianchong. The color of the big wine barrel was beating wildly, and there was a warning sign of danger, which made his face change drastically. Blood-red liquid overflowed from the palm. It was wine. The blood-red wine turned into a sword blade, ignited a raging fire, and a sword rushed towards Yunya's slash. However, facing Yunya's attack, his attack was simply not enough. With a chi sound, when his attack touched Yunya's slash, it immediately shattered like tofu. That's impossible. Big Tonk's face changed wildly, and his full blow was easily broken by the rear admiral, but this sentence is also his last words. How terrifying is Yunya's slashing attack, it directly breaks through his attack and slashes fiercely. Kask Bask shouted, die? The movement here naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone was horrified when they saw the body of the big wine barrel. The big wine barrel is actually dead. The strength this guy showed just now was already terrifying, but now, he was cut in half like a dead dog. Blade, he is Nightblade. He teamed up with Aokiji to defeat Kaido's navy. Damn it, what do they mean in the navy? Such a strong person is just a major general. Countless criminals looked at Yunya in horror. This rear admiral is actually so powerful? However, some people also recognized Yunya's identity and knew that he was the Nova Navy star who teamed up with Aokiji to defeat Kaido. Yunya's strength also made many people fear him, and they dared not take another step forward. Caitlina, who was watching this scene from the side, shrank her eyes sharply at this time, and her eyes also showed a look of astonishment. She did not expect that the big wine barrel was killed so easily. Rear Admiral, Nightblade? What a monster? Caitlina murmured to herself, extremely vigilant. In another place, Ladefield, who was hiding behind the scenes, also looked at Yunya, tightened the sword in his hand, and thought to himself, is it a great swordsman? It really makes my hands itchy. Over there, Kaido and other strong men are also fighting towards the upper floor at this time. After all, there were only 2 Magellan and Yellow Ape, and it was exhausting to deal with these strong men at the same time, fighting and retreating at the same time. This cold, is it Aokiji? Pizarro felt a terrible cold as soon as he came up, and looked in the direction of Aokiji. Of course, he knew Kingsley. Aokiji, you guys dare to appear in front of me. Kaido saw Aokiji at a glance, anger flashed across his face, and he opened his mouth to spit out a hot breath and charged towards him. Aokiji noticed it with knowledge and quickly avoided it, and an explosion occurred where he was originally standing. It seems that you are not frozen enough, Kaido. Aokiji let out a breath of cold air, his eyes were equally cold, and he gathered a skate in his hand, waiting for the opportunity to move. It's just a piece of ice, and you still want to freeze me. Kaido snorted coldly, but at this moment, a golden light blasted from him and exploded on him, knocking him back. Kaido turned his head and roared, Kazan. Huang Yuan curled his lips, I'm here? Where are you looking? Kaido. A terrifying slash over there slashed towards Kaido, and it was Yunya who made the move? It's you kid, it looks like you're all here. Kaido turned around and smashed Yunya's slash with a stick, looked at Yunya with a sneer, and at the same time there was a fierce light in his eyes. It was these 2 guys who defeated him frozen, sent to the promotion city. Kaido will never forget this hatred. It seems that we need to unite, otherwise they won't let us break out so easily. Pizarro walked to Kaido's side and said to him, facing these monsters in the navy, he did not dare to be careless. Wald also came here, looked at the navy, and said with a sneer, then break out. They're just a few brats, just kill them. Carp Sengoku isn't here, so what's there to be afraid of? In the navy, at his time, the only ones who could pose a threat to him were Sengoku and Garp, and he didn't even pay much attention to Zifa. He, I'll help you too. Caitlina also came here and stood with them. Kaido squinted at Katarina and snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Pizarro, on the other hand, glanced at her and said coldly, you bastard, you really know the situation. He, I'm a little scared of so many monsters. Caitlina said indifferently. Seeing the appearance of these people, Kingsley couldn't help squinting his eyes. They are all familiar faces. But, want to break out? It's not that easy. Yunya also looked at it. Although this was the first time he saw these people, he also recognized some of them through the memory of his previous life. Then stop talking nonsense, time does not allow us to delay. Kaido looked at the enemies in front, sneered, and rushed to kill them. He didn't know if these were all the reinforcements from the navy. If Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, and others also rushed over, they would basically have no hope of escaping from prison. Right now, we still need to break out as soon as possible. At least you can't get stuck here. Then let these righteous people see our strength. Kill them. Finally free, I don't want to be imprisoned again. If you don't get out of the way, I can only let you die. Several criminals looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Over there, Yunya and the others also met them, and the battle started immediately. This time the scene is even more grand. Several strong men have their own opponents, and the aftermath of the battle is simply impossible for ordinary people to intervene. Ice Age. Aokiji's body exploded with cold air, enveloping everyone, trying to freeze them, but he mainly took care of Kaido. Hey, isn't this Moon Pass Hunter Caitlina? It's so terrifying. Huang Yuan and Caitlina fought together. It's been a long time, Kisaragi. Caitlina also sneered, and slashed at Kisaragi with a sword. How long can you last? Mazilan. Pizarro covered his whole body with armed colors, and joined forces with the huge battleship to fight against Mazilan. Mazlan was seriously injured at this time, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted, you can't escape. Boom boom boom. A melee broke out between several people, and the battle was very fierce. The weak can only swallow their saliva watching the battle of these few people. It is really terrifying. At this time, Yunyi and Valder were fighting together. The speed of the two was so fast that they collided with each other like two afterimages, and a terrifying aftermath erupted. Momo, 50 times the speed of Sound Punch. Wald roared, his fist was covered with armed colors, and with the blessing of his fruit ability, this punch seemed to break through the sound barrier. A sound exploded, ripples appeared in the air, and the force was like breaking through. He blasted towards Yunya. He is an ability user who ate the Momo fruit, and he can speed up his attack dozens of times, up to hundreds of times. This punch, if it were a vice admiral coming over, it would be a little bit irresistible. But his opponent is Yunya, a real monster. Facing the attacking punch, Yunya was not afraid. Yin Xian pulled the slash and met it. Boom! The fists and swords of the two collided, like meteors colliding. There was a roar, and the two stalemate for a short time. You guy. Wald gritted his teeth. He found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress the navy in front of him. He yelled again, 100-fold increase. He broke out with all his strength and pushed his fruit ability to the extreme. An even more terrifying burst of strength, confronting Yunyi. Is it only this level? However, feeling the power from the other party, Yunya just said lightly, with disdain in his eyes, if it's only this level, world destroyer? It's just rubbish. The next moment, Yunyi also erupted with even more terrifying power. Using high-level armed colors, the slash was even sharper, breaking Wald's attack, and flying him hundreds of meters away with a single sword. There was also a cut mark on the ground that stretched for hundreds of meters. Is the current navy so strong? A mere major general has such strength. Wald stood up, coughing up blood, and there was a wound on his chest that kept bleeding. At this time, his face was extremely gloomy. There was still a look of fear in his eyes. If he hadn't been covered with armed colors at the last moment, he would have been cut in half. Although he wasn't at the peak right now, he didn't expect that he would be knocked out so easily. The strength of this young navy is beyond his imagination. Can you still stand up? It's really tough. Yunya walked over with a calm demeanor from the beginning to the end, as if he didn't take Valder seriously at all. This is indeed the case. Even Wald at his peak is at most comparable to the three disasters and generals, and at most is slightly better. And now, it's just an old guy who just got out of trouble, leaving only a crippled body. It doesn't pose much threat to Yunya at all. Damn, who are you underestimating? When I was in the sea, you were not born yet. Wald couldn't stand Yunya's ridicule. His face was extremely gloomy, he shouted, and the sword he had snatched from the jailer in his hand slashed at Yunyi with a slash. Momo slashed 100 times. He was originally a swordsman, and with the increase of fruit, the power of this sword is comparable to that of a great swordsman. The magnificent slash broke through the space, and went straight to Yunyi. It's not your time anymore, so can you please lie down? Yunya looked at the attacking slash, still without much expression on his face. He raised his sword and cut down, Yuiat Yanchong. A more terrifying and magnificent slash shot from Yunya's sword edge, along a straight line. The ground was cut directly where it passed, and finally collided with Wald's slash. Boom! The two terrifying slashes collided, and boundless sword energy raged, cutting a large area around, leaving a series of incisions. However, it was only a brief stalemate for a moment. Yunyi's slash broke Wald's slash, and the attack continued unabated. With a chi sound, Wald was directly slashed, and one arm was directly slashed off. Ah! The pain made Wald scream, clutching the wound. His face was pale. Yunya rushed over, a cold look flashed in his eyes. Yunya would not hold back when you were sick and killed you. But at this time, another figure stood in front of Yunya, and slashed at Yunya with a sword. It's Redfield? Redfield naturally knew that if they didn't break through, the longer they stayed here, the less likely they would be saved. Therefore, at this moment, he also shot directly. In addition, it had been a long time since he had fought anyone at the level of the great swordsman, so his hands were a little itchy. Yunyi's face jumped when he heard about it. His expression froze. He stopped suddenly, and blocked with his sword. With a sound of clang, the two swords clashed together. During the stalemate, Yunya looked at this slightly old guy and narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Could it be the Red Earl who ate the vampire fruit? Yunyi had a guess in his mind, but he was not sure. In his previous life, he didn't know Red Earl Redfield very well, he just knew that there was such a character. Another thing is, apart from the characters that appeared in the original book, there are still some criminals whose strength is quite impressive. For example, in the distance, there was a criminal whose armed color had also reached an advanced stage, repelling many jailers. Therefore, he cannot determine the identity of the other party. My name is Ladefield, but there should be no rumors about me now, right? Ladefield forcefully pushed Yunya back with his hands, and said to Yunya, these legendary characters, the world government, will erase their names, and this is the reason for the Rocks Pirates. As a legendary pirate, Redfield naturally enjoyed this treatment. Sure enough, Yunyi was sure in his heart, but he said in his mouth, Red Earl Ladefield, the legendary pirate, a legendary figure who can stand on equal footing with Roger Whitebeard and the Golden Lion by himself. I didn't expect you alive. In fact, Yunya only knew about this person, but he was not very clear about the specifics. But if I remember correctly, Redfield seems to have eaten the vampire fruit after escaping from prison. It also means that he is not a capable person yet. But Yunya can judge from the fight just now that Ladefield is a great swordsman just like him. I didn't expect anyone to remember the old man. It seems that our era has not passed. Redfield said slowly. Don't talk big, your era is over long ago, and the future will only be the era of the Navy. Yunya looked at Ladefield and said coldly, I've already buried half of my body in the ground, so why don't you come out and bully others? Redfield was not angry, but laughed loudly. Your mouth is really smart, but you don't know what your strength is. Let me see what the current great swordsman is capable of, Navy brat. That's exactly what I mean. Yunya snorted coldly and charged forward with his sword in hand. Clang clang clang. Two strong swordsmen at the level of great swordsmen attacked each other, and a series of terrifying slashes ravaged the audience. The huge movement naturally couldn't escape the eyes of everyone present. It's such a fierce battle, such a sharp slash. Are both of them great swordsmen? That rear admiral, is that Nightblade? Even the Red Earl can't suppress him. Many people on the 6th floor are no strangers to Redfield, but they were surprised to see that a navy could block his attack. I can't see through your heart. The two swords collided again, and Ladefield looked at Yunya with a red light in his eyes. He wanted to see through Yunya's heart, but found that he couldn't see through it at all. Can you see through people's hearts? It's really scary. But this kind of thing can only be useful to the weak. Yunya said lightly, raised the sword in his hand, and slashed out again. Clang! Latefield blocked, and the next moment his right leg swept out, kicking Yunya's abdomen. Yunya dodged and slashed down with a sword, and the terrifying sword energy swept across again. Yunya didn't use the ability of Hinlunwan, but only relied on the realm of the great swordsman to fight against Redfield. Are all the brats so arrogant now? Latefield gave an evil laugh, covering Yunya with a domineering look, trying to hinder Yunya's actions, and swung out a more ferocious slash. Clang clang clang. The duel between the two swordsmanship and swordsmanship was extremely thrilling. Yuaya Tianchong. Yunya took Ladefield's blow hard, took a step back, his eyes flashed red, and he took a step forward. The silver fibers were covered with thick-armed domineering, and he slashed and slashed horizontally. Round slash. A solemn look flashed in Ladefield's eyes, the pitch-black blade was entwined with overlord-like arrogance, and he hard-pressed Yunya's sword. Boom! This time it was no longer the sound of Jinji, but a loud noise like thunder. With this blow, Yunya was knocked back, and blessed with a domineering slash. It was extremely terrifying. Don't you have a domineering aura? Hehe. It seems that the Navy has restricted you, brat. Latefield took advantage of the victory to pursue, and in a flash, he came directly to Yunya's back, and slashed down with a sharp sword. So what if you don't have it? I'll kill you. Yunya snorted coldly. He naturally possesses the Overlord color, but he doesn't plan to use it. Owners of the Overlord color are all lawless existences. For the Navy, having the Overlord color means it is uncontrollable, and if it is exposed, it is likely to be targeted by the world government. Without the strength enough to overwhelm everything, Yunya didn't want his Navy status to be noticed by the world government. Apart from increasing troubles, there would be no benefit at all. Yunya turned around, holding the silver thread in his hand. Boom! There was a roar, and the ground couldn't bear the force of the two people's attacks, and it began to crack inch by inch, and the terrifying cracks spread to the surroundings. This time, both of them were sent flying by the opponent's attack. TCH, the old guy is really strong, how can he still have such strength after being locked up? After landing, Yunya made a sound, and just about to move, his brows frowned, and his knowledgeable color jumped wildly. Over there, Kaido rushed towards him at some point. Rear Admiral Urin, be careful. A Navy exclaimed upon seeing this. Oh lolo, this is not a one-on-one battle? Navy boy, die for me? Jong 3 Yin Naraku. Kaido jumped into the air, the mace was wrapped with a terrifying domineering look, a stick hit Yunya hard. No need to be reminded, in such a dangerous place, Yunya's knowledge is always open. Facing Kaido's attack, Yunya just snorted coldly, but he didn't dare to be careless. Pill. A chill spread out from the edge of his sword, and then, a pair of ice wings appeared behind him, and as the ice flowers twirled, the chill that was not inferior to the green pheasant spread across the audience. It's so cold, is it Aokiji? No, it's the Rear Admiral. There is no doubt that he is a devil fruit capable user. This cold air is not inferior to Aokiji, is it? Countless people felt the chill, and thought it was Aokiji's attack again, but when they took a closer look, they found that the source of the cold air was not Aokiji, but that terrifying Rear Admiral. Redfield on the side also narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, did this guy not use his full strength when he was fighting me? Devil fruit ability users. Hey, it's really scary. Is Major General Yaren serious? Huang Yuan also looked at Yunya after fighting. Those criminals on the 6th floor also looked over, all surprised, that Rear Admiral is actually a devil fruit ability user. The Great Swordsman and the Devil Fruit are really good for monsters. On this side, Yunya turned around and pointed air at the tip of the sword, the flower of the cross. Crack! The cross ice that appeared out of thin air froze Kaido directly in the air without him reacting. One knife flow, extreme ice slash. Yunya erupted suddenly, and a terrifying cold burst out from above the silver fiber, and he stepped forward with one step, directly hitting Kaido. Yunya knew that his blow would not be able to freeze Kaido. Kaido came back to his senses over there, and with all his strength, cracks appeared in the ice that froze him. But at this moment, Yunya's more terrifying attack had arrived. With a chi sound, a more terrifying cold burst out, freezing Kaido once again. I can't freeze me? Flame Dragon King. Kaido stared at Yunya in the ice, a heat wave erupted all over his body, coupled with his terrifying strange power, he broke through the ice abruptly. Kaido grinned and looked at Yunya, not bad, your strength has actually increased again. But it's not enough. He charged at Xiang Yunya again, flames wrapped around the mace, and thunder smashed out. Yunya snorted coldly, and the cold air was also wrapped around his hands, colliding with it. Boom, boom boom boom. The two fought together in an instant, and the terrifying power swept out. You're right, this isn't one-on-one, Kaido. Over there, Aokiji leaped over, and an ice spear appeared behind him, charging towards Kaido. I'm on guard against you. Kaido laughed, turned around and threw a terrifying punch, blasting the ice spear. On the other side, the yellow ape pierced Caitlina with one finger, and Caitlina vomited blood and flew backwards. Facing the general's strength, she could only resist briefly, but after a long time, she fell into a disadvantage. Caitlina wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said loudly, if we don't break out, we will all die here. They are all just out of trouble not long ago, and their strength is not at the peak, but the enemy is powerful one by one, and they are all at the level of generals. If they continue to fight, they will definitely lose. Barrett, where do you want to go? On the other side, Shilia, who fought with Barrett, was also wounded. Barrett's strength was beyond his imagination. The power that Barrett erupted was so terrifying. Even he suffered a disadvantage. Barrett knocked Shiryu back with one blow, so he was no longer fighting with him. Hey, this situation is a bit wrong now. Barrett also had wounds on his body, but he didn't care, and let the blood flow down. I couldn't help frowning. Their offensive has been suppressed by the Navy and the jailers, and it has already shown signs of decline. The main reason is that they do not have the advantage in terms of the strong, and they are beaten. Wald clutched his broken arm. His face was extremely cold. He said, "Pierce through the ceiling directly. I will use my fruit ability to strengthen your attack, and it should be able to directly penetrate the ceiling." Redfield glanced at Yunyi, narrowed his eyes, and came to Valder's side and said, "Use your fruit ability to enhance my slash, and I'll break the ceiling of the upper 2 floors. Okay." Wald nodded without hesitation. "Yo-yo, do you think we didn't hear?" With a flash of golden light, the yellow ape appeared and struck at several people. "Leave the yellow ape to me, you go and pierce the ceiling." Barrett grinned, stepped in front of the golden light, and smashed the golden light with his fists. "Let me be your opponent?" Kizaru. Barrett stepped on his feet, and a terrifying force erupted, causing the ground to collapse. With this force, he also rushed directly towards Kizaru. "Here comes another big man, descendant of the devil, Barrett." A solemn look flashed in the eyes of the yellow monkey, and the golden light in his hand turned into a lightsaber, and rushed out likewise. The battle broke out. "Then don't waste time." Redfield glanced at him and said directly to Wald. At the same time, he also had a terrifying sword force on his body. He shouted and swung his sword towards the ceiling, where to cut. Momo increase. With the two joining forces, the most terrifying sword erupted, but when the two of them swung this blow, their bodies shook at the same time, and blood overflowed from their mouths. Wald wanted to strengthen the great swordsman's slash, but the fruit ability was too much, and his body couldn't bear it. The same was true for Redfield. He felt as if his sword-wielding arm was about to collapse, and he was still trembling slightly. But the two teamed up, and the slash that erupted was also very terrifying. This sword energy was almost 1,000 meters long, and the terrifying fluctuations swept out instantly, causing countless people to look this way. All the people who saw this scene changed their faces. They couldn't resist such an attack. Fortunately, the target of this sword is not them, but the ceiling. With a sound of, the slash cut down, like cutting through tofu on the wall, and then, the slash kept going upwards, directly piercing through everything on it, until it disappears into the sky. The world seemed to stand still, and everyone stared blankly at the sky. Over there, a ray of light shone down. This means, with this sword, the ceilings of several floors directly above were cut through. Oops. On the Navy side, many people's faces changed, and the hole was opened, which meant that these criminals had a way to escape. As long as you don't pay attention, you maybe ran away. On the other hand, the criminals reacted differently. When they saw the open ceiling, they all screamed and rushed towards it. Flame Dragon King. Kaido also saw this scene. With a sneer on his face, his body turned into a dragon, wrapped in flames, and fell on him regardless of other people's attacks, and rushed directly to the top. Boom! Kaido's body pierced directly into the second floor, and, by this impact, the already broken ceiling became even bigger. "Don't worry about the Navy, just rush up." Oh, don't worry about the passage, just rush up. Come on, escape from the city." Countless criminals didn't fight the naval jailers anymore, but rushed towards the sky directly. "Quick, stop them, don't let them go up again. Kill." The Navy and jailers also wanted to rush up to resist, but they were stopped by Huang Yuan. "He wants to zoom in? Are you ignoring our existence?" Huang Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he folded his hands together. He shouted, "Get out of the way, 8-foot Kain Guyu. SHHHHHH. Countless light bullets directly hit the front in a covering manner, and the dense light bullets were like a barrage, killing most of the criminals directly. "Ha ha ha, Yellow Ape, this kind of trick is not good for us." A criminal on the 6th floor blasted away the light bullets that were attacking him, laughed loudly, and rushed out directly to the upper floor. "Go, General Kingsley, I'll go up first." Yunya stumped on the air and chased after him. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant's mouth. 2 thorny spears. Aoki Pheasant responded, and also made a move. The cold air surged from behind, forming a lifelike ice bird and ice spear, and killed the criminals. Boom boom boom. Countless criminals were directly frozen or stabbed by ice spears, and died directly. "I won't let you pass." Magellan turned into a poisonous giant, and his actions were not so fast. He just tried his best to stop the criminals who wanted to rush up. At this moment, he held back Caitlina and the seriously injured Wald. "Magellan, you bloody bastard." Catalina and Wald were very angry, but they could only deal with Magellan's attack. "Don't try to run, Kaido." Yunya jumped to the 2nd floor, snorted coldly at Kaido who continued to go up, and swung a terrifying sword with extreme coldness. "Ice slash. Slash through the air and kill Kaido." Huh. Kaido stopped his forward momentum, suddenly changed into a human beast form, turned around and pulled out a stick. Boom! A wave of terror erupted, and the cold air spread to Kaido's body along the mace, trying to freeze him. But Kaido just snorted coldly, and shattered the ice as soon as he exerted force, but his movement was also stopped. On the other side, Barrett, Redfield, and the huge battleship also got rid of their opponents and came to the second floor. Huang Yuan, Zilio, and Aokiji also rushed up on moon steps. Magellan is still holding back Caitlina and Wald as much as possible. But at this moment, something happened suddenly, and another group rushed out. The leader was a tall man in strange clothes. They are 5.5 layer people? Hee-ha, it looks like it's just in time. Ivankov looked at the battlefield and laughed. The people in their new female paradise naturally also saw the riot this time. Ivankov secretly said a good opportunity, the hope of going out is here. Without hesitation, he also led all the people in the new female paradise to rush out, and arrived here too. This sudden scene naturally shocked everyone, even Magellan did not expect it. He looked at Ivankov in front of him and several of the criminals who were judged missing, and his face suddenly changed. Revolutionary Army, Ivankov? And those guys who disappeared. Hee-hop, it's really an honor to be remembered by Warden Magellan. Ivankov laughed, showing an inexplicable smile. Then, please let the warden get out of the way. Damn it. Magellan's face became incomparably gloomy. Since when is there such a force in the prison? He, the prison warden in charge of Push City, doesn't even know? Death wink. Without the slightest hesitation, Ivankov directly launched an attack. With a blink of his eyes, a terrifying impact directly repelled Magellan's poisonous giant soldiers. Caitlina and Wald also stared at Ivankov. However, they were only surprised for a moment. Seeing Magellan being knocked into the air, they were immediately overjoyed. But how could Magellan let them succeed, spit out scarlet poisonous bullets, and stopped their actions again? No, we can only defeat Magellan. Otherwise, this guy won't let us go up. Caitlina's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and she looked at Magellan with killing intent. That's the only way. Wald's face was not good looking. If Magellan was not defeated, they would not be able to go up. Hey, Magellan, I don't want to get involved in the matter between you and them, you fight slowly. Ivankov laughed, and wanted to go directly past them and rush up. But they are all criminals, so naturally Magellan can't let him go up. The big hand is also covering the people of the new female paradise, trying to block their way. It seems that you won't let us go up. Ivankov also turned cold. He would not be happy to stand in front of this big hand and attack his people. Death wink. With a blink of his eyes, the poisonous hand was directly crushed. The venom splashed, and the shishi smoked. Don't even think about it. Magellan's eyes were determined. Although he had suffered serious injuries, he still stood in front of them, but how could he block the attack of the three strong men with his seriously injured body? Moreover, Wald was injected with a booster hormone by Ivankov, and his combat power returned to its peak. After a few rounds, Magellan lost. Katerina wanted to kill Magellan, but was blocked by the jailers desperately. In the end, she just cut it, and could only ignore Magellan who was going to the end, and rushed out directly to the upper floor. Second floor. The battle is still going on. Even the scale is even bigger than before. Several strong men attacked each other and destroyed all the buildings on the second floor. The body of Kaido's dragon is full of scars, including sword wounds, frostbite, and burns, but even so, his offensive has not declined. This terrifying monster seemed to be invincible, but still alive and well. Go to hell. The huge battleship San Juan, the wolf incarnate, smashed countless naval jailers to death with a fist, and finally rushed towards Yunya. Looking at the huge black fist that struck, Yunya snorted coldly, and the extreme cold slashed down, directly breaking through the armed domineering power of his fist, leaving a deep bone wound on his fist, and the cold air spread and froze, freezing his entire arm. Ah, it's so cold. San Juan Bad Wolf stepped back, clutching his frozen arm and howling non-stop. It's just rubbish. Yunya snorted coldly, leaned forward, and slashed down with his sword again. With this guy's huge size, he couldn't dodge this blow at all. When he was slashed by Yunya's sword, a lot of blood gushed out, and the wound froze instantly, spreading towards his whole body. However, his body was also strong. He held Yunya's sword forcefully, and smashed his huge fist towards Yunya again. Yunya dodged it quickly, and wanted to attack again, but he sensed the danger coming from behind. Let me see your strength, Rear Admiral. Over there, Barrett rushed towards Yunya, sneered, and punched Yunya. Although Barrett's size was not comparable to that of San Juan Dire Wolf, the sense of threat he brought to Yunya was much greater than that of San Juan Dire Wolf. Yunya frowned, and also slashed out with a sword. Boom! Fists and swords collided, and a terrifying impact swept all around. The two retreated at the same time. Barrett looked at the frozen ice on his fist, with a ferocious arc on the corner of his mouth. I have some skills. Navy. Barrett. Yunya looked at Barrett and said coldly. Yunya was no stranger to Barrett, and Barrett knew more information than Redfield. Hey. Barrett sneered, and killed Yunya without any nonsense. Fighting to this extent, there is no need to talk nonsense. Barrett used the combined fruit ability to fuse with stones, guns, etc., and turned into a giant with a size of more than 10 meters. He clenched his fist and blasted the huge fist towards Yunya. Yunyi also made a direct attack, and Yingxian pulled and slashed the thin thread to meet it. Boom boom boom. A war broke out between the two sides in an instant. All around are fighting. Soldier against soldier will be against general. Everyone has his own opponent. But at this moment, from the floor below, Caitlina, Wald, and everyone in the new female paradise rushed up at this moment and joined the battlefield. Make the scene change again. That guy is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army? Where's Magellan? Huang Yuan looked over and his face suddenly darkened. It wasn't Ivankov's appearance that changed his expression, but Magellan's absence. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. Kizaki, don't keep your hands. If this continues, they will probably break out. Aokiji, who was still fighting with Kaido, suddenly shouted at Kizaki, and at the same time let the others who were still fighting naval jailers stand back. When they burst out with all their strength, they can't control their strength, and it is likely to affect other people. It is also because of this that he never used the power of awakening from the beginning to the end. After finishing speaking, there was a sudden wave of fluctuations from Aokiji's body, and almost instantly, everyone present shuddered involuntarily. Ha ha ha, are you going to be serious? Kaido laughed. He knew that Aokiji still had fruit awakening and didn't use it. Seeing Aokiji's posture now, he knew that Aokiji was going to be serious up, but he is still not afraid. The terrifying cold air swept across and raged, freezing Kaido directly, but without the blessing of Yunya's cold air, Aokiji could only freeze Kaido briefly, but could not completely freeze it. I'm not going to wake up yet. After hearing King Z's words, Huang Yuan pursed his lips slightly and said, however, it's time to be more serious. I can't let you escape unscathed, right? With a sound of swipe, the yellow ape suddenly turned into golden light and rushed towards Latefield. Golden light shot out from under his feet. Old guy, have you ever been kicked by light? Ha ha ha, yellow ape, it's been a long time. Redfield gave an evil laugh, and stepped back slightly to avoid the blow of yellow ape. However, the attack of the yellow ape followed closely again, and the lightsaber in his hand slashed down, and Redfield raised his sword to block. The collision of swords erupted with terrifying power, and the ground was shattered inch by inch. As the golden light scattered, Latefield was sent flying, but he landed firmly after turning over in the air. However, the attack of the yellow ape has not stopped, and when Latefield fell, several lasers were already coming in front of him. Boom boom boom. There was an explosion in the field, and the aftermath of the explosion swept Redfield, knocking him into the air, and blood spurted out of his mouth. On Yunya's side, Barrett was obviously at a disadvantage against Yunya at this time. The two guys in the middle, Caitlina and Wald, also joined the battle, but Yunyi's combat power was terrifying, and the three of them were not in their prime, so they joined forces, and they were still beaten by Yunyi. Yunya also erupted here, slashing Barrett's chest with a sword, knocking Barrett away, leaving a deep gash on his body, blood flowing down continuously. The backhand is another sword crescent sky, blasting Caitlina away, turning around to meet Valder's attack, and knocking Valder back again. One person suppressed three strong men. Countless people were dumbfounded, secretly lamenting that this Yeblade is worthy of being able to freeze Kaido. This strength is indeed terrifying. Damn it, is it so strong? Barrett stood up holding his chest, looking at Yunya sharply. At the same time, he is also very dissatisfied with his current strength. The current him is estimated to be only 6 to 7% of his strength in his heyday, and he cannot have much influence on Yunyi at all. Another reason is that Yunya is too strong. After the armed color reaches a high level, with the attack of the great swordsman and the double Zanpakuto, Yunya is much stronger than when he was fighting against Kaido. Has stepped into the top level of the world. In the other place, Zillia's murderous nature broke out completely, and he directly killed countless criminals. At this time, he was considered to be a murderer. He raised his knife and fell, and his whole body was already stained red with blood. However, his actions were also seen by Ivankov, and when he saw his own person being ruthlessly killed by Shilio, his face also became gloomy. How dare you attack my little cutie, Shilio, you bastard. With that said, he rushed out, the new shemale boxing technique. Ivankov? There is also the lightning of the Revolutionary Army. Let me kill you. Shilio's face showed a bloodthirsty look. Boom. The battle lasted for most of the day, and it has reached the first floor. The lower floors are already in a mess, there are countless casualties, and the ground has been stained red with blood. At this time, almost all the strong men were wounded, and even Yunya was exhausted, but he didn't suffer too much injury. There is also Huang Yuan with a calm demeanor, and besides panting slightly, there is no injury on his body. But judging from the scene, Huang Yuan is still working hard. All kinds of big moves kept exploding, injuring many people, but I don't know how much power this old boy used. Won't wake up, what a liar. Anyway, Yunya didn't believe that this guy wouldn't wake up. The criminal side is even more tragic, and the weak can hardly reach this level. The strong men were also seriously injured, but they had already seen the hope of escaping. Kaido has a lot of wounds on his body at this time, blood is flowing down, but many of them have healed. The name of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air is fully displayed, but at this time, he was also a little impatient. During the melee, his physical strength was also consumed a lot. Although his physique was extremely terrifying, he had already shown signs of decline. Fortunately, they had already broken through to the first floor. As long as they rushed up, they would able to escape. Kaido is a blue dragon, he can travel in the sky, as long as he is given a chance, he can directly rush to the sky, so that no one can catch up with him. Oh lol, you can't stop me. Fire dragon torch rising dragon flame gossip. Kaido turned into the body of the demon dragon again, and the raging flames condensed into the flame dragon king. The scorching heat swept all directions in an instant, suppressing the coldness of Aokiji. The body of the magic dragon swims, scorching the ground with scorching heat, melting the rocks. The flame dragon king is so huge, he regards everything in front of him as a target, and rushes past fiercely. Let's attack together. As long as the navy is repelled, we can go out. Laidfield also shouted. The sword force surged on his body, and the blow of the great swordsman was as powerful as a bamboo. Ultimate cannon. Barrett's fusion fruit was launched, and the rocks on the ground were combined, and his arm turned into a giant fist. His thick-armed color covered it, and he punched out. Momo cut it 100 times. Wald roared. The roar of the demon fox. Caitlina's figure changed, her 9 tails swayed behind her, she opened her mouth, and a terrifying shock wave blasted out. San Juan Wolf, Ivankov, Lightning, and other powerhouses all unleashed the most terrifying blow in tacit agreement at this moment. Oops! Huang Yuan and Yaren, come and help, don't let them rush out. King Zi saw this move again, his face changed drastically. He greeted Huang Yuan and Yunya, pressed his hands on the ground. Endlessly the ice crystals shattered and turned into an invisible terrifying cold current that rushed over the cold world. Yunya's face also sank, and he walked to King Zi's side in a short step. The frozen sky and 100 Flowers burial needed time to condense, and it was too late at this time, so he could only retreat to the next best thing. Simultaneously used, the use of high-level armed colors, the most terrifying move broke out, one-shot style, extreme cut, a line of sky, 8-foot Kain Guyu. Huang Yuan crossed his hands and blasted endless golden light. Slash with the blood blade. Shiliu also made a move. The attacks of all the powerful players on the scene broke out at the same time. When all the attacks collided, the entire advancing city was trembling, the power was swept away, the sea was rough, and the waves were layered. At last, boom, explosion, explosion, like a nuclear bomb exploding in the center of the arena, a terrifying shock swept through everyone in an instant. The weak at this level couldn't bear the impact for an instant, and their bodies exploded directly. Pfft. The strong ones were also swept away by the impact, and felt a terrifying force hit them like a sledgehammer, each of them spitting out blood and flying backwards. Some were blasted into the sky, some crashed into the lower floor, and some were directly blasted out. The explosion shock wave impacted in all directions, and the building was directly shattered. This propulsion city exploded directly from the second floor. The shock wave impacted the sea surface and pushed the sea water away. Looking down from a high altitude, with the entire propulsion city as the center point, the sea surface directly sank into a large bowl-shaped hole. Yunya and Kaido were blasted into the sky, bleeding from their mouths. The icy wings spread out behind Yunya, floating in midair. Over there, Kaido Yulong's body was entwined with flame clouds, staying in midair. Ha ha ha, it finally came out. Kaido laughed wantonly, his domineering color swept across the world, stirring up the dark clouds in the sky, howling the wind, lightning, and thunder. It's not over yet, Kaido. Yunya took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his mouth, pointed his sword at the sky, and a chill pierced into the clouds. Yunya stared at Kaido and all the enemies below indifferently, whispering like a god, burial of frozen flowers. Do you still have the strength? Yeah, Blade? But, by yourself, do you want to freeze me? Kaido heard Yunya's words, the dragon's eyes flashed cold, and it transformed from a dragon into a human beast form, surrounded by flame clouds under his feet. Let him levitate in the air, hot flames spread from his body, and finally converged on the mace. The high temperature and heat burned the mace red, flashing the sun's rays. David Flame Gossip. Kaido yelled, and he rushed out like an arrow. In the sky, ice flowers are falling like snowflakes. The speed is not slow, but it brings a strong sense of oppression to everyone. At this moment, those who are knowledgeable are all looking up at the sky. The sense of threat comes from those crystal-clear ice flowers. Boom boom boom. Kaido breaks an ice flower with each stick, but every time he breaks a flower, there will be a soft click sound. The ice flakes shattered, and a terrifying chill invaded Kaido's body. But Kaido didn't care. He fought back and rushed to Yunya, and smashed out with a stick. Yunya had no time to dodge this blow, and with excessive physical exertion, he couldn't react at all. He was hit head-on, and his whole body was thrown from the sky, directly crashing into the city of advancement. Boom boom boom, smashing through the ground continuously, finally smashed into the 6th floor. Cough cough. Yunya Ban knelt in the big pit, coughing blood non-stop, obviously seriously injured. He looked up. On the upper floor, the ice flowers fell, as if they were spiritual, and they floated directly towards the enemy. Not good. Laidfield had the most profound sense of knowledge. His face changed drastically, and the sword raised his hand and directly slashed out a terrifying slash, colliding with the ice flower. With a boom sound, the ice flakes shattered, but an invisible chill invaded his whole body. With the sound of cracking freezing, it seemed to freeze him up. Barrett, Caitlina, Wald, San Juan Wolf, Ivankov, Lightning, and others were all treated the same, and ice flowers floated towards them. They also shot to smash, but they encountered the same fate as Redfield. Crack. In the arena, there were 100 such voices. A terrifying chill swept across, freezing a large area of the sea. In the arena, ice sculptures also appeared. Inside every ice sculpture is a strong man. With a bang, Kaido, who was also frozen, smashed into the ice layer. But soon, the strong men in the ice cubes began to struggle, and the ice cubes shattered. However, their faces were still pale at this time, and the cold air entered their bodies, causing their bodies to suffer very serious trauma. After breaking through one by one, they also coughed up blood, and the coughed up blood was instantly frozen into beads. Obviously, all of them were severely injured by this blow, and they also left indelible sequelae. Yunyi's blow can be said to have wiped out their fighting power. Damn kid. Kaido appeared from the ice pit, with blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. He was so furious that he was almost frozen again. But the next moment he showed a ferocious smile, and that kid shouldn't feel bad after being hit by himself. Time to go? Kaido glanced around, finally looked at Aokiji and Kizura, and grinned. Next time, I will directly attack your Navy headquarters. Navy, you all wait for me. As he spoke, he turned into a dragon and soared into the sky. Navy, remember this too. Barrett clutched his chest and coughed up blood, but he knew he couldn't stay here anymore, so he left directly with a flash of his figure. Ivankov's face was extremely gloomy. In this battle, he didn't know how many little sweethearts were killed here. He miscalculated. He thought that with the strength of Kaido and others, it should not be difficult to escape from prison, but no think. It's time to go. Lightning was slightly weaker. If it wasn't for Ivankov's shot, he would probably still be trapped in the ice at this time. Go. Ivankov turned around directly, followed by a dozen people behind him, and they were the ones who survived. In this battle, they suffered heavy losses. The rest of the people also left directly. Fortunately, the sea has been frozen. They don't have to worry about being trapped by the sea. As long as they escape from the city, they have dozens of ways to leave. If you don't leave, King Zi and Huang Yuan will come back. This is the only chance. Now they can't resist the attack of the green pheasant and yellow ape. Damn it. King Zi looked at the criminals who were fleeing in all directions, and couldn't help cursing. His face was extremely gloomy. Huang Yuan also had a very ugly face. He said solemnly, "Where is Major General Yuren?" Oops. Hearing this, Aokiji's face changed again. "I'm fine." Yunya, who used his return path to temporarily suppress his injuries, rushed out from the 6th floor stepping on Shunpo, but just as he landed, he spit out another mouthful of blood. "It's fine, let's count the number of people first." King Zi heaved a sigh of relief, and then his face became serious. "Alas, it's a bit troublesome this time. Those who escaped are all troublesome people." Huang Yuan sighed. Looking at the messy battlefield, Yunyi and King Zi fell silent. Soon, some navies and jailers who survived the battle began to clean up everything, and counted all the people who escaped and died in battle. Countless naval jailers died in this battle, and the death toll exceeded 1,000. The criminals lost even more. Almost 60% of the criminals died in this battle, and the remaining 40% were recaptured. But more importantly, those who successfully escaped. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. When such a big event happened, the news spread quickly from multiple directions. A few days later, newspapers about this matter were flying all over the sky, and it was spread all over the world in almost a short period of time. Shock? Countless people looked at the newspapers in their hands, and they were all shocked. Is this true? Kaido, the 4 emperors, actually escaped from prison. Jointly push other criminals in the city to escape together? This is really a big deal. The navy is really, it's a big embarrassment now. Si Huang, you are really strong. Hundreds of prisoners have escaped. Do you know who they are? The world did not expect that such a major event would happen in the city of Jinjin. Kaido and the criminals in the prison escaped together, and directly beat the city to pieces. The severity is even more sensational than the Golden Lion's escape from prison alone. After all, the Golden Lion escaped alone, but this time it had a great impact on Jinjin City. The entire advancing city is about to be destroyed. This incident has almost affected the prestige of the world government and the navy. Countless people are laughing at the navy and the world government. Actually let the criminal escape from the city of Advance. Inevitably, Warring States was scolded by the 5 old stars again. The navy's prestige was damaged, and the Warring States period naturally had to make up for it, and directly ordered the pursuit of these criminals. The Quasi-General Mamoto, the Quasi-General Chafa, and several lieutenant generals were all sent out by the Warring States period to chase down these escaped criminals. There is no way, the generals have their own affairs and are busy. In addition, those who have the ability to chase down these criminals are those top lieutenant generals and quasi-generals. Yunyi, on the other hand, stayed at the Navy headquarters to recuperate because of an injury. I have to say that Kaido's stick was really ruthless. Even if Yunyi used the back path to heal himself, it still wasn't thorough. However, through this battle, Yunya gained a lot. Even got the most achievement points ever. There are as many as 1910. The reason is that the system defaulted that Yunya defeated other criminals except Kaido. In addition, those criminals who were killed unlocked the achievement of killing 1,000 people and added them together to get this number. Now the Krypton gold points on Yunyi's body have reached 4,530, the highest number ever. Yunyi also successfully unlocked the Zanpakuto ability that he had always dreamed of, Flowing Blade like fire. Flowing Blade Ruo Huo, the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto in the Hot Department, with the strongest attack power among the Hot Department Zanpakuto. Looking at the lit icon, Yunya didn't hesitate, and unlocked it directly. It cost 3,500 achievement points. Seeing that there were only 1030 achievement points left on the achievement point interface, Yunya was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. It actually takes 3,500 achievement points to unlock Flowing Blade Ruo Huo? Are you kidding me? If the system is intelligent, Yunya might just scold him directly. Achievement points are so hard to get, yet it costs 3,500 to unlock a Zanpakuto? This is too exaggerated. However, Yunyi has also tested the ability of this Zanpakuto, and its power is beyond his imagination. As soon as he made a move, golden flames shot out from the edge of the sword, and the entire sea surface was instantly vaporized by the scorching heat, and a huge hole was directly sunken. Although it may be due to his own strength and world compatibility, Yunyi is still unable to exert the full power of Flowing Blade at this time, and his proficiency is only 50. But Yunyi thought to himself, this golden flame should be much hotter than the Flame Dragon King Kaido cast. If you want to come to Burn Fruit or Magma Fruit, when you meet his golden flame, you have to call Daddy. New World. Several four emperors also knew about this matter. On the Moby Dick, holding the newspaper in his hand, Whitebeard laughed loudly. This kid Kaido is really capable. Did he actually escape from prison? Marco also gave a low laugh. It's embarrassing for the Navy now, and Kaido ran away, and I'm curious, who are those who escaped? Goo la la la, it's very likely that some old guys have come out. They won't be quiet. Whitebeard laughed, but he didn't care too much in his tone. There have been a lot of incidents on the sea recently. Marco folded his arms and said with a smile, I have a hunch that the new world is likely to be chaotic again. Seas of all nations, Cake Island. After the last war, the original Cake Island has been fragmented. Charlotte Lingling also found another island to renovate. As another headquarters, the decoration style is still the same as before, still a huge cake castle. Charlotte Lingling also knew about this at this time, and couldn't help laughing. I knew that Kaido couldn't be imprisoned like this, as expected. But that kid does have some skills, and he still really let him escape from prison. After a disastrous defeat, Katakuri looked a little different than before. He became more silent and restrained. He said, I don't know who escaped together. The 6th floor seems to imprison some amazing guys. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. The one who can't threaten us is the Quincy. Has he been staying on Moon Knight Island since that battle? Charlotte Lingling looked down and asked. The eldest son Peros said, from the intelligence point of view, he has indeed stayed on Moonlight Island without taking any action. Well, has the injury not recovered yet? Charlotte Lingling sneered and guessed. Finally, she snorted coldly, no matter what, this kid is dead. My old lady will not let him go. Another 10 days passed, and the discussion on this matter at sea gradually stopped. In the first half of the Great Route, a hidden island. This is a branch of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, Ivankov, who successfully escaped from prison, landed on the island and met Dalag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Hee-hop. It's been a long time, Darag, Big Bear, and Sabo Boy. Seeing Darag in a dark green cloak, Ivankov also greeted them. He was caught in by accident, and it had been a while. Tyrant Bear hugged the Bible, nodded slightly, and did not speak. Ivankov also knew about Big Bear's character, so he didn't care. Drago looked at Ivankov, and there was a rare faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that you have a good life in prison. It's not thanks to Mori. Ivankov said. The 5.5th floor of the Advanced City was created by Mori, a person with the ability to push the fruit. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov naturally knew this. Ivan, it's great that you're fine. Sabo was also very happy after seeing Ivankov. His life was saved by Ivankov. Hey, Sabo has also become stronger. Ivankov looked at Sabo. Sabo smiled slightly. It's not bad, it's all the result of everyone's careful teaching of me. Ivankov looked around and said, where are the other army commanders? Drago said, they have gone to the New World. Go to the New World. Ivankov was a little confused. Why go to the New World? After he came out, he also knew that people from the world government had been searching for their traces. The situation wasn't too good, but he didn't expect that all the army commanders went to the New World. Investigate a piece of information. Drago looked into the distance and said indifferently, during the time you were imprisoned in the city, our intelligence personnel learned a piece of information. Ivankov was curious, what information? Drago said, it's about CP0. Drago said something briefly, his eyes deep. There are CP0 personnel in the dark world? It seems that they are also doing a lot of shady activities in the dark. Ivankov also pondered. The dark world is considered a special place, and many things that cannot be seen flow out of the dark world. Weapons, drugs, and other shady things flow from the dark world to other countries. The Revolutionary Army learned of this information by coincidence, and naturally became interested. They are in the stage of rapid development, and weapons, food, and various supplies are in short supply. If possible, they want to master this channel. But what they want to know more is what is the layout of the world government in the dark world. At first they suspected that the Quincy was a member of the world government. Because of Quincy's actions, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he intends to unify the entire dark world. The Revolutionary Army will naturally have doubts. But when he thinks that the Quincy has killed even the Tianlong people, this suspicion is completely dispelled. Drago shook his head slightly. This information is a bit vague. Whether it is true or not is not certain, but after a period of investigation, we roughly locked the target on the Queen of Happy Street. Not long ago, their eavesdroppers overheard a vague piece of information. That is, people with CP in the dark world are acting secretly, taking advantage of the convenience of the dark world to transport very dangerous things to all parts of the world. Drago even suspected that they wanted to completely control the Dark World, using the Dark World as a springboard for them to secretly transport supplies. After a period of investigation by their agents, they found that many weapons and drugs flowed in and out of Happy Street, so they also set their sights on Stussy. If Yunyi was here and heard their conversation, he would definitely show an inexplicable smile. I once said nonsense when I killed Simon Sandy, and my original intention was to cause some trouble for the world government. At that time, he even wanted to let Stussy and Umit fight together, so that he could reap the benefits of the fishermen. It's just that I didn't expect that I didn't inform Umit about my mistaken actions, and instead let the people of the Revolutionary Army focus on the Dark World. Moreover, it was discovered that the Queen of Happy Street was probably a member of the world government. It's so unintentional. The King of the Dark World, Stussy. Ivankov had naturally heard of Stussy's name. As a woman, she had to be the King of the Dark World without any skills. Now the situation in the New World is likely to change again due to the return of Kaido and other escapees, but this is also good. We can draw more attention from the world government, and we can develop better. Is it possible that the Quincy is also a member of the world government? Not sure, but don't get involved with this person at this stage. He is an unstable factor. Hee-ha, after I came out, I also heard that this guy's strength is not weak. The New World and the country. After Kaido escaped from prison, he also went directly to the New World. At this time, he has arrived in Wano country. Although the Beast's pirates were a little turbulent because of Kaido's defeat before, the three disasters were all there, and they were easily suppressed. There are still a few short-sighted people who want to take over the position of the Kaido 4 emperors, but they are all repulsed by Yin. Without the intervention of the other 4 emperors' forces, it would not be so easy for other pirate groups to take down the 100 Beasts pirates. Kaido's return gave the Beasts pirates a shot in the arm, making other pirates afraid to attack. The power of the 4 emperors is stable again. Oh lol, did so many things happen during the time I was imprisoned? The Quincy guy has some skills. After taking a sip of wine, Kaido watched the New World happen during this period. I couldn't help but laughed a few times. It's so interesting that Charlotte Lingling has suffered such a big loss. Although he also heard Hannibal's words in prison, he didn't really believe it. Can a bug in the Dark World have such a skill? That guy is indeed not weak. He is not even weaker than Charlotte Lingling in terms of strength, but he has not moved during this period of time. He must have been injured in the battle with Big Mom, and he is probably not recovering now, Quinn said, taking a drag on his cigarette. After Kaido returned, his heart was completely let go. In the days without Kaido sitting in charge, he still felt a little guilty, for fear that other 4 emperors will attack them. Especially the Red Hair. There are many grievances between their Beast pirates and the Red Hair pirates. During this period of time, has anything happened in Wano country? Kaido ignored the matter of Quincy, but asked about other things. Yin knew what he was talking about, and said calmly, the big snake moved a little at the beginning, but I suppressed it. Humph. Orakai, it seems that he should be taught a lesson. Kaido snorted coldly. Kaido never paid attention to Hiton Orakai from the beginning to the end. He was killed by him? One more thing. After you were imprisoned, Doflamingo seems to have started to move a little bit, and the supply of Smile has also decreased. Jack on the side suddenly said. He was in charge of the deal with Doflamingo. After Kaido was imprisoned, the number of smiles that Doflamingo supplied to them also decreased. Brother Doflaming? Don't worry about him, that guy has this kind of character. He's just a clown who adapts to the wind. Kaido's eyes turned cold when he heard that, but he didn't care. After I return to Wano country, everything will return to how it was before. This jailbreak disturbance did not end here, but it will become more and more chaotic and bigger as time goes by. Until later, there will be a turmoil that will sweep the entire world. An island in the New World. This is the territory of the King of the Dark World, the Queen of Joy Street. Happy Street is one of the famous entertainment venues in the world. It is said to be a street, but not all of them. It is more appropriate to say that it is an island. The whole island is full of feasting lights, singing and dancing. Places like casinos and bars can be seen everywhere, and there are also the most famous romantic places. Here, as long as you spend enough Baileys, you can get any service. You can find beauties of all races in the New World here, and you can enjoy all kinds of services from these beauties. Here, it is a place full of luxurious life and fun. This is the only place that can rival the world's largest entertainment city, Gulan Tizalo. It is a place that many aristocratic politicians talk about. At this time, in a hidden room inside Happy Street, there are 4 people sitting or standing, gathered in the room. The pretty-faced Stussy stood aside, respectfully reporting to one of the masked men in white suits, Captain, there is news from Moon Knight Island that Quincy has left Moon Knight Island. However, the exact whereabouts are not clear and further investigation is needed. The person who was called the chief by Stussy's eyes flashed when he heard the words, and said indifferently, continue to investigate, if possible, find out the whereabouts of the Quincy. This person is codenamed Dark Owl, and he is the captain of CP0 under the banner of the world government. Another person with the same decoration, but with a different mask also said, since he has made a move, it means that we should also act. I don't know if this guy has noticed something. He has been hiding since the war. Do not go out at direct headquarters. He is one of the vice captains, codenamed Grey Eagle. The main purpose of their trip to the New World this time is Quincy, but because Quincy has been staying in his Wangshu Palace and not going out after the battle with Charlotte Lingling, they didn't find a good opportunity hands-on. The strength of the Quincy, those who are good at intelligence, naturally know it, and it is not so easy to kill the Quincy without fail. The subordinates understand. Stussy said. Another person wearing a fox mask among the three also spoke, and it was a female voice. If possible, lead him here and gather the strength of the few of us. Even if it is him, he will only die here. She is also one of the vice-captains, codenamed Sakura Fox. Stussy said, I have invited him to Happy Street many times, but he was rejected all of them. This person is not close to women, and he is not greedy for money. It is very difficult for us to get rid of such a person. As long as it is an individual, there will be flaws. It's just that our intelligence is insufficient and we can't detect it yet. If he doesn't act again, we will take the initiative to attack. The above has issued an ultimatum, and we can't delay it any longer. Compared to those sea emperors, Quincy's foundation is still too shallow. He is the only one worthy of our attention, and the others are not very strong. If there is only Quincy alone, this time may be a good opportunity to find him and kill him. It's a pity that Ant stopped after that battle. Otherwise, given the conflict between them, we might not need to take action. While several people were talking, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Stussy walked out of this room, and came back after a while. Her face was a little ugly. She looked at the three people in front of her, and said with a gloomy expression, it seems that there are traces of the Revolutionary Army on the island. Revolutionary Army. Captain and Xiao frowned and stared at Stussy. What's going on? Stussy recounted what his subordinates reported to him just now. The cause was because of a battle. Several bounty hunters teamed up to capture a pirate group, and a big battle broke out on the island. The strength of the two sides in the battle is not weak, directly destroying a street. And it just so happened that the Revolutionary Army had a hidden underground place over there, because the aftermath of the battle lifted the ground, revealing the situation inside. This is Stuttgart's site, so of course the people from Happy Street went to check it out, and they judged from the clues that this place is probably owned by the Revolutionary Army. Happy Street is a force controlled by the world government, and many of the people inside are naturally members of the world government. As soon as they found out the news, some of their subordinates found Stussy and told him the information. Stussy then told the information to these CP0 members. Revolutionary Army. Yinghu narrowed her eyes and said, why did those guys hiding in the dark come to the New World? The CP organization under the world government has been looking for the traces of the Revolutionary Army, but they hide it very well, and they can't find any clues. Their group of guys have a very strong purpose, and there should be some purpose for their traces to appear here. Grey Eagle's tone became low. Could it be that they detected something? This matter should not be underestimated. Let me investigate. The Dark World is very important to us, and we must find out the purpose of the Revolutionary Army no matter what. And Xiao also had a bad face, and a bad premonition faintly appeared in his heart. Every time the members of the Revolutionary Army act with a purpose, it is impossible to appear here for no reason. Therefore, the hearts of the few people present sank, and various thoughts appeared in their hearts. Yes, Stussy replied, and hurried down to make arrangements. Order after order, the island began to storm. An underground place on another street. This is a hidden base of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, there were 3 people in the base, and the Revolutionary Army had very few operatives in order to reduce the risk of exposure. One of them is wearing a red top hat, has short purple hair with bangs, and a pair of red sunglasses on her face. A tall woman in a red dress is sitting on a chair, and a beautiful woman with a lady's cigarette in her hand exhales a puff of white smoke. Then he said slowly, it looks like we've been exposed. This tall and beautiful woman is the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Belo Betty, and she is an ability user who has eaten the fruit of encouragement. A bounty of 453 million Baileys is offered. Another man in a black feather coat said in a small voice, too bad luck, I didn't expect to be exposed because of this situation. This is also one of the commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Crow, offering a bounty of 400 million Baileys. Murloc Haku, a cadre member of the Revolutionary Army, said, what should we do now? Should we continue to stay here? It is already certain that the people behind Happy Street are probably the world government, and there may be other CP0 people on the island now, so it is no longer safe to stay here. Although the Crow is tall and burly, his voice but it is very small. But everyone present was used to it. When he spoke, others listened carefully. Belo Betty's slender legs changed positions, her red boots touched the ground. She took a puff of cigarette and said, since I already know that this is the territory of the world government, it is indeed dangerous to stay here, but now the island is estimated martial law has been imposed, and it is not so easy to go out. After that, Stussy has launched a series of operations to block the entire island, and anyone who wants to go out must go through investigations before they can go out. Although this will offend many people, in order to be able to catch the tail of the Revolutionary Army, it is okay to do so. The threat of the Revolutionary Army is much greater than others. Their organization is really too dangerous. I can only take advantage of the chaos and leave. It will be bad if I get blocked here, Haku said with his arms folded. There are still many pirates and criminals on the island. As a lawless existence, it is naturally impossible for them to be searched by Stussy's people, and conflicts will inevitably break out. As long as the revolutionary army sees the opportunity, there are still many opportunities to take advantage of the chaos and want to leave the island. Even they can mess up the entire island, which increases the chances of them leaving. It's not too late, destroy all the things here, let's leave as soon as possible. Crow narrowed his eyes and said, then let's go. I heard that Ivankov has also returned. I haven't seen him for a long time. Bello Betty also said. Several people discussed it, and they were full of action. After deciding to leave, they did not hesitate, destroyed all the things in the base, and left directly in a flash. The same island, but in another street. In a casino. Yunya, who was sitting in a corner drinking wine leisurely, looked with interest at a blind man in a kimono with a sword pinned to his waist. Fujitora. Hey, what a coincidence. Yunya looked at the man, muttered to himself, and couldn't help showing a smile. After he left Moon Knight Island, he came directly to Happy Street. The purpose? Naturally, I want to see the situation on Stus's side. Through the previous invitations from Stuttgart, Yunya roughly guessed that the world government would take some action. The action against his Quincy master. In the world government, apart from the Navy, the most mysterious CP0 can pose a threat to him. In this regard, Yunyi is still somewhat interested. However, he stayed in Moon Knight Island during this time and did not go out. Firstly, he was indeed injured in the fight with Big Mom, and it took him a while to recuperate. The second is to train high-level armed colors and familiarize yourself with the new stage of instant coaxing. Now that the cultivation of the high-level armed color is completed, the practice of the two bodies together can get twice the result with half the effort, and with the breakthrough in strength. I want to see how the people of the world government secretly want to deal with him. Now his strength has steadily stepped into the top of the sea. As long as he is careful, there are not many people in this world who can keep him. This is Yunyi's self-confidence after his breakthrough. At the same time, he also wanted to test how strong his current strength was. Originally, I wanted to find trouble with Charlotte Lingling, but after thinking about it, I still came to Happy Street. If the nail of Stuttgart's world government is not removed, Yunya's efforts to unify the entire dark world will not be able to continue. Everyone else is not a problem, just rubbish, only Stusse, the nail of the world government, is an uncertain factor. Based on these thoughts, Yunya also came to the Happy Street at this time. But what Yunyi didn't expect was that here, he actually met the future Admiral, Fujitora. The future, not now, is just a powerful blind man? Although I'm a blind man who doesn't see anything, it's a bit impolite for you to keep staring at me. Fujitora tilted his head and looked in the direction of Yunyi. He naturally noticed. Fujitora's range of knowledge is so wide that he can even catch meteorites from outside the sky, and use the ability of gravity fruit to drag them down from high altitude, and use the falling potential energy of meteorites to attack the most. He is undoubtedly a top powerhouse in the sea. I'm really sorry, but when you meet a strong man here, you always have to take a few extra glances. Yunya was still sitting, and said slowly after taking a sip of wine. I'm just a blind person, but I can't bear the title of a strong man. Fujitora shook his head lightly. It's good to be humble, but if you are too humble, people will think that you are talking ironically. Yunya laughed. At least on this island, few people should be able to survive a move by you. Hehe, your excellency is too famous, you can't compare to a big man like you. Fujitora waved his hand and said, obviously, he already knew Yunyi's identity. He was also very puzzled in his heart. Why did Quincy appear here? Is something big going to happen here? But at this moment, an arrogant voice inserted into the conversation between the two. A man with a blushing and thin body suddenly yelled at Fujitora, hey blind man, don't you bet anymore, if you don't bet, get out of here. This person's tone is arrogant, with a scar on his face, he is very intimidating when he is fierce, but the person opposite is a blind man, who is he showing? Hehe, I'm really sorry, since that's the case, let's make the last bet. Fujitora turned his head, not angry, still smiling, he really looked like an ordinary blind man. With that said, Fujitora pushed out all the winning chips. This pile of chips is at least tens of millions of Baileys, making many gamblers at the gaming table look greedy. Several of them looked at each other with sneer smiles. Buy and leave? I'm going to open it. The dealer also looked at the pile of chips, licked his lower lip, and opened the sifter. The number of dice inside was 656, but he rolled his eyes and gave the others past a look, and blatantly flipped the dice a few times before saying, 234, little. Ha ha ha, blind man, you lost? You bet big. It's a pity that according to the gambling law, not only will you lose all your chips, but you will also have to pay an extra chip of the same value. The man suddenly showed a ferocious smile at Fujitora. Several other gamblers also showed ferocious smiles. They are not good people, they have already set up a trap and waited for Fujitora. Oh, is there still such a saying? Why don't I know? Fujitora still smiled, without showing the slightest anger. Do you need to double the bargaining chip? This is a bit difficult. Next time you don't have that much Bailey on you. No, it's not easy to handle. I'm willing to admit defeat, but if we can't pay the bargaining chips here, the price will be very high. If you don't have a bargaining chip, then you can only use another method. Although he is blind, as a slave, he should still be worth a lot of money, right? Ha ha ha, this is the rule, and the rule cannot be broken. There were already people surrounding them, and they were the thugs of the casino, all of them were vicious and burly, and they were not easy to mess with at first sight. Yunya was sitting in the corner, and no one would pay attention to him, and naturally it was impossible to connect him with the big shots in the new world. When he saw this scene, he didn't go up to stop it. Instead, he watched it with interest. He wanted to see Fujitora's reaction. This guy is a man of justice. Faced with this situation, what would he do? Woolen cloth? It can only be said that these people are really courageous, and I really don't know what they think if they cheated a world's top powerhouse. This is not the way to seek death. But yes, just looking at Fujitora like this, no one would associate him with the strong. At this time, the clothes on Fujitora's body were not neat, and there were even traces of mending. Such a person is at most a down-and-out tramp, the most statusless existence in this world. The only value is to be someone else's slave? Naturally, there were gamblers nearby who saw this scene, but they also had no intention of going forward to help. Here, they see this kind of thing a lot. It's nothing more than gambling with all the money on your body and can't pay the chips. If this is the case, the people in the casino will not let this kind of person go easily. Slave? Although I don't look at things, but the slave trade is the last thing I can tolerate. Fujitora said calmly, slightly opened his eyes, only the white of the eyes looked particularly pervasive. Seeing those people like this by Fujitora, they felt a little scared, but soon they came to their senses. This is just a blind man. One of them became angry from embarrassment, and waved his hand. Hey, you can't help this. Give it to me. The others all had ferocious expressions on their faces, and they moved towards Fujitora step by step, trying to capture him. Hey, there are too many evil things happening in this world. Even if I close my eyes, I still meet these despicable and dirty people. Whose knowledge and perception? He sighed softly, and the stick knife appeared in his hand at some point. He slapped the top of the stick knife on the ground, and in the next moment, a strange ripple swayed towards a radius of 10 meters. There was a soft buzz sound, and the people who had rushed towards Fujitora felt that their bodies were heavy at this moment, as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, and an inexplicable force was about to drag them to the ground. These people only felt that the force pressing on them was getting stronger and stronger, and then one by one couldn't bear the pressure, and they all lay on the ground. Their bones creaked, they couldn't move their bodies, and their internal organs couldn't bear it either. Shattered by the force of gravity, their mouths and noses are overflowing with blood. Huh? What's going on here? Why are they all lying on the ground? Is this blind man playing tricks? The people around who saw this scene were all shocked and inexplicable. They didn't know what happened at all. At this time Yunya laughed and said, "Gravity? It's really a good method." At this moment, there was silence in the casino, and after they didn't know what happened, they didn't dare to speak. But when they heard someone talking, their eyes also looked over. After seeing Yunya, many people frowned and didn't think of Quincy. But one of them looked at Yunya and felt a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Me, Quincy Master, the exterminator." Alas, when the people around heard this man's words, they immediately reacted. Looking at this young face, their expressions all changed. It became extremely terrified, and some feet even began to tremble. Why did the Quincy come here? Run. When they knew the identity of the Quincy Master, everyone was in chaos at this moment. One by one hurriedly ran outside. Everyone in the New World's first impression of the Quincy is that this guy is a lunatic? A powerful lunatic? Now seeing the Quincy Master appearing here, how could they dare to stay here? Your Excellency is really powerful. Did you guess your ability at a glance? You really have a terrifying sense of knowledge. Fujitora looked at Yunya, shook his head and smiled. Yunya didn't explain anything, just said, "I'm very curious about your identity. You have such strength, but you are unknown in the sea." Fujitora said indifferently, "The name is just a code name, and I'm just a blind man who has traveled the world. A knight who upholds justice." Yunya chuckled, pointing out something. According to his knowledge and perception, there is a room in the underground of this casino, which contains some imprisoned people. Fujiho looked straight at Yunya with the white of his eyes. "I have received a small favor from others, and I will repay the favor of a drop of water." Naturally, Fujitora came here for a purpose. Before, because he was blind, a kind child commoner helped him, dropped a loaf and left. Although he naturally does not need other people's handouts due to his strength, but he will remember this kindness. The kid behind was caught by the people from the casino for some reason. As a person with a heart of justice, Fujitora will naturally not sit idly by. There is also the previous scene. People like you should join the navy instead of just being an unknown knight. There is the best place for you, Yunya said with a smile. Yunya has no intention of inviting Fujitora to join his forces. This guy has a strong sense of justice and will lend a helping hand to civilians. It is impossible for such a person to become a criminal who does great harm. People in the world say that you are extremely sinful, arrogant, and tyrannical, and you are an out-and-out combat lunatic, but in my eyes, it is a bit untrue. Fujitora looked at Yunya and said seriously, "A person like you, what is the ultimate purpose?" Purpose? Everyone has their own way of life. Many people become criminals because they have to. The order bred in this deformed world is also deformed. Yunya said lightly, "My purpose is very simple. Live freely." Fujitora fell into deep thought. Is it a deformed order? Your insight is very unique. Yunya smiled. Go and join the navy. There is the only passable order in the world. Of course, it is only passable. Compared with other forces, many of them have a heart of justice. Even I wouldn't deny what the navy did. Yunya paused, and then said, the only thing is, above the navy, there is the world government, where is the root of the chaos in this world. After finishing speaking, Yunya drank the red wine in his hand, turned and left. Seeing Yunya's leaving figure, Fujitora stood there without moving, thinking of Yunya's words repeatedly in his heart. After a long time, he sighed softly, justice is not like justice, criminals are not like criminals, this world is indeed deformed. Navy. As he spoke, he shook his head, turned around and walked underground. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip. Stepping out of the gate of the casino, Yunya heard the roaring sound coming from a distance, looked in that direction, couldn't help raising his brows, and said to himself, huh? What happened over there? He also became curious at this time. What happened on the island? Could it be that besides myself, is there anyone else making trouble on the island? Hey, it's really curious, let's go and have a look. With a laugh, Yunyi hurried over there in a flash. The news of Quincy's appearance on the island gradually spread through the mouths of many people. Many people have black question marks on their faces. What's the situation? Could it be that the action on Happy Street has something to do with the Quincy? Many people can't help but think of it. In the street on the other side, a group of pirates rest here. The Hawkins pirates with a total bounty of 600 million Baileys are stationed here. After a period of sailing, the Hawkins pirates have arrived in the New World. Because of the deed of killing a Shishibukai, Hawkins pirate group is getting stronger and stronger. At this time, the total reward is already 600 million berries? Hawkins alone is close to 400 million. Boss, those damned bounty hunters have come here again, and they have already clashed with our people. A younger brother ran up to Hawkins and said with a gloomy expression. Hawkins was still so calm, sitting in his seat and divination quietly. He said lightly, don't worry, this time we have a 90% chance of leaving safely. 90%? That's good, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Huh, but those damned bounty hunters are really hateful, they have been chasing us for a long time. Hearing that the chance of safe escape is 90%, many members of the pirates breathed a sigh of relief. They still recognize their captain's ability very much. Many times before they were in crisis, it was because of their captain's divination that they saved the day. Hawkins ignored the reactions of the younger brothers and continued divination, but the next moment, his eyes were concentrated. Huh? What's going on? Why has the hexagram changed a little bit? Danger and opportunity coexist. This kind of hexagram rarely appears. The first time it appeared, it was in the North Sea. After Quincy approached him, such a hexagram appeared. At this time, another person ran in from the outside and hurriedly said, Boss, they have already called in, what should we do now? Hawkins restrained his mind, let out a breath, and his eyes turned cold. Go out and have a look. With that said, he got up first and walked to the periphery. Over there, fighting has broken out. Ha ha ha, none of the pirates targeted by our Seidel Guild can escape our clutches. Where's Hawkins? Still out. Since you don't come out, then, you can only let your subordinates die here. On the outer side, there are bounty hunters flying in midair on special vehicles. There are several injection ports under these vehicles, which allow them to fly freely in midair. And their weapons are also very strange. They use carbonic acid as the power to launch weapons. With the mobility of the special vehicle and the suppression of weapons, Hawkins' people were crushed and beaten. They are members of the Seidel Union, and all members of this union are bounty hunters. Their boss even has the title of the strongest bounty hunter. But whether it was blown out, it can only be seen by the beholder. You can't run away. Carbon dioxide cannon. The leader was a man carrying 2 large barrels on his back. Going down, blast 2 bubbles of carbonated water. The huge shock and the stimulation of carbonic acid caused many people below to be blown away, covering their eyes and howling. As soon as Hawkins appeared, he saw this scene, and his face darkened instantly. You bounty hunters really linger. Ha ha ha, Hawkins, are you finally willing to come out? I thought you were scared, so you just dared to hide. The man with the cannon laughed when he saw Hawkins. Humph, the appearance of the demon. Hawkins snorted coldly, and his body changed. A tall straw giant appeared, and the sword formed of straw in his hand was covered with armed colors, and stabbed at this person. Boom boom boom. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Before, the 2 sides had already fought once, giving up a street, but neither side took advantage of it. It's just that Hawkins never thought that these bounty hunters would dare to come to him again. Hawkins was also annoyed. How dare a mere bounty hunter be so rampant? The scarecrow Hawkins slapped the man away, just as he was about to kill him. Dozens of shells hit him. Hawkins' face sank, his hands were folded together, and the armed collar covered the top. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded instantly, and in the smoke, Hawkins' body stepped back a few steps, but he did not suffer much damage. It's just that in all parts of the world, many people exploded for no reason, scaring their companions. Seidel. Looking at a tall man on a vehicle, Hawkins narrowed his eyes. You guy, you really linger. Ha ha ha, pirate, you are the 70th pirate I hunted, obediently die for me? Pirates, you must die. The man named Seidel looked at Hawkins and laughed wildly, his eyes extremely fierce. This person is the boss of the Seidel Union, proficient in carbonic acid science, and has 3 legions under him. And he is known as the world's strongest bounty hunter? They don't show any mercy to pirates, they just kill them. Humph, it's just you guys. Hawkins has learned 2-color domineering at this time, and his strength is also very terrifying. Although his bounty has an oolong in it, his strength cannot be underestimated. But the other party is not easy to provoke. The two sides broke out again, and the street here was smashed. And the movement that Yunyi heard also came from this side. Because of curiosity, Yunya also came here at this time. After seeing Hawkins, Yunya looked a little weird. Oh, it's this guy. Didn't expect to come to the new world. When Yunyi thought of what happened to Hawkins, he couldn't help grinning. This unlucky guy. After knowing that Hawkins had borne the blame for him, Yunya was also a little bit ridiculous, and now seeing him again, Yunya also said it was destined. But at this moment, seeing Hawkins and others in a hard fight, Yunya also laughed and leaped to the highest point of the street. He looked down at everyone below. His domineering look swept over the cover with a bang. Boom. As if the oppressive feeling of the mountain was acting on everyone, the weak rolled their eyes and fell into a coma. Huh? What's going on? Is this Overlord color? Who is it? You actually exploded with dominance here. When such an accident happened suddenly during the battle, many people were shocked and hurriedly looked around. In the end, everyone's eyes turned to Yunyi's direction. When seeing Yunya's face clearly, everyone present was startled, with astonishment on their faces. Me, Quincy Master. Countless people were horrified, and some even exclaimed. Yunya ignored the expressions of other people, but looked down, looked at Hawkins and said lightly, does that favor need to be used? Hawkins. Yunya didn't forget that he still owed Hawkins a favor. Now, maybe it can be returned. My lord. After seeing Yunya, Hawkins was also very surprised in his heart. He didn't expect to see the Quincy here. It looks like you've been doing well recently. Yunya looked at Hawkins and said, the bounty offered is close to 400 million. I heard that you killed even Chi Wohei. Hawkins smiled wryly when he heard the words, isn't this being blamed by the world government? But he didn't know how to explain it, so he just smiled wryly. My lord, stop joking, I'm far behind you. The Quincy's current bounty is more than 2 billion Baileys, and he is the one who is closest to the bounty of the 4 emperors. Compared with him, his 400 million Baileys are just a fraction of others. And who is the other party? Even the 4th emperor Charlotte Lingling reissued the suppressed existence. Hawkins knew Yunya a long time ago, but at that time Yunya was just a bounty hunter, and it has only been a long time, and he has become a big man comparable to the 4 emperors. Every time he saw the Quincy's newspaper, Hawkins was inexplicably shocked. The Quincy was too strong. After a pause, Hawkins looked at Yunya and said solemnly, my lord, since you still remember that favor, then I want to exchange this favor for the qualification to join your faction. After going to sea, Hawkins realized that strength is the most important thing in this world. Without strength, it is difficult to move a single step in this world. Later, because of the increase in the bounty, he also suffered a lot of dangers. If he was not proficient in divination and could turn danger into good luck every time, he might have been caught by this time. In fact, long ago, when he saw the news of the Quincy in the newspapers again and again, he had this idea. One of his reasons for coming to the New World is also to seek the protection of the Quincy Master. Upon hearing Hawkins' words, Yunya was taken aback, and he never thought that Hawkins would make such a request. After thinking about it, Yunya smiled and said, do you want to join my power? Hawkins nodded heavily, and said, one of the purposes of my coming to the New World is to join your power, my lord. Although Yunya was surprised, Hawkins' move was in his favor, so he nodded, of course. Hawkins had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Yunya actually agreed right away. The people around were still in shock at this moment, and now they were even more shocked when they heard the conversation between the two of them. This Hawkins pirate group is actually related to the master of Wangsu Palace, the Quincy Master. According to the words of the two, Quincy still owes Hawkins a favor. More importantly, they didn't expect that Hawkins would actually propose to join the forces of the Quincy division, and he succeeded. This is really, especially the other members of the Hawkins pirates, many of them looked at their captain with astonishment on their faces. How hard is the relationship between the captain? He actually knows such a big man as Quincy? But they soon became excited, and it was great to join the power of such a big man. They will no longer be afraid of being chased and killed by others. As for the bounty hunters here, seeing the changes in the field, they also looked at each other in blank dismay. The Hawkins pirates actually joined the strength of the Quincy division? Are they still fighting? These bounty hunters all looked at their boss, Seidel, known as the strongest bounty hunter. But at this moment, Seidel still looked indifferent. He looked at Yunyi and said coldly, I didn't expect to see such a big man here, but it just so happens that I will accept the head that you have offered for more than 2 billion Baileys. Already. He waved his hand, everyone give it to me. At the same time, he also rushed towards Yunya, with a look of madness flashing across his face. If he killed the Quincy here, it would be more rewarding than killing a dozen Hawkins pirates. Hearing the order from their boss, and seeing their boss who had rushed up, they also looked at each other in blank dismay, and rushed up together. Although they are afraid, they still have to obey the orders of their boss. You're not small. Yunya sneered, just about to make a move, but at this moment Hawkins rushed forward to block Seidel's advance. Hawkins looked at Seidel and said to Yunya, it's just a bounty hunter, there's no need for you to do it. My lord, leave it to me. That's fine, I'll leave it to you. I'll go over there and have a look. It seems that something interesting happened there. Yunya looked at Hawkins and nodded, then looked to the other side. His knowledge covered the entire island, and he discovered the situation over there. After finishing speaking, Yunye's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Don't try to run. Seidel wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Hawkins. Hawkins turned into a scarecrow and slapped Seidel with his big hand. He snorted coldly, your opponent is me. Seidel's face darkened, then kill you first, and then kill the Quincy. Arrogance. Hawkins snorted coldly and charged forward. Boom boom boom. The two broke out in a battle. All around, their younger brothers also fought against each other. The battlefield instantly became white-hot. On the other side, in the dark room before, CP0 members on the island are present. Grey Eagle, one of the CP0 members, stood up abruptly and looked at Stussy in disbelief. What did you say? The Quincy appeared on the island too? Is the news accurate? Seeing Stussy nodding, several people present looked at each other, with solemn expressions flashing across their faces. Why did the Quincy appear here suddenly? Grey Eagle took a deep breath, and expressed his guess. Could it be that the Quincy has something to do with the Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army and the Quincy Division appeared on the island at the same time, so they naturally had some guesses in their hearts. A serious look flashed across Stussy's pretty face. I don't know about this. Judging from all kinds of information, the Revolutionary Army and the Quincy Division are two different lines, and there is no point of intersection at all. Damn it, is it aimed at us? Yinghue guessed with the same ugly face. If it is exposed, we are likely to fail this mission. Captain and Xiao's tone was fairly calm, but his eyes behind the mask were narrowed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a pause, he continued, have you found any traces of the Revolutionary Army? Stussy said, not yet, they are hiding very deeply, and they have not been found from surveillance anywhere on the island. While the few people were talking, the phone bug suddenly rang. When Stussy picked up the phone, her face changed a few times. After hanging up the phone, she said to a few people, the whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army have been found. Hearing Stussy's words, several people's faces froze. And Xiao said, I don't know if the people of the Revolutionary Army have discovered anything, but now, we can't let them run away. The appearance of the Revolutionary Army here means that the situation here is likely to have been exposed. Regardless of whether the news has been passed on or not, the Revolutionary Army cannot stay. What about the Quincy? Don't you care about him? Stussy asked. With that guy's personality, he is an unstable threat. If possible, take advantage of this opportunity to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Yinghue said coldly. Both the Revolutionary Army and the Quincy Division are the biggest enemies of the world government. If possible, neither of them can be let go. Quincy, since you dare to come out and come here, you can't tell him to let him go. I'll go and see this guy later. Is he really as scary as the rumors say? Grey Eagle also spoke. His eyes behind the mask were extremely indifferent. And Xiao glanced at Grey Eagle, and said, leave the Quincy to me. You probably won't be his opponents. If you can fight Big Mom, the strength of Quincy should not be underestimated. You must be at least at the captain's level to compete with him. World War I. Go and wipe out the members of the Revolutionary Army, and don't leave any trouble behind. With that said, he got up and walked outside. Seeing in Xiao's leaving back, the rest of them showed no other expressions. Those who can join CP0 are all masters, and the minimum requirement is to use the 6 styles to the extreme, and these people are the captain and vice-captain of CP0. Those who are qualified for this position are those who have reached the top in one or more aspects. Don't talk about others, let's just talk about their captain, and Xiao, whose strength may not be weaker than those monsters in the Navy. It can be seen from their code names that they are also targeting the strength of generals or quasi-generals. Since the captain has made a move, we don't have to pay attention to the Quincy. Let's hurry over and stop the people from the Revolutionary Army. Yinghue also walked outside. Grey Eagle looked at Stussy and said indifferently, your identity cannot be revealed yet. The channels of the dark world are very important to us. Your task is to hold back. Yes. Stussy saluted respectfully. Although both are CP0, her status is obviously inferior to the other 3. She is just an ordinary CP0 member, and all 3 of them are at the captain and vice-captain level. The level is higher than her? Huh? The Quincy Division has actually come here. The group of the Revolutionary Army who was evacuating also learned the news from other people. A few people were also a little surprised. Quincy came to this island without making a sound. What is his purpose? They are very curious. Bello Betty still didn't forget to smoke on the way to evacuate. She breathed out a puff of white smoke from her red lips and said, did he also notice that Joy Street is connected to the world government? Almost everyone in the New World knows the purpose of the Quincy, which is to unify the entire Dark World. This is not difficult to see from the various actions of the Quincy Division. If Quincy knew that Joy Street was connected to the world government, then with his character, he would definitely not sit idly by. The Quincy killed 2 celestial dragons, and they were on the must-kill list of the world government. Sooner or later, a battle would break out between the 2 sides. This contradiction is irreconcilable. Based on this, Bello Betty will have this guess. There is a possibility. The purpose of the Quincy is to unify the entire Dark World. Naturally, we need to investigate other kings. It is likely that we have found something. The crow also narrowed his eyes and guessed. Murloc Haku said calmly, the enemies of both sides are the world governments. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Maybe we can get in touch with him. Bello Betty shook his head. We have already talked about this with Drago before, and Drago said that such a person has a different concept from ours. It's not like they didn't want to contact Quincy when it was rising, but they were all stopped by Drago. Their revolutionary army needs stability at present, and an existence like the Quincy division cannot be stabilized honestly. People like Quincy are actually similar to the emperors of the sea, they can't be inferior to others. A few people walked and talked, suddenly the crow's face changed, and the black feather coat on his body shook as if it had come to life. He looked in one direction. No, I was discovered. Over there, 2 people wearing masks and white suits were rushing towards them on moon steps. Seeing these 2 people, the faces of several revolutionary troops sank. Bello Betty took a deep breath. Damn it, was it discovered by the surveillance phone bug? As one of the secret strongholds of the world government, there are eyeliners everywhere. When they sneaked in before, they also spent a lot of effort. Be prepared, there may be a fierce battle to be fought. The crow's face became gloomy, and his feather coat looked like a living thing. He opened his scarlet eyes and stared at the people in front of him. Why are we so careful? Have we still been discovered? The Murloc Haku said with a sullen face. The expressions of the other members of the revolutionary army also changed. Over there, the people of CP0 soared into the sky and landed in front of the revolutionary army. Grey Eagle sneered, I finally found you? The mice of the revolutionary army. Balo Bailey, commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, and Crow, commander of the Northern Army. I didn't expect you two to come to the New World, but once you come, don't even think about leaving. Sakura Fox wearing a fox mask also said coldly. She didn't expect that the Revolutionary Army hidden here was actually the highest cadre in the Revolutionary Army, the commanders of the Eastern Army and the Northern Army. These two were in the Revolutionary Army, but they were second only to Drago and Ivankov. He is a very important figure in the Revolutionary Army. This kind of dress, you are CP0. Bello Betty bit her rosy lips, screaming inwardly. CP0 is the strongest organization in the CP of the world government, and its members are monsters among monsters, not even weaker than those high-level officers in the Navy. They have been dealing with the world government for so long, so they naturally know what CP0 stands for. People from CP0 appear here. It seems that Happy Street is indeed related to your world government? Is it a secret buried in the new world? The world government is really calculating. Bello Betty said coldly. Before, they only suspected that there were CP0 people lurking here. Now that the Lord has appeared, they can be sure. There is no doubt that this is the layout of the world government in the new world. If it wasn't for the sudden exposure, they would still need to lurk here for a while to find out the extremely deep hidden transportation channel here. Their purpose is not only to investigate here, but also to seek benefits for their own forces. However, things changed too suddenly, and now I am actually facing the CP0 people directly. The several revolutionary troops knew the seriousness of the matter, and they were secretly on guard. They know that a big battle is inevitable. It's useless to talk too much. No matter what the purpose of your revolutionary army is, you won't be able to escape today. Grey Eagle said in a cold voice, and the next moment there was no nonsense. He directly started flying finger gun, Madara. Grey Eagle moved his right hand towards the air, and impacts shot out from between his fingers, covering a large area in front of him. Yinghu also moved at the same time. Her slender thigh swept out a terrifying wind blade, Lanjiao blade. Here Sakura Fox did not show any weakness, and swept out a terrifying wind blade, hitting all the members of the revolutionary army. Boom. Bello Betty looked calm, and patted the snare drum attached to his waist with his right hand, and a dull sound came out, and an inexplicable force acted on all the revolutionary troops. I will bless you, defeat them first. As soon as this drumbeat appeared, all the revolutionary soldiers were shocked. Under the passionate drumbeat, everyone felt an emotion brewing in their hearts. Fighting spirit, passion, confidence, belong to the burst of ability to inspire fruit, and can add positive buff to people. In this state, all negative emotions will be suppressed, and it can also enhance one's own fighting spirit. This ability can improve the morale of one's own side. Bello Betty's ability is a very useful ability for the Revolutionary Army. Crow, one person to deal with one, solve it as soon as possible. Bello Betty can become the commander of the Revolutionary Army, so she is naturally not weak. She also rushed forward at this moment, and all kinds of attacks fell. Okay. A sharp light flashed in the crow's eyes, and the black coat on his body turned into countless black crows. He didn't know what kind of devil fruit ability user it was. After these crows came out again, there was a gloomy and cold breath, and at the same time they opened their mouths and said, Yaya sound, facing the incoming attack. Bang bang bang. Intensive explosions sounded, and the battle was about to start. Do the bedbugs of the Revolutionary Army have such guts? I thought they would just run away in desperation after seeing us. Grey Eagle sneered. His right hand was clawed, and the palm also changed, becoming with eagle-like sharp claws, and covered with a thick armor-colored domineering. It grabbed at the attacking crow. From this point of view, this member of CP0 should be a person with the ability to eat the devil fruit of the animal system. Grabbing more than a dozen crows into pieces, Grey Eagle stared straight ahead. Crow, the commander of the Northern Army, is a person with the ability to eat the fruit of the Phantom Beast Shadow Crow. I want to experience it. Your Phantom Beast and my ancient which one is stronger? As he spoke, he shot a special finger gun Eagle Claw. A claw-shaped finger gun impact appeared out of thin air, and slashed at the crow head-on. The Crow, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, eats the form of the Phantom Beast, the Shadow Crow, which eats the bird fruit. Phantom beasts all have special abilities that other animal families do not have. The ancient species of bird fruit? If you remember correctly, there should be a sub-captain in CP0 with this ability, codenamed Grey Eagle. After the crow avoided the blow, the coat on his body changed again, and countless crows cried kill the past with a bang. Hearing that, Grey Eagle's eyes narrowed behind the mask. Has even our information been detected? The Revolutionary Army is really a threat. Not much information about their CP0 has been circulated in the sea, and many people don't even know that the world government has an organization called CP0. Hearing what the crow said now, Grey Eagle's heart sank. Did the people of the Revolutionary Army actually probe their intelligence to this extent? The crow didn't talk nonsense. His coat turned into pitch-black wings, his body flashed, and he rushed towards Grey Eagle. His 5 fingers transformed into claws, and the black silk threads around him, lying. Humph. Grey Eagle snorted coldly, and charged over. The 2 claws collided, and the momentum was like a meteor colliding, and a terrifying sound broke out. Boom boom boom. The 2 strong men collided like monsters and plowed the terrain here. On the other side, Bello Betty was also fighting Sakura Fox, causing quite a commotion. It seems that the CP0 on this island are all at the level of the team leader. What is the purpose of you staying here? Bello Betty dodged a trail of Sakura Fox's foot, and stepped on the ground with the foot of the red boot. The slender beautiful legs swept out, and collided with Yinghu's long legs, making a boom sound. Members of CP0 generally do not go out, but every time they go out, it means that something big is about to happen. When they came here, they also had the purpose of investigating CP0 when they knew that CP0 was on this island. After the blow, the 2 retreated at the same time. Yinghu's voice was still pleasant, and she said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you. Instead, what is the purpose of you stinky rats coming here?" When the 2 were fighting, they both wanted to get words out of the other's mouth. This can be said to be a professional habit. The other side. Looking at the masked man stepping down from the sky on moon steps, Yunya looked at this man's attire. Yunya's eyes flashed, and he said to himself, CP0? Are these guys really hiding here on Happy Street? Yunya secretly thought that his guess was not wrong. There are really CP0 people hidden here. Previously, Stusa wanted to come over to Happy Street by himself again and again, probably with the intention of killing him here. Hey, world government. Yunya narrowed his eyes, showing a dangerous light. The world government is not dead. Yunya stopped and looked at the CP0 members who stopped not far away from him, but didn't say anything, just watched quietly. You are the Quincy Master. After An Xiao landed on the ground, he looked at Yunya sharply, and an aura emerged from his body. Looking at your outfit, you should be a member of the world government, CP0. Yunya looked at An Xiao, sizing him up and down. Yunya didn't make a move. There are many devil fruits in this world that are unreasonable. Before there is no specific information about the enemy, it is still very dangerous to act rashly. The main reason is that in the original work of Pirates, there are not too many shots of CP0, and the guy in front of me has never appeared in the original work. So be careful with subtleties. What is the purpose of your coming here? Are you still in collusion with the people of the Revolutionary Army? Forget it. No matter what your purpose is, you have only one result today, and that is to die here. An Xiao said Luo, raised his right leg, and swept out a terrifying haze towards Yunyi. Revolutionary Army? Yunyi was slightly surprised when he heard this word, but he didn't expect to hear the news of the Revolutionary Army here. But looking at the attacking Lanjiao, Yunyi also smiled coldly, opened his 5 fingers, white light gathered in his palm, and a thick pillar of thunder pierced out. Boom! 2 terrifying attacks erupted, and boundless waves swept across the field. Before I suspected that there was a pawn of the world government in the dark world, it seems that it should be Stuttgart. At the same time as the words came out, Yunya stepped out of the smoke and dust. Thunder was already thundering behind him, and he looked at the guy in front of him with a sneer. Is the world government doing something shady by inserting nails into the dark world? The dark world is now my territory, don't you know? Do you know the consequences if you do something in my territory? Yunya narrowed his eyes, and the domineering look covered the entire island with a bang, and there was a white thunder raging behind him. Like wings, countless thunders swept around. These thunderbolts are extremely destructive, and the lightning strikes, leaving a burnt mark on the ground and walls. After Shunhyo advanced, Yunya could already control it freely, and would not let the clothes on his back be torn apart because of the violent thunder. At this moment, Yunya was like the god of thunder, and the thunder was under his control. After you killed the Qianlong people, you are already on the world government's must-kill list. If you stayed honestly in your Wangsu palace, we might not dare to attack, but since you have come out, then I can only let you die. An Xiao felt the terrifying power exuding from Yunya at this time, and did not dare to be careless. With a swipe sound, a person exactly like him appeared from behind him. Seeing this scene, Yunya couldn't help squinting his eyes, and thought to himself, is this the devil fruit ability? Movements, demeanor, and even momentum are almost the same. Devil fruit ability user? What kind of ability is this? Yunya looked at An Xiao, looked left and right, but still didn't find the slightest difference between the two. Do you think I'll tell you? An Xiao sneered, and the two moved at the same time, one left and one right towards Yunya to kill. Oh, it's interesting. Is it a clone? Yunya chuckled, stepped on the ground instantly, and rushed out like an arrow. First, he avoided the finger gun of one of them, and then thunder and lightning gathered his fists, covering them with armed colors, and punched the other person with a punch. With a sound of boom, Yunya's punch was as powerful as a broken bamboo, as if the terrifying charge of a mountain collided with this person's whip leg. Huh. But at the next moment of the collision, Yunya frowned, and the guy who was fighting with him disappeared immediately after the blow. Go to hell. The other person sneered when he saw this, and a figure appeared behind him again, and at this moment, the two attacked Yunya at the same time. Finger gun and staff gun. Land foot broken. Two terrifying attacks bombarded Yunya's back. A strong wind came from behind, but it couldn't escape Yunya's perception. Duan Kong. Yunya turned around, looked at the incoming attack, and waved his finger downwards. A wall of air blocked the two attacks. Boom boom boom. There were two loud bangs, but they couldn't break Yunya's space at all. The shockwave hit Yunya from both sides, and it didn't have much impact on Yunya, not even a single hair of Yunya was hurt. What? Two voices sounded at the same time, one was surprised, and the other was as cold as a machine. Didn't you collect all the information on me before you wanted to deal with me? It's too early to be surprised. Yunya sneered, stepped on his feet, and rushed out. Thunderbolt double bones. Yunya leaned forward, concentrated various moves with his fists, and blasted a terrifying blow to one of them. This is the person who differentiated another body from the body before. Assuming that this CP0 person has the ability to have a clone or something, then, this guy is the main body. However, Yunya blasted out with one blow, but the guy in front of him disappeared into nothingness again, making Yunya's attack miss again. Yunya was a little surprised at this moment. He had been locking on this guy from the beginning to the end, and he couldn't be wrong. Could it be a mistake? Or do you have to attack two people at the same time? Or, the main body can be switched at will. Yunya thought in his heart, thinking of many ideas in an instant. It's useless. What I eat is the fruit of differentiation, and I can differentiate into another self. You can only hurt me if you attack two of me at the same time. Two dark owls attacked again from different places. One spoke with a sneer. Heh, do you think I'm a fool? You guys who only act in secret are so open and above board. Yunya didn't believe these people's nonsense. If it was true, would he kindly tell himself his weakness? However, we can try it. Yunya sneered, and took a piece in his hand, and the white explosive flame appeared in his hand, like a curtain of fire, attacking the two of them at the same time. It's useless. Both of me have the same strength. What you have to deal with is not one person, but two of me. This time, it was another person who spoke in a cold tone. The two shot at the same time, broke through the fire curtain that Yunya swept through, and shot out again. Hey. Yunya was only a tentative attack this time, and naturally he didn't expect to be able to make any meritorious service. Facing the two attacking people, Yunya was not afraid and rushed forward. Boom boom boom. The three of them bombarded each other, terrifying sound waves swept all around, and the whole street was trembling nonstop. People around saw the battle between the three of them, their expressions were shocked, paleness flashed across their faces. Is that the Quincy master? Who is fighting him? This outfit, is it someone from the world government? Why do people from the Quincy and the world government appear here? Many people recognized Yunya's identity, and also recognized that the person who fought against the Quincy was a member of the world government. Could it be that they caused the changes on the island? Someone speculated. Guess what? Why don't you run away? Why stay here? Waiting to die. Some people were terrified, and they didn't even have the courage to stay here. In fact, there is no need for this person to remind. Many people have already fled after the battle started, and some courageous pirates and gangsters are still watching the battle not far away. Battles of this level are rare. The battle over there was still going on, and the fierce battle between the two made the ground rumbling. During the battle, Yunya also discovered something. This guy didn't tell him about the differentiation fruit. He needs to attack two people at the same time to cause him any damage. The avatar is correct, but it should be exchanged between the main body and the avatar in an instant to avoid damage. But this time is very short, and it can be completed in the blink of an eye. And even if the avatar is attacked, it will still have no effect on him. It will turn into nothingness and shatter. I just don't know if the avatar needs to consume energy. If it is possible, it can wear down the enemy through consumption. If not, it can only attack two bodies at the same time. Yunya murmured to himself, but felt that this ability was very tricky. If it is placed on ordinary people, it will be the same thing, but if it is placed on the strong, this ability can undoubtedly exert terrifying power. At least, until now, Yunya has not hit the CP0 body with a single blow, and every time the attack is about to fall, it will be avoided. Yunya guessed in his heart that this guy's strength should not be weaker than that of Katakuri before he learned the Overlord color winding. Moreover, the two clones of this person have the same strength, and the two bodies cooperate seamlessly, and every attack hits the most correct position. Even though Yunya is very knowledgeable, he will still occasionally be forced to stop attacking and can only dodge. Judging from their fighting actions, it is impossible to tell that there are two people. It is indeed a person, and it should be similar to his own body avatar, which can be regarded as a person. Moreover, when Yunya was about to attack the main body, the next moment, the main body and the avatar would switch in an instant, making his attack fail. It is also because of this that Yunya finds it difficult. It seems unsolvable, but Yunyi also knows that there is no unsolvable ability in this world. As long as you find a way, you still have a chance to hit the enemy hard. Yunyi is not short of large-scale attacks, and he is not without attacks that cover two people at the same time, and there are even many, each of which is a skill that can cause damage to a large area. Since you can't find any flaws, then, let's just sweep away. After making up his mind, Yunyi crossed his hands to block one of them's blows, and then used this strength to step back and stand in midair, with another burst of flames bursting from behind, and the two forces of different attributes clashed and annihilated each other, bringing Yunyi's extremely strong attribute bonus. Boom boom boom. A huge sound erupted from Yunya. Yunya looked straight down, locked on with knowledge, and spread his 5 fingers. Thunder flame explosion. Boom. A terrifying attack was brewing in Yunya's palm, and a thick shock wave of thunder flames erupted, hitting the two people below. Not good. 2 exclamations sounded at the same time, and Xiao sensed the power of this attack, and his face changed suddenly. His sense of knowledge seems to have reached the level of being able to predict the future. In a corner of the future, he saw a terrifying scene. It was the scene where I was swept by a terrorist attack at the same time. And Xiao knew that he couldn't let Yunya's attack fall, otherwise even he would be injured. In the blink of an eye, his 2 bodies merged into one, and a more terrifying force was brewing in his body. This is his fruit ability, which can condense the power of 2 bodies together, and at the same time burst out even more terrifying power. Lanjiao nail shooter. And Xiao yelled loudly. His right leg covered in pitch black armor was bent like a scorpion's tail, and his body was as tense as a bow and arrow ready to go. The momentum gathered a little, and the next moment he moved, his right leg straightened and swept across the sky. With a sound of swipe, a shock wave in the shape of a spear, which is different from ordinary Lanjiao, rushed out of his feet, like a shell fired from a chamber, and the sound of violent rotation buzzing sounded, driving the howling wind. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Yunya's attack. Just like sparks hitting the earth, the tip of the needle is facing the wheat on. Boom! Then there was a loud bang, and the attacks collided with each other in midair, refusing to give in to each other, and the airwaves swept away in an instant. At the center point, the collision of the 2 attacks sent out terrifying fluctuations, and almost everyone on the island felt it. They all looked at this side. I wonder in my heart who caused such a big commotion. The strength spread, and the 2 terrifying attacks shattered at the same time, and an even more terrifying shock wave swept across the entire island. Yunya didn't stop attacking, and disappeared in place in a flash, reappeared not far from An Xiao's body, sneered, and blasted out a terrifying attack with both fists again. Dark Owl's knowledge and color can predict the future, and Yunya's movements cannot escape his perception. He was captured by him, and the next moment he wants to use shave to avoid Yunya's attack. But how could Yunya fulfill his wish? It's not that Yunya has never dealt with someone who can predict the future. Katakuri is. If you want to predict the future, you need to be extremely focused and uninterrupted. And the big movement will interfere with the function of knowledge color to a certain extent. The reason why Yunya used Lei Yanbang was also for this purpose. As long as it is disturbed, the effect of knowledge color will be weakened. Want to run? No chance. Yunya snorted coldly, and 3 beams of light appeared out of thin air, nailing An Xiao in place. What is this? An Xiao was shocked when he felt his body being pinned. Naturally, Yunyi would not let this opportunity pass by. His fists covered the domineering-colored domineering fists, and the domineering-colored look wrapped around them, and he punched out like a broken bamboo. With this blow, he can't run away. Boom! This punch hit An Xiao's chest directly, and the power entangled in the Overlord's color burst out suddenly, and the thunder and lightning shot out, like the sound of a big drum being beaten. Troubled by Overlord's color, An Xiao secretly yelled that something was wrong, and then he just felt his head go blank. Overlord's color frightened his mind, trying to make him lose consciousness. But after all, he is the captain of CP0, and his will is extremely tenacious, so he tried not to roll his eyes, but the next moment, he felt a boundless force directly sweeping his whole body. There was only a soft click sound coming from the sternum, and then his whole body was blown away by this blow. The figure drew a graceful arc, and flew out directly, knocking everything behind to collapse. Boom boom boom. Wherever it passed, a terrifying gully was plowed out of the ground, and finally crashed into a building. Coincidentally, this is the center of Happy Street and also the headquarters of Happy Street. At this time, Stussy happened to be in this building. Originally, she was watching the videos from all over the island spread by the surveillance phone bug. Her face was extremely serious. She knew that if today's matter could not be resolved, there would be no place for her in the dark world. The dark world is very important to the layout of the world government. The world government needs all channels of the dark world to reach their ulterior secrets. But at this moment, her sense of knowledge jumped crazily, and her complexion changed drastically when she heard the danger perception. With a flash of her own figure, she hit the ceiling above her head and walked away from this place. The next moment, there was a bang, and the place she was standing just now was knocked down by something, and the smoke and dust scattered in all directions. What happened? Stussy stepped on the moon and stood looking down. When he saw the figure appearing in the smoke, his face changed drastically again. Stussy looked at An Xiao, who fell from the sky and knocked his place to pieces, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Chief Captain. Stussy knows the strength of the Dark Owl, and it is comparable to the Admiral of the Navy? But what did she see now? The captain of CP0, and Xiao, who is comparable to the admiral of the navy, was beaten to fly here? That's right, he was beaten to fly here. Could it be the Quincy master? The people who appear here have the strength of the Quincy. After taking a deep breath, Stussy guessed in his heart, return life. And Xiao got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and used the life return in the 6th style esoteric art to temporarily suppress the injuries in his body. He ignored Stuss's words, but looked coldly at him. Ahead. Over there, Yunya stepped on the air, looked down jokingly, and finally fixed his gaze on Stussy's beautiful face. It's been a long time, Stussy. I've always guessed that the dark world is there a nail of the world government in the middle. It seems that you have not escaped. The Quincy? Is it really you? Stussy also looked up at the Quincy who was stepping on the air, and he was convinced of his thoughts just now. Yunya glanced at Stussy, but didn't pay much attention to it. The few kings in the dark world are not very strong. The strongest one is Doflamingo, but in the past, Doflamingo was enough to see, but as his strength is getting stronger and stronger, Doflamingo's strength is now in my opinion, that's it. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xiao, and said indifferently, 6th-style masters fight against blows, can they still stand up after taking this blow from me? Xiao looked at Yunya coldly, Quincy, don't be too complacent. It's not that easy to defeat me. But after all, he is still very afraid of Yunya. He has also seen the horror of Yunya's blow just now. If he hadn't used an iron block and domineering to block in front of him at the last moment, he might have been defeated. The attack power of the Quincy is really powerful? No wonder you can fight monsters like Big Mom. Yunya sneered, it's not credible to say such words from your mouth. To be honest, compared to Charlotte Lingling, you are much weaker. At least, that woman will not be so easy get blown away by me. Hearing Yunya's belittling words, Xiao's expression became even more gloomy, but because of the mask, Yunya didn't see it. Xiao just wanted to speak, but there was also a lot of movement not far from the other side. And over there, it's really where the Revolutionary Army fought other CP0s. Yunya also looked over. Oh, it seems that you have other troubles. Is that dress the Revolutionary Army? Hey, it's really interesting. Saying that, Yunya glanced at the two of them, sneered, and rushed over there. Since it has been exposed, Stussy, you don't have to hide anymore. Only by annihilating them all here, you will not be rumored as a member of the world government, and you can continue to be your king of the dark world. The dark owl said in a tone Shen, said something to Stussy, and then rushed out directly. Stussy's expression changed again and again, and finally he chased after him stepping on the moon. At the same time, the battle on the other side was also very fierce. Two revolutionary armies are fighting against two CP0s. The two sides can be said to be irreconcilable enemies. When they meet, they will definitely fight to the death. The battle at this time has entered a white-hot stage. Both sides are strong men with good strength, all kinds of violent 6th-style skills, fierce punches burst out one by one, accompanied by dull drum beats. The aftermath invaded in all directions, the airwaves billowed, and the entire ground trembled. The site of the battle has become a mess at some point, with buildings collapsing and cut marks intertwined. You guys are really hard to deal with, Revolutionary Army. At this time, the Grey Eagle has turned into a birdman form, its feet have turned into sharp claws, and it holds two feathered sword blades made of black feathers in its hands. A pair of eyes are like sharp blades, looking directly at the crow in a black feather coat, and his right leg raises a chopping wave as sharp as a bird's beak, lands foot eagle's beak. On the other side, the crow seemed to be wearing a dark feather coat, and opened its scarlet eyes, screaming "Yah!" Every time it attacked, countless crows pierced through the air, and the crow's wings were like the sharpest blades, slashing across. There was a crackling sound of chi-chi in the air. The two attacks collided in the air and shattered each other. The chopping waves shattered and shot around, leaving cut marks on the ground. However, the black crow shattered like cement and fell to the building on the ground, but the next moment, as if being pulled by something, it returned to the coat on the crow again. I have fought with people from your CP organization several times, but this is the first time someone has been able to fight me to this extent. CP0 is indeed the most elite in the CP organization. Crow said coldly, stepping down, wearing a coat with a tremor. A shadow spread towards Grey Eagle's feet, and sharp black feathers pierced out, trying to penetrate Grey Eagle's body. But Grey Eagle's eyes flashed red, and it flew directly into the sky with a flap of its wings. Catch up, shadow feather slash. The Grey Eagle, whose black feathers shot toward the sky like arrows, chased after it. Humph. Grey Eagle snorted coldly, spread its wings, and covered it with armed colors, hardened, and the hard feathers were like steel knives, shining with metallic light. With his wings crossed, he swung his slashing strikes and charged downward. Boom boom boom, intensive explosions sounded, and the vigor rolled the wind and sand on the ground. The two dense attacks collided with each other and shattered, but the attacks of the two were too dense. Some of the attacks did not collide with each other, and rushed towards each other. Pfft. The sound of two sharp blades slashing into the flesh came out. In this blow, both of them were injured by each other's attacks. However, the two of them didn't intend to stop attacking at all, and rushed towards each other again. On the other side, Bello Betty also fought with Sakura Fox. Both of them are masters of gymnastics, fist to fist, leg to leg, and the battle is also very fierce. But at this moment, the movement on the other side naturally couldn't escape their knowledge. Seeing someone rushing from a distance now, the faces of several people were all shocked, and after colliding with each other again, they retreated at the same time. Be wary of whoever comes. Naturally, it was not someone else who flew over. Yunya also stopped not far away, and looked at the few people who stopped fighting with interest. Hey, why did they stop? Continue. I haven't seen anyone from CP0, but the other two are a little familiar. Are you the commander of the Revolutionary Army? Yunya looked at several people and muttered to himself. Seeing the person coming, the expressions of several people present changed slightly. Quincy Master. They are all good at collecting information, so it is impossible not to know what Quincy looks like. After all, there was a reward order of more than 2 billion yuan, and it wasn't the photo with the mask in the past. Naturally, they had already seen the reward order of the Quincy Master. Especially on the CP0 side, the Quincy has come here, so, what about Dark Owl? Is it possible? The expressions of Grey Eagle and Sakura Fox both changed. It is impossible for them not to notice the huge movement over there just now. Except for the battle between Quincy and his own captain that could cause such a commotion, there is no other strong person on the island? But without waiting for them to guess too much, Xiao and Stusa came over on moon steps. Seeing that Xiao was fine, Grey Eagle and Yinghyo were also relieved. As long as it's okay, if the Dark Owls are defeated, then, their fate may not be much better. Only the two of them can deal with the commander of the Revolutionary Army and the Quincy division. As long as their captain is still there, then it's not the worst situation. Is it really Quincy? On the side of the Revolutionary Army, Belo Betty looked at Yunya curiously. This was the first time they saw Quincy in reality. As rumored, very young, and this sense of oppression really deserves to be a big shot who can fight against the 4th Emperor Charlotte Lingling? This feeling, they only felt it in Drago's body. It is so unfathomable. The crow on the side also looked at Yunya solemnly. As soon as Yunya appeared, he could feel a strong sense of threat from him. Under the influence of him, some changes have taken place, and he can accurately judge the threat level of the other party to him. But at this time, the sense of threat emanating from Chong Yunyi's body strengthened Grey Eagle's strength by a large amount. Grey Eagle and Yinghyo on the other side also didn't dare to be careless, and went to Xiao's position. There was an inexplicable silence in the arena. It's like someone pressed the pause button. The Revolutionary Army, CP0, and Yunya are in different positions. Both of them were wary of each other, and there was a weird stalemate. Hey, what's the situation now? Do you want to break out? Belo Betty looked at the weirdness in the field, came to the side of the crow, and whispered. She couldn't understand the situation on the field now. The crow also whispered, I don't know, don't act rashly. Who knows what Quincy is too much, although their Revolutionary Army has no conflict of interest with Quincy, but everyone in the New World knows that Quincy is a lunatic, and they will not be surprised to do anything. After all, do you think it is possible for a normal person to break into the territory of the 4 emperors single-handedly and break out into a battle with the forces of the 4 emperors? Is there any information on the man who came with Stussy? Asked Belo Betty. The other two are codenamed after animals, and this one may also be related to animals. Another Revolutionary Army said. Belo Betty stroked his chin and said, the news over there before should have come from when Quincy was fighting that CP0 person. Being able to fight Quincy should be very strong, maybe it's the captain of CP0 class. The crow thought for a while, and guessed, Captain, the captain whose code name is an animal, should be a dark owl who joined the army with an exception. Belo Betty's face changed slightly when he heard the code name. Is it that monster? The dark owl who defeated the Red Earl together with Kong, the current commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The forces under the world government include not only the navy, but also the army, but the strength of the army is not worth mentioning compared to the navy. In addition, this world is an island world, and the sea covers almost 90% of the planet. It is normal for the army to have less prestige than the navy, but the strong will stand out everywhere. Dark Owl used to be a general in the army under the world government. Because of his meritorious service in catching Redfield, he was promoted to CP0, and also became one of the most powerful captains in CP0. He was a strong man from the era of the Warring States period. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, used to be a high-level Navy officer, and he still knows some hidden information very well. The crow said, it should be this person, but the threat he brings to me is not as good as Quincy. Quincy is the real monster. This was also the first time Crow saw Quincy, and the sense of threat that Quincy brought to him was even greater than that of their leader, Drago. In the arena, Yunya was a little speechless. Why are you looking at me? You go on. Yunya looked at everyone in front of him, and broke the silence first, the Revolutionary Army and people from the world government. Hey, it's really interesting. Keep fighting, just pretend that I don't exist. Anyway, I have a lot of time, and the purpose of coming here is just to test my strength, and then see what the world government is secretly planning. Now that we have come to Joy Street will definitely be removed from the Dark World today. And he also saw that the people of the Revolutionary Army were found and wanted to evacuate, and the people of CP0 wanted to wipe them all out. If it wasn't for his sudden appearance, I'm afraid they would have lost their minds by now. Because of his appearance, the CP0 people had scruples, so the stalemate suddenly came to an end. But Yunya is not in a hurry. If you don't fight, don't fight. Let's see who is in a hurry first. Anyway, it's not him, and he even has time to chat with these people. Hearing Yunya's words, everyone present looked at each other in blank dismay. The people in the Revolutionary Army were speechless. What are you talking about? Who dares to ignore you, guy? You can say it when you don't exist. Quinciant, don't be too crazy. And Xiao's tone turned cold, and he shot at the Revolutionary Army and Yunya, and said coldly, all of you will be here today. Yunya spread out his hands, looked at the people of the Revolutionary Army and grinned, see, they actually want to kill you and me, or how about joining forces with me and killing them directly? I remember that your Revolutionary Army seemed like I have not dealt with the world government, they have been targeting you, what, do you want to join forces with me and keep them all here? The members of the Revolutionary Army looked at each other again. Bello Betty rolled her eyes and said with a smile, this is fine, but what do we need to pay? Yunya looked at the long-legged and big-breasted sister Yu, and said with a smile, you don't need to pay anything, I have no conflict of interest with your Revolutionary Army, and the purpose of my coming here is to expel the people of the world government from the dark world, they're in my way. Crow calmly said, if your excellency only has this kind of request, our Revolutionary Army will agree. They have no reason not to agree. After all, each other's enemies are the world government, and there is no conflict of interest, so the two sides can cooperate on this matter. Hearing the conversation between the two sides, the faces of the people on CP0's side darkened. Quincy alone is enough to make them feel threatened. Now if the people of the Revolutionary Army really join forces with Quincy, they may be in danger this time. It can't be delayed any longer. And Xiao knew in his heart that if it dragged on, not only would the arrangements of the world government in the dark world be exposed, but they might even die here. Do it. And Xiao yelled loudly, rushed out with both bodies at the same time, and rushed towards Yunya. The rest of the people also shot together. They should have communicated in secret. At this moment they rushed towards Yunya at the same time. Compared with the Revolutionary Army, the threat of the Quincy division is a little bigger. If they are asked to choose someone who must die in the Quincy division and the Revolutionary Army, then there is no one else for this candidate except the Quincy division. It's not that the threat of the Quincy is greater than that of the Revolutionary Army, but that the Quincy is the target of the Celestial Dragons, and no one can survive after killing 2 Celestial Dragons. For the sake of Tianlongren's face, Quincy must die. Can't hold back anymore. Seeing a few people rushing towards him, Yunya didn't have a trace of fear in his heart, and even started to boil with fighting spirit. Boom! The 2-color light surged behind Yunyi, and the instant coaxing was activated, which raised Yunyi's overall strength by more than 1 level. Then, let me see your determination. Thunder Spear. Yunya sneered, and charged forward in a flash. The thunder turned into a spear and was thrown out by him in his hand. With a crack, the thunder spear pierced through the air and stabbed towards Stussy. Stussy is the weakest of them, the persimmons will be soft. Lane's foot. Stussy sensed the horror of this attack. She knew Yunya's strength clearly, so she naturally didn't dare to be careless. Her slender beautiful legs tightened, and she swept out a thick Ian's foot. Ian's foot collided with Thunderbolt, but the next moment Ian's foot was broken by Yunya's attack. Thunderbolt's momentum remained undiminished, stabbing at Stussy like a broken bamboo. Iron block. Stussy's face changed drastically, looking at the thunder spear whose power had been weakened, and crossed his hands in front of him. However, she still underestimated the horror of this blow. Just hearing a bang, her whole body was directly blasted out, hitting the ground from a high altitude, and knocking out a big hole in the ground. Yunyi's offensive has not stopped yet. With 5 fingers spread out, thunder and lightning surged. Thunder roar cannon. The thunder pillar pierced through and directly hit the other 3. Humph. And Xiao snorted coldly. A body blocked in front of Leizu, and while blocking Yunya's attack, his body was also directly shattered. Lanjiao nail shooter. Finger gun flying fox. Double swords eagle strike. 3 members of CP0 launched a terrorist attack at the same time. Blast towards Yunya from 3 different positions. Naturally, the biggest threat must be dealt with first. A red light flashed in Yunya's eyes, and he waved his right hand downwards, blocking the front of him. The air wall blocked all attacks in front of him, posing no threat to Yunya at all. At the same time, Yunya rushed towards Yinghu in a flash. Shunyu and Shunpo increased his speed to an unparalleled level. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Yinghu. Go down and accompany her. Yunya threw his legs from top to bottom, with the blessing of thunder, flame, domineering, and various abilities. This blow can directly knock down a mountain. Be careful. And Xiao caught Yunyi's next move with a knowledgeable look, and quickly reminded Yinghu. But by this time it was too late. Yunyi's speed is too fast. There was no time for Yinghu to react at all. Yinghu is naturally knowledgeable, but it is far from being able to have a future within Xiao. Although she also sensed the attack coming, her body couldn't react. Just hearing a boom, Yunyi's kick directly hit Yinghu. Air ripples flashed in the air. Yinghu spit out a big mouthful of blood with a puchi. A force ran wildly in her body, causing damage. The body fell into the sky like a meteorite, and with a boom, a huge pothole appeared on the ground again. Kaka cracks like a spider web centered on this pothole and spread out to the surroundings. Damn it! On the other side, Grey Eagle cursed secretly, spread its wings, and its figure flashed after images in the air, approaching Yunyi at a very high speed, and kicked directly towards Yunyi with its eagle-clawed right leg. Animals. Yunya turned around and sneered, tilting his body to avoid the blow, then grabbed Grey Eagle's foot with his right hand, and the lightning spread along his arm, making Grey Eagle's body numb with electricity. Here's an earth throw for you. Yunya grabbed Grey Eagle's foot and slammed it violently, swung it in a circle and smashed it directly to the ground. With a sound of, Grey Eagle's body collided closely with the ground like an arrow from the string, and with a sound of boom, another pothole was formed directly. Quincy, over there, Xiao roared angrily. He had already settled in front of Yunya not far away, with his body on the left and the right. He kicked out two terrifying pointed feet, and the two Daoian's feet merged in the air, forming a more powerful and terrifying attack. Yunya knew how terrifying this blow was, so he didn't dare to be careless. Duan Kong probably couldn't stop this blow, so, let's block it back with a stronger attack. False flash. The dark red light danced between Yunya's fingers, and then a depressive breath swept away. The energy that has been condensed to the extreme gathers at one point, and finally it is directly emitted. The terrifying energy ray collided with the impacting Lanjiao, and a wave of energy swept towards the surroundings like waves. Countless buildings and trees began to collapse due to this impact. Boom boom! There was a loud bang, and a terrifying air wave erupted with black and red rays of light. In the field, two figures flew upside down in different directions at the same time. Smash everything along the way. Yunya crawled out of the pothole, patted the dust on his body, but he didn't suffer too much injury, and said a little speechlessly, "Tisk, this move is still out of control. The energy explosion even affected me. The power of the false flash is powerful, but he can't avoid the impact of the short-distance burst, and he is swept away by the impact. But the same is true on the opposite side, who was also sent flying by the impact. Hiss. With this kind of strength, Quincy is really a monster." Belo Betty couldn't help sighing when she saw that Yunyi was so ferocious and had such a record in 1-on-4. What a monster? Let's make a move too. Since we have agreed, we can't break our promise. You should know a little bit about the character of Quincy. If you don't make a move, it is likely to bring a big enemy to our revolutionary army. There was not much surprise on Crow's face. His sense of knowledge is very special, and he can perceive the degree of threat to him from others. Even if the several CP0s present add up, the sense of threat brought to him is not as good as the current quenching normal university, although it is a better choice for them to retreat at this time. They also know that if there is no sudden appearance of Quincy, their situation will be very embarrassing. In addition, he had already made a verbal agreement with Yunya before. If he repented at this time, maybe Yunya would miss it. Therefore, it would be unwise to step back at this time. Okay, it's still the same, one person blocks the other. Belo Betty is a smart person. If she is not a smart person, she would not have thought of this. She nodded, and charged towards the crow together. The CP0 people will not give Yunya time to breathe. Yinghu and Grey Eagle came to kill again. Their expressions were extremely cold. They also suffered some injuries in the battle just now, but they are all 6-style masters with strong physiques. They only suffered some minor injuries, and they are not serious. But at this time, Crow and Belo Betty also blocked them. Don't forget about us, CP0. Belo Betty still approached Sakura Fox, licked her rosy lips. Let's continue the battle we just had. Don't come in the way, revolutionary army? Get out of here. Seeing Belo Betty standing in front of her, Yinghu snorted coldly. That's not acceptable. We will strictly abide by what we promise to others. Belo Betty chuckled lightly and proposed with her slender legs. Boom boom boom. Belo Betty fights Sakura Fox, Crow fights Grey Eagle. The battle breaks out again.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.